Chapter 26. In the house below, Alex started at the sharp crack of 2 gunshots coming from the upper floor, followed moments later by a sudden change in the high-pitched whine coming from the chopper's engines, as if they were laboring and straining somehow. Chancing a look, he leaned out just far enough to see across the lake, and to his amazement, he watched as the chopper peeled away and retreated, struggling to maintain its course as wisps of smoke trailed from the engines. In the comparative silence that followed, he could hear footsteps on the stairs. Turning with the weapon at the ready, he almost sighed in relief as Anya hurried over to him, clutching a heavy-looking bolt-action hunting rifle. "The chopper is out of action, for now," she informed him without emotion, as if it were no more than a minor inconvenience easily dealt with. "Get the file. We are leaving." At this, Alex shook his head. "They fired on me when I went in there. The computer's fucked. I lost the download." Anya said nothing for a moment or two, her jaw clenched, then shook her head and turned away. "Come on, we have to go." "Fuck that. If we leave now, this is all for nothing." Alex was already moving towards the bedroom, seized by the desperate notion that he could remove the hard drive from the shattered casing and perhaps salvage the file later. Getting to it would take precious time, but it had to be worth a try at least. Anya caught his arm and pulled him to a stop, spinning him round to face her. "We have no time for this." He tried to pull away, but her grip was surprisingly strong.
"Let go of me!"
In response, she pulled him close and fixed him with a hard glare. "Listen to me, Alex. The file is no use to us if we're dead." Releasing her grip, she moved over to a window overlooking the driveway and the woodland beyond. The evergreen forest created a dense canopy that virtually blotted out the sun, but also resulted in a few bushes or other forms of ground cover. With her keen eyes scanning the area, it didn't take her long to spot movement in the shadows. 4 operatives converging on the house in a loose skirmish line, armed with MP5 submachine guns and ready to support each other in the event of a pitched fight. An agency fire team, moving in to finish what the sniper had started. "They're coming," she said, her voice low and urgent. "I can't hold them off for long." Alex glanced at the long barrel of the hunting rifle. "What are you going to do?" Her answer was simple. Her intentions weren't. "Buy us some time." Reversing her grip on the weapon, she slammed the butt against the window, shattering the glass, then angled the barrel out through the jagged hole. Hawkins clung on tight as the chopper's deck pitched and rolled wildly beneath his feet, the pilot working hard to gain some altitude and stabilize their course, fighting the sluggish controls of an aircraft crippled by a loss of hydraulic power. The attempt to kill Anya with a clean, surgical sniper attack had failed. Hawkins was still seething over his failure, but he knew that self-recrimination would have to wait. In any case, he had other means of taking Anya down. Gripping a restraining harness with one hand, Hawkins keyed his radio with the other.
"Alpha to Overlord."
"Go, Alpha," the pilot of the Reaper drone replied.
"You are weapons free. Authorization Bravo, Zulu, Niner. Roll-in strike package on previously identified coordinates."
The Reaper wasn't just there to observe the assault. If surveillance wasn't enough, and the situation warranted it, the drone's payload of air-to-ground Hellfire missiles could reduce virtually any standing structure to rubble in seconds. "Be advised, Alpha, this is a civilian area," Overlord cautioned him. "Mission will be compromised."
"Understood. This is my call."
There would be repercussions for this, of course. A single woman found dead in a remote house could be covered up, but a drone strike against a civilian target was a whole different level. Lies about terrorist activity would have to be spun. The agency's reputation would take a hit, but he knew it would be worth it. Kame would see to that. "Roger that, Alpha. It's your call. Overlord is weapons free." Hawkins felt a fleeting sense of disappointment as he imagined the building disintegrating under the impacts of several Hellfire missiles. Such an impersonal way to kill someone. "Overlord to Alpha! Be advised we have friendly units inside the kill area," the terse voice of the drone pilot informed him. "Aborting strike run."
"Say again, Overlord,"
Hawkins demanded. "We have friendlies in the vicinity of the house. Looks like ground teams are moving in to breach." It took no small measure of self-control to stop himself yelling in anger. There was only one person he could think of who would have ordered the ground team to move in. Mitchell had taken matters into her own hands. Unfortunately for her, she had no idea what she was getting into. In an instant, he made his decision.
"Swing us around. Take us back toward the house,"
he called out to the pilot.
"I can't, sir."
He glanced around at Hawkins, the fear in his eyes making it plain they were in serious trouble.
"That shot took out our hydraulics. I can barely keep us level."
Hawkins had had enough of this shit. He hadn't come halfway around the world to give up when he was mere yards away from his prize. Reaching into his jacket, he drew a Beretta automatic and jammed it against the pilot's face.
"You take us back around,"
he said through clenched teeth, pressing the barrel in a little tighter.
"Now."
Few men would argue about something like this with a gun to their head, and the pilot wasn't one of them. Wrestling with the controls, he brought the stricken chopper around in a wide, clumsy arc, swinging the nose around towards the house.
"I can't hold it steady for a shot,"
the pilot warned.
"You don't need to,"
Hawkins replied, holstering his weapon and moving closer to the open doorway.
"Just get us in low, close to the shore."
Gathering herself up, Mitchell leapt over a fallen log as she pounded through the woodland towards the lakeside house. The MP5 submachine gun was a familiar, reassuring weight at her shoulder, and as she glanced left, she saw Argento about 20 yards away, armed in the same fashion. 2 other operatives were also converging on the house from either flank, all armed and able to support one another in the event of a firefight. She was under no illusions about the effectiveness of the Kevlar vest covering her torso, having seen similar armor easily defeated by the 7.62mm rounds fired by Afghan insurgents. Of greater value to her was the GPS transponder fixed to the shoulder pads of the vest, which broadcast a coded signal identifying her as a friendly to the remote-piloted aircraft overhead, essentially allowing the operators to distinguish Mitchell and her comrades from whomever else might be in the area. Without it, they would all appear as identical white blobs of heat on the drone's thermal cameras, making it impossible to tell friend from foe. Still, all this technology was nothing more than an aid. It could help them, but it couldn't protect them. Mitchell and her team still had to cross the open ground between the house and the tree line, and no drone or spy satellite could change that. Assaults like this always carried an element of risk, as she had learned from hard experience. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sudden crack of a gunshot from the direction of the house. Instinctively, she threw herself to the ground just as something whizzed by on her left side, burying itself in the trunk of a nearby tree in a shower of splinters and fragments of bark.
"Contact front! Sniper!"
she called out, backing up against a low boulder surmounted by tangled tree roots. Another gunshot echoed through the woods, followed by a third.
"Anyone got eyes on?"
she asked, reluctant to expose herself. She'd felt the slight change in air pressure as the first round zipped by dangerously close, and guessed the shooter had her position zeroed in.
"I saw movement. Ground floor window, second from the end," Argento replied. "They might have relocated."
It made sense. No sniper worth their salt would remain in the same place after giving their position away. The question was, what to do now? Their own weapons were ineffective at such range. They could spit out a high rate of fire, but they were designed for close-quarters fighting. Advancing on the house might well cost them heavy casualties, and there was no telling how difficult it might be to clear the place out room by room. Still, they would achieve nothing by sitting here waiting. The sounds of the brief gunfight would have been heard at other properties nearby, and it wouldn't be long before local police arrived on the scene to investigate. They had to act, now. Reaching up, she pressed the radio microphone at her throat.
"This is Charlie. Bravo on me. Delta and Echo, get ready with suppressing fire. We're moving in."
The only logical approach was the cover and advance method. With 2 operatives watching the house at all times while the others moved, they could at least respond if they came under fire again. She was just getting ready to move when her radio crackled in response.
"Delta to all units. I got vehicle noises coming from the garage on the west side."
Catching her breath, Mitchell strained to listen. Sure enough, she could hear the deep rumble of a big engine echoing from the house's integrated garage. revving hard as if someone was stamping awkwardly on the accelerator. The metal doors were still closed, however, prompting a quizzical glance from Argento. "What the—" Suddenly the noise rose to a crescendo, and the garage doors buckled and threatened to give way as something slammed into them from inside. A moment later, the thin metal split and tore free, revealing a big civilian 4x4 that rocketed out of the garage, heading for the road leading away from the house. "Target dead ahead!" Mitchell hissed, raising her weapon. The windows were tinted, making it hard to identify the driver, but no way was she allowing them to leave. Sighting the driver's side front wheel, she squeezed off a short burst of automatic fire. The MP5's 9mm rounds weren't powerful enough to cause much recoil, but a sustained burst nonetheless made the lightweight weapon difficult for novices to control. Mitchell, however, was well used to such submachine guns, and her aim was true. At least 3 of her shots found their mark, tearing through the rubber tire walls with ease. There was a loud pop and hiss as the tire gave way, and suddenly the vehicle slewed off to the left. Lowering the gun, Mitchell watched as it careened off the road, bumped over a drainage ditch, and finally slammed headlong into the unyielding trunk of a tree, the wheels still spinning and clawing at the dirt. "It's down!" she called out, loud enough that she no longer needed the radio. "All units, move in!" Without waiting for acknowledgement, she closed in on the wrecked vehicle, her weapon up and ready once more. The engine was still running despite the clouds of steam billowing from beneath the hood, the wheels throwing up clods of dirt and mud as they continued to turn. "Overlord has you covered, Charlie." The drone orbiting overhead would have fixed its cameras on the crashed vehicle. She wondered if the driver had been knocked unconscious by the collision and was perhaps lying slumped over the wheel with their foot pressed on the accelerator. Whatever, they were certainly making no effort to reverse or maneuver around the obstacle barring their path.
"Charlie, on your 9!"
She heard Argento call out as she approached the driver's door, having to yell to be heard over the noise of the engine. Mitchell felt a moment of relief that someone was there to back her up. "Cover me," she hissed, glancing at him to confirm he understood. He nodded while keeping the weapon at his shoulder.
"On it."
Gripping the MP5 in one hand and the handle in the other, she took a single breath, tensed herself up, and hauled the driver's door open. Shit! Now she knew why the 4x4 wasn't going anywhere. The accelerator had been wedged down by what looked like the snapped handle of a broom, the steering wheel tied in place with a length of bungee cord to keep the car on a roughly straight heading. The car was a decoy, and she had fallen for it.
"Trunk's clear too,"
Argento said, having popped the rear door to check the car's storage area, just in case their targets had hidden themselves away in there. Reaching inside, Mitchell switched off the ignition and slammed the door shut. "All units be advised, the car is a decoy," she said, speaking the instructions into her radio through gritted teeth. "I say again, the car is a decoy." But the sudden silence had afforded her a moment or two to tune in to the sounds of her surroundings. In the peaceful wooded glade, she could hear the whistle of birds in the treetops overhead, the distant thump of Hawkins's damaged chopper, and closer at hand, faint but unmistakable, the high-pitched rattle of a small engine. Her keen eyes surveyed the wooded area around the house, and in particular the lake beyond, its mirror-like surface reflecting the blue sky overhead. And standing at the shore, not more than 20 yards from the house, was a small boat shed, partially screened by trees and bushes. "Son of a bitch," she said under her breath, then reached for her radio again. "All units! Tango may be trying to escape by boat. Delta and Echo converge on the lake. Move!" Her transmission complete, she turned to Argento. "Move in on the house. Let's go." Yates and the woman might be making good their escape across the lake, but she wanted to secure the house before they moved on. It was only a matter of time before the Norwegian police arrived on the scene, and she wanted to gather what evidence she could before they showed up. He nodded, and together the two of them advanced across the wide turning circle in front of the building, their boots crunching on the gravel as they sprinted across the open space. Here they split up, with Mitchell heading for the now open garage and Argento taking the front door. When they breached, they would go in from 2 directions simultaneously. Despite the twisted and crumpled doors lying strewn across the ground outside, The house's integral garage was a neat, well-ordered workspace, with rows of tools hanging from racks along the wall. There were no real hiding places in there, so Mitchell was content to bypass it as she closed in on the door leading into the house itself. Backing up next to it, she checked her weapon and hit the radio transmitter at her throat. "Charlie in position."
"Bravo, good to go,"
Argento replied a second later. Taking a breath, Mitchell nodded to herself. "In 3, 2, 1, go!" One look at the solid door barring her way was enough to forestall any notions of kicking it in. Without a breaching shotgun, it would be both messy and time-consuming to make a forced entry. In any case, Yates or his companion must have come through this door to start the car up, which meant it was unlikely to be locked. Reaching out, Mitchell gripped the handle and turned it. As expected, there was a click as the lock disengaged. Now free to enter, she shoved the door open and advanced inside. The open-plan kitchen facing her looked like it had come straight out of a catalogue, all expensive granite worktops, polished floors, and stainless steel units. However, this particular kitchen bore the scars of a recent firefight. Several of the units had been punctured by high-velocity rounds fired from the chopper, and a wall-mounted television had been reduced to so much broken scrap by another hit. Jesus, what the fuck had Hawkins been thinking? She could see something in her peripheral vision and turned right to survey the living room. There she caught sight of the first casualty and moved in closer to investigate. One look was enough to tell her it was a fatality. He'd taken a direct hit to the head, the catastrophic damage rendering him almost unidentifiable. For a moment she wondered if it might be Yates, but his overweight frame bore no relation to the lightly built young man she was hunting for. She could see no weapons on or near the body, suggesting he'd been caught in the crossfire somehow. He must have been a civilian, perhaps a resident of the house. Catching movement in the corridor directly ahead, Mitchell raised her weapon and tightened her grip on the trigger, but relaxed a little as Argento crept into view. His expression was focused and alert, but also tight with anticipation. This was his first house assault, and he was nervous. It had been the same for her the first time.
"Hallway clear,"
he hissed. She saw his eyes linger on the dead body. "Check the other rooms," she instructed, knowing she needed to keep him focused. "I'll take upstairs." As Argento moved deeper into the house, Mitchell hurried forward, heading for the stairs leading to the upper level. She hadn't covered more than a few paces before a blur of movement erupted in the corridor. Turning right, she caught sight of a figure emerging from one of the bedrooms, with something small and red clutched in one hand. There was a sudden loud whoosh, and in a flash, Argento was consumed in a cloud of white smoke. His startled cry was cut off abruptly by a loud metallic clang, followed by the soft thump of a body hitting the floor. Belatedly, Mitchell realized her companion had just had the contents of a fire extinguisher sprayed in his face, before being beaten unconscious by the unit itself. She had no idea how seriously he was hurt, and in an instant, she knew there was no time to think about it. With her senses now painfully sharp and the brief smokescreen beginning to clear, Mitchell sighted their attacker and raised her submachine gun to open fire, her lips drawing back in a snarl as her finger tightened on the trigger. At the same moment, her enemy turned and hurled the small extinguisher straight at her. Reacting instinctively, Mitchell twisted aside to avoid the improvised missile as it whirled through the air, though doing so forced her to turn the weapon away as well, disrupting her aim. Exploiting the opening, the lone attacker rushed straight at her, covering the 5 or 6 yards separating them with terrifying speed. Knowing she would have no time to bring the weapon into the fight again, Mitchell let go of the submachine gun and allowed it to clatter to the floor, raising her fists to defend herself against the sudden onslaught. She barely had time to block a hard strike aimed at her vulnerable windpipe, and her attempt to retaliate with a knee to the stomach was easily deflected. Anger and adrenaline surging through her veins, she lashed out with a stinging right cross, but her opponent twisted aside with such graceful ease that it was as if they had known what she was going to do before she'd even thought of it. A heartbeat later, she felt her outstretched arms seized in an iron grip, and suddenly her adversary had used their momentum to twist it behind her back. She could feel muscles and sinews straining beyond their limits. Instantly she knew what they were trying to do, and in desperation she lashed out with her elbow, feeling it make contact, with a satisfying thump that jarred her arm, but nonetheless caused the grip to slacken. Tearing herself out of the hold, she turned away, spotted a knife block on the kitchen counter, and drew the first blade she could get her hands on. Thus armed, she whirled to face her enemy once more, swinging the knife around in a wild swipe. But her attacker was ready again, and before the blade could find a target, her wrist was once again seized in a brutally strong grip. Mitchell had at last come face to face with her enemy, the tip of the knife poised mere inches from their throat. For a heartbeat, the two enemies remained locked in that silent battle for dominance, their muscles straining, their strength perfectly balanced. Their eyes met during that brief moment, and Mitchell found herself staring into two infinite pools of ice, their depths unknowable, the will behind them indomitable. The moment passed, and her enemy's weight suddenly shifted, twisting down and away, pulling her with it so she was pitched forward, landing hard on her back, the knife stolen from her grasp. Through bleary eyes she looked up to see her opponent looming over her, the knife now raised to finish her off, her face betraying no hint of emotion. "Anya!" another voice called out. "Stop!" From the corner of her eye, Mitchell saw a young man standing a few yards away. A young man she recognized straight away as Yates. He was holding one of the MP5s that had been dropped during the confrontation, and to Mitchell's disbelief, seemed to be pointing it at Anya. Her attacker hesitated, apparently weighing up how seriously to take his implied threat. "Don't kill her," Yates went on. "Please." Glancing back down at her, Anya let out a breath. Mitchell saw her booted foot rise up, then come rushing down towards her. There was an explosion of light, followed by gathering darkness as her consciousness departed. Chapter 27. Once more the house lurched into view as the damaged chopper swung and pitched its way across the lake in sluggish rolls that barely stopped short of completely stalling it.
"Lower!"
Hawkins called out, gripping his harness tight. Strapped across his back was an MP5 submachine gun that he'd taken up in favor of the heavy and cumbersome sniper rifle he'd tried to use earlier. He wouldn't be able to unfasten the weapon until he was on the ground, but he intended to put it to good use when he did. With the nerve that only a direct threat to his life could impart, the pilot brought them in closer to the surface of the water, so close that spray from the engine downwash rose around them like an artificial cloud. The shoreline was approaching rapidly, the pilot lacking enough control to slow their velocity. The landing was going to be rough, but Hawkins was prepared for that. Another slow roll brought the lake into full view, and he knew this was the best chance he'd get. Unclipping his safety harness, Hawkins threw himself out of the open doorway without hesitation. Several seconds of tumbling, sickening weightlessness followed as he plummeted through the air towards the lake. Clearly the pilot hadn't brought them in as low as he'd instructed. This thought was followed a heartbeat later by a thundering, crushing impact as he slammed into the water and disappeared beneath the surface. With a million icy pinpricks assailing him as the cold seeped into his muscles, Hawkins quickly recovered his sense of orientation and kicked for the shimmering light above him. Emerging with a gasp and a spray of chill water, he found himself about 20 yards out from the rocky shore, the sound of the stricken chopper already receding into the distance. Wasting no time, he strove towards it with sure, powerful strokes, and soon felt stony ground beneath his boots. Tossing the knife aside, Anya knelt down beside the unconscious woman and began to undo the clips holding her body armor in place. "What the hell are you doing?" Alex asked, puzzled by her behavior. "They may have air assets watching this area. They'll see us the moment we try to leave," she explained, deftly removing the armor, followed by Mitchell's radio unit. "These vests have transponders on them that let them tell friends from enemies, so put this on." Tossing the vest to him, she rose to her feet. The look in her eyes was enough to make him back off a pace. "And unless you intend to pull the trigger, never point a weapon at me again." With that, she brushed past him to retrieve the second vest, snatching the MP5 out of his grasp as she went. Alex knew better than to protest. Donning the unfamiliar Kevlar vest, Alex followed Anya as she headed for the front door. She had armed herself with the MP5 taken from her erstwhile adversary and quickly swept the open area beyond with the weapon. "It's clear," she judged after a few moments, leading him outside. They hadn't made it more than 10 yards before the radio earpiece she was wearing sparked up with an incoming transmission. "Overlord to Charlie, sit rep." Anya was very familiar with such devices and immediately hit the transmit button strapped around her neck. "Charlie copies. House is clear. No sign of tangos. Moving outside." Alex stared at her, startled by the sudden shift in her voice. She'd managed to perfectly replicate the accent and even the timbre of Mitchell's voice. Heard over the pop and crackle of a radio network, it was unlikely anyone would be able to tell the difference. "Roger that. Be advised you have police units inbound, ETA 7 or 8 minutes. Anya smiled at their good fortune. "Copy. Recommend Overlord withdraws. We're moving to evac." "It's your call, Charlie. Good luck. Out." Switching off the radio, Anya looked down towards the lake. There was no sign of the remaining team members, but it was likely they were still in the area. "They will realize their mistake soon. We must hurry." "Where do we go?" "Anywhere but here." With Anya leading the way, they took off through the woods, running as only people fleeing for their lives can run. Adrenaline and fear charging through his veins, Alex sprinted through the shadows beneath the dense evergreen canopy, paying little heed to the direction they were heading. His only concerns were putting as much distance as possible between himself and the house, and keeping pace with his companion. To her credit, Anya did at least slow down occasionally and glance over her shoulder, though she couldn't say for sure whether she was checking on him or looking for signs they were being followed. Alex made it a few hundred yards before shock and exhaustion caught up with him. Stumbling against a tree, he doubled over, coughing and retching and clutching at the trunk for support. Coming to a stop, Anya undid the tabs holding her Kevlar vest closed and tossed it aside. The GPS identification system built into the vest had served them well during their escape from the house, but it wouldn't take long for the agency to figure out what had happened and turn that same technology against them. This done, she turned to look at Alex. "Get rid of your vest. We must keep moving." Moving was the last thing on his mind at that moment. Over and over he saw that image of Landvik falling to the floor, his head blasted apart by the powerful sniper round. His friend, a man who had allowed them in his home, who had agreed to help them, albeit reluctantly, and who had paid for it with his life. "I killed him," Alex whispered, tears stinging his eyes. "Jesus Christ. He's dead because of me." It was one thing to have ruined what was left of his own life and put himself in danger, but this was completely different. An innocent man had died today because of Alex's stupidity and arrogance. "We don't have time for this." He sank to his knees, staring down at the muddy ground, as despair and grief pressed down on him like a physical weight. "What's the point in running? We lost the download. We're fucked." Suddenly he felt himself seized by a strong grip and looked up to find Anya kneeling beside him, her eyes locked with his. "Alex, listen to me. I know he was your friend, but his death was not your fault. He killed himself when he triggered that alarm. You can grieve for him later if you must, but for now we have to leave this place. Now get up." Her words had done little to assuage his guilt, but they did at least kindle a small fire of resolve within him. Wearily he pulled himself to his feet and fumbled to undo the tabs on his vest. Gratefully shedding the cumbersome and restrictive body armor, he allowed Anya to lead the way once more. She was still moving quickly, but at a more measured pace than before, to give him more of a chance to keep up. Their course ran parallel to a small stream at the base of a shallow creek for the next 100 yards or so, allowing them to remain more or less hidden from view as they retreated. Only when Anya spotted a trail winding through the woodland up ahead did they change direction. She halted for a moment and knelt down to examine some markings in the ground. It had clearly been raining since the tracks were made, but even Alex was able to discern tire marks in the dirt. The nature of the vehicle that had left them was lost on him, however. "This way," Anya said, leading him down the trail.
Olivia! Olivia, wake up!"
Mitchell's eyes opened a crack, her conscious mind struggling to reassert itself as confused thoughts and images whirled through her head. Then suddenly she saw an image of the woman named Anya standing over her, saw her boot come crashing down, followed by an explosion of light and a great gulf of darkness that seemed to swallow her up. In that moment, her eyes flew open, and she sat upright, almost knocking Argento off his feet.
"Whoa, easy,"
he cautioned, taking her by the shoulder and easing her back.
"You took a blow to the head. I was starting to wonder if you'd come round."
She was starting to wish she hadn't. Waves of pain radiated through her head like ripples in a pond, and she had to swallow hard as a surge of nausea threatened to overwhelm her. Gingerly, she reached up and touched her left temple, which seemed to be throbbing in time to her pulse. A swelling the size of a boiled egg seemed to have risen beneath the skin. "How long was I out?" she managed to say. Argento made a face.
"Search me. I've been out for a while myself."
It was only then that she noticed his disheveled state. Bruising and cuts marked one side of his face, and his hair was matted with congealed blood. Then again, taking a fire extinguisher to the head was likely to cause a fair amount of damage. "You okay?" she asked, ashamed for not noticing before now.
"I doubt I'll be doing any modeling for a while, but I'll live."
"Any sign of Yates and the woman?" He shook his head.
"They must have split after they took us down."
Shit. The rest of her team needed to know about this. Reaching up, she felt around for the radio transmitter that linked her into the other ground units, then frowned when she realized it was gone.
"Mine too,"
Argento confirmed.
"And our vests and weapons."
God damn it! Mitchell could hardly believe that one unarmed woman had taken them both down and escaped with such brutal ease. It was as if they presented no obstacle to her.
"Listen, there's something you need to see,"
the young man went on.
"I swept the house after I came round. They've got some kind of computer terminal set up in—"
"Quiet," Mitchell hissed, straining to listen. She could hear something outside, something above the persistent ringing in her ears and pounding of her heart. A long, sustained wailing sound, rising and falling in pitch. Police sirens. Argento heard it too, and immediately reached the same conclusion.
"We need to evac,"
he said. Whatever he had to tell her could wait for now.
"Can you walk?"
"Can you?" she fired back, struggling to get to her feet. The world seemed to be spinning around her, and the nausea was back with a vengeance.
"Guess we'll find out,"
he said, helping her up. In the woods not far away, Hawkins was busy following the trail left by the two fugitives in their desperate bid to flee the area. His clothes and hair were still soaking from his recent plunge into the lake, but the cold barely troubled him as he pushed relentlessly forward. Anya, well trained as she was at escape and evasion, left barely a discernible trail amidst the pine needles and damp soil of the forest floor. The same could not be said of her companion, however. Even an untrained eye could have followed his deep and uncoordinated trail with ease, and Hawkins was far from untrained. Spotting something on the ground up ahead, Hawkins gripped the submachine gun tighter. As he approached, he reached up and pressed his radio.
"Alpha to all units. Possible contact in the forest, west of the house," he whispered. "Anyone copy?"
Nothing. Not even static.
Fuck.
He'd suspected his dive into the lake wouldn't do his tactical radio unit any favors, but there had been little choice at the time if he still expected to play a meaningful part in this action. In any case, he had little faith in Mitchell and her fellow agents to do anything except absorb bullets for him. Keeping a wary eye on the quiet woodland around him, he knelt to examine the pair of Kevlar vests that had been seemingly discarded at the base of a tree. These vests had come from his own assault team, and it didn't take long for him to guess why. Anya had proven herself a worthy adversary once again, taking out two armed operatives and using their identification tags to clear the area without arousing the attention of the Reaper drone overhead. Leaving the body armor where he found it, Hawkins rose to his feet and prepared to pick up the trail. She had done well to make it this far, but she would definitely pay for it. Chapter 28. Their progress was easier on the relatively flat path, and soon the trees gave way to an expanse of open lawn. Perhaps 50 yards away stood a house of similar design, albeit smaller size, to the one they had just left. Alex realized then that they'd stumbled into a neighboring property. The lakeside location might have been remote, but there were still other houses here, no doubt all occupying prime vantage points overlooking the water. Both of them crouched down at the edge of the woodland to survey the area. There were no cars visible in the driveway, and no outward signs of activity. It was possible the occupants were either out of work or that this place was only a weekend residence. Either way, it seemed unlikely they would find transportation here. Signaling Alex to hang back, Anya angled left, heading for a wooden outbuilding about 30 yards from the house. It looked like a small garage or storage shed of some kind, quite well maintained judging by the freshly treated timbers and unmarked felt roof. The double doors at the front were secured by a simple bolt and padlock combination that was probably all the security one needed in these parts. Anya paused long enough to study the ground leading up to the doors. Satisfied she'd found what she needed, she reached into her pocket and produced what looked like a couple of thin pieces of metal. Armed with these simple tools, she went to work on the lock, quickly and efficiently disabling its pin tumbler system. In under 10 seconds, the formidable-looking device fell away, allowing her to haul the door open. "Alex, come here," she hissed. Hurrying across the open space and feeling exposed the whole time, Alex gratefully slipped through the door and into the cool darkness of the shed. The interior was like most small garages the world over. Lots of tins of paint, plant pots, old tools, garden furniture, and 100 other things that the owners probably never used, but weren't ready to part with. The thing that marked this one out as different, however, was the battered but rugged-looking motorbike propped up against one wall. Lightweight and durable, and splattered with dried mud, it looked like a scrambler rather than a long-distance road cruiser, the sort of vehicle that was perfect for roaring along narrow forest trails. Wheeling the bike into the center of the shed, Anya mounted it, leaned forward to check the fuel tank, then gave the starter lever a single powerful downward stroke. Straight away the small engine leapt into life, its high-pitched rattle sounding almost toy-like in the confined space. Still, it was ready, and clearly willing. "Get the door," she said, nodding to the door that had swung shut. Creeping over, Alex reached out and eased the wooden door open to survey the open ground beyond. At the same moment he felt a strange sensation of something whizzing past his face at high speed, moving so fast that it seemed to create a shockwave of disturbed air in its wake that made his ears pop. An instant later, Alex flinched as the door next to him exploded in a spray of broken wood fragments, a fist-sized hole punched in its frame. "Down!" Anya cried out. Even as he dropped to the ground, moving more on instinct than in obedience to her instructions, he was aware of more holes suddenly appearing in the door and walls around him. Only then did the distinctive, terrifying crackle of automatic gunfire reach his ears. Anya, too, had abandoned the bike and thrown herself down, recognizing the meager protection offered by the building in which they found themselves. Broken splinters of wood rained down on them as more shots tore into the shed, shattering old plant pots and bursting apart tins of paint. "Stay flat," she warned, hoping a stray round didn't find a soft human target. Crawling forward on the dirt floor, Anya drew her weapon and squinted through one of the bullet holes that now riddled the shed's wood paneling. Sure enough, she could just make out the figure of a man in dark combat gear crouched behind a tree trunk at the edge of the woods, with a weapon at his shoulder. He wasn't in any hurry to advance on them yet, because he knew he had the upper hand. With a fully automatic weapon and apparently plentiful supply of ammunition on his side, he could afford to keep pouring fire into the shed until sooner or later he scored a fatal hit. And where there was one operative, there were likely to be more just like him. The longer he kept her pinned down here, the greater the chance that others would close the net around her, and surrounded by open ground, there was nowhere she and Alex could flee to. Even she couldn't fight her way out of a trap like this single-handed. If she was to escape this with Yates, she had to act now. Gripping the MP5 she had stolen earlier, she took a rough aim and squeezed off a long burst of automatic fire in response, attempting to shoot through the holes their attacker had already made and perhaps score a lucky hit on an unprotected limb. However, her shots were too inaccurate and her target too well protected for the burst to have much effect. Before she could squeeze off more than a dozen rounds, the priming handle snapped backward and locked in place, jammed by a stoppage. Either a defective round that hadn't cleared the breach, or a spent casing lodged in the ejection port. Either way, clearing it would take time she didn't have. Outside, Hawkins adjusted his aim downward, squeezing off another sustained burst at the storage shed. The MP5 kicked back into his shoulder with each rhythmic thud, the working parts clicking as they drew a fresh round into the breech, while ejected shell casings pinged to the ground around him. The shed, constructed of soft wood paneling around a basic framework, presented no resistance whatsoever, the rounds punching cleanly through and out the other side. Pausing only a moment to eject the spent magazine from his smoking weapon, he drew a fresh one from his webbing and pushed it home in a single smooth motion before rising to his feet and advancing towards his target. In lieu of cover provided by fellow teammates, he would have to rely on nothing more than raw firepower to tip the scales in his favor. Anya might have evaded him back at the house, but she wouldn't get away this time. The shed was surrounded by open ground, making escape impossible. He had the advantage of both armor and firepower, and he intended to make use of both. Keeping the weapon trained on the shed, he dropped to one knee and reached for the fragmentation grenade fixed into a pouch on his chest. A messy and inelegant way to kill someone, but nonetheless effective. And perhaps Anya would survive the blast long enough for him to look into her eyes as her life faded away. It was at this moment that he spotted the distinctive blue flash of police lights out of the corner of his eye, accompanied by the roar of a powerful engine at high revs. Swinging the submachine gun around, he was just in time to see a Volkswagen Passat come tearing across the open ground towards him, its chassis painted in the distinctive blue and white livery of the Norwegian police service. No doubt they were responding to reports of shots fired at the lakeside house. There was no siren. The two officers on board must have been savvy enough to disable it rather than announce their arrival. This was a new and entirely unwelcome problem that needed to be dealt with right away. Norwegian police weren't usually issued with firearms when walking the streets, though every police cruiser kept a cache of weapons locked down in the trunk for dealing with armed criminals. Hawkins had no idea if this pair had stopped to unlock the cache, and he wasn't about to find out. He cursed their sense of timing as he trained his weapon on the driver. If they'd arrived a couple of minutes later, he could have avoided unnecessary casualties, but his actions were as necessary as they were brutal. With a fleeting sense of disappointment, he squeezed off a burst that punched straight through the windshield. Blood spattered the inside of the glass, and the car slewed sideways, confirming he'd scored a good hit. Realizing she was about to suffer the same fate as her partner, the second officer ducked down in her seat as Hawkins opened fire again. Rounds howled against metal as ragged bullet holes began to appear in her door. In the shed, Anya had heard the sudden commotion outside and guessed the cause right away. She doubted a police cruiser would stand much chance against a highly trained operative armed with an automatic weapon, and felt a twinge of remorse at the needless deaths that were taking place at that very moment. Still, their sacrifice might just buy her the momentary distraction she needed. Dropping the jammed submachine gun, she leapt to her feet and heaved the bike upright once more, its engine still ticking over despite being dropped on its side. Leaving it running like that might have caused the engine to suck oil into the combustion chamber, which wouldn't do her any favors if she tried to push it hard. The last thing she needed was for the casing to rupture and spray her legs with scalding hot oil. But it wasn't as if there was a spare bike she could choose. "Get on!" she cried, beckoning Alex forward. The last time Alex had ridden a motorbike had been when he borrowed a friend's moped in high school. Even then, he'd almost lost control and crashed into a stand of bushes. But too physically and emotionally exhausted to protest, he clambered on behind Anya and slid his arms around her waist. "Hold on!" she advised. With little option, Alex braced himself as she opened the throttle up all the way. The bike, though weighed down by two riders, nonetheless shot forward with surprising power, leaving a cloud of grey exhaust smoke and dust in their wake. Rocketing out through the doors, Anya veered hard left immediately, carrying them away from the one-sided gunfight taking place nearby. For a moment, Alex saw the armed operative who had been poised to kill them, his weapon still spitting fire at the stricken police cruiser, saw the barrel of the gun swinging towards them, and another burst of fire cut through the air, the deadly little projectiles eagerly seeking a target. He saw it all in a blur of jolting motion, of fear and adrenaline, and a moment later, it was gone. Within seconds they had left the open lawn behind and crossed into the relative safety of the woods once more. Alex could do nothing but hold on for dear life as they weaved through the trees, bumping through dips and jumping over mounds of earth, before landing with bone-jarring force.
"Jesus Christ! I can't believe that worked!"
he exclaimed, having to shout in her ear to be heard over the roar of wind and engine.
"Where the hell do we go now?"
"North! Away from here!"
Anya replied, her voice carrying an edge of pain that caught him off guard.
"We stick to the forest as long as we can. That should get us out of the immediate search area."
Alex could feel something warm and wet on his hand. Glancing down, he was shocked to find it slick with blood, and he was quite certain it wasn't his.
"Shit! You're bleeding!"
he exclaimed, realizing that last burst of gunfire aimed their way hadn't gone as wide as he'd thought.
"Are you all right? How bad is it?"
She said nothing to this, instead tightening her grip on the throttle. Chapter 29. Hawkins was in a foul mood as he strode down the plush-carpeted corridor of the embassy building to his makeshift office. A pair of diplomatic aides heading in the opposite direction quickly moved aside, exchanging anxious glances as he stormed past. The operation to take down Anya and Yates had ended in complete failure, and on some level he was aware that it was partly down to him. He had allowed emotion to cloud his normally cold and clinical decision-making, and had very nearly paid for it with his life. As it was, they had left a pair of dead police officers and one Norwegian civilian in their wake. They had failed, and it wouldn't take long for news of that failure to reach Kane back at Langley. These thoughts had scarcely entered his head when he felt the unwelcome buzz of his cell phone in his pocket. Slowing his pace, he reached in and fished the phone out. Sure enough, the caller was Marcus Kane.
"Yeah?"
he answered, his normally confident voice robbed of its power. The reply, when it came, was direct and no-nonsense, as one might expect from the deputy director of the CIA. "I assume you have an explanation for what happened." Hawkins winced inwardly, sensing the veiled rage and menace in his voice. There were few people in this world who could make him sweat with a single sentence, but Kane was one of them. He had the power to end careers, or even lives if he chose, and even favored associates like Hawkins weren't safe from his wrath. He would have to choose his response carefully.
"She was ready for us," he said,
his tone calm and even.
"She took down 2 of the strike team and compromised our comms net."
"And where were you when all this was going on?" Hawkins swallowed down his own anger, knowing it wouldn't serve him now.
"There was interference from local police. I couldn't get to them in time."
There was a sigh on the other end of the line, the weary resignation of a man struggling with the incompetence of subordinates.
"You were chosen for this job because I believed I could trust you to get this done.
I'd hate to think I was wrong about you, Jason."
"I've never let you down before."
"But you have today," Kane cut in.
"I don't need to remind you what's at stake here. The longer she's out there, the more of a threat she becomes. This has to end, now." "I can get her," Hawkins said firmly. "I did it once already."
"She wasn't expecting you then." Hawkins clenched his fist.
"She wasn't expecting the team I led against her. I need those same men."
He paused for a moment, allowing it to sink in.
"Give them to me, and I'll give you Anya."
Silence greeted him, strained and uncomfortable. Kane was weighing up what was clearly a difficult decision. The men he was referring to were part of an elite unit known only to a select few, their identity and purpose shrouded behind veils of secrecy and subterfuge. Each member was perfectly trained, hardened by long years of unforgiving experience, and undoubtedly worth more than an entire squad of regular soldiers. Such was their value in limited numbers that they operated almost exclusively alone, going about their grim and deadly work like the assassins they were. Only in times of greatest need were they called together to serve as a unit. Hawkins's request would mean pulling these operatives from active duty all across the world and placing them at his command. It was no small thing, even for a man with Kane's power and influence. But for Anya, Hawkins knew he would do anything. "I'll see what I can do," Kane said at last. "In the meantime, I suggest you get your house in order out there. I hope I've made myself clear." With that, the line went dead.
"Oh, Christ, watch it, will you?"
Argento snapped as a medic finished applying a dressing to the side of his head. Mitchell, seated on a bed opposite, said nothing. The ice pack pressed against her temple was doing a good job of reducing the swelling, while the bottle of painkillers she'd been given was helping with the pounding headache. As for the anger and frustration she felt, however, no drug could help her. She and the rest of the team had barely made it away from the lakeside house as Norwegian police units began to arrive in force. As a clandestine unit attempting a covert snatch-and-grab operation in a sovereign country, their discovery would have turned a failed op into a full-blown international incident. As it was, they had made it back to the U.S. Embassy with their tails firmly between their legs, leaving behind a dead body and a house full of bullet holes. Not a great day's work by anyone's standards. Worse, Yates and Anya, the two targets they had been sent to recover at all costs, were still out there somewhere. Just another failure to add to the growing list of fuck-ups today. Her thoughts were interrupted when the door to the medical center was thrown open and Hawkins breezed in. She hadn't seen him since her return to the embassy, though she'd known he was here. One didn't have to be a mind reader to guess his thoughts, and this was confirmed when his baleful gaze rested on Mitchell.
"Could we have the room, please?"
he said, his voice deceptively quiet and controlled. Argento opened his mouth to protest, but Mitchell cut him off. "It's okay, Vince," she said. "Give us 5 minutes, okay?" Argento's eyes didn't leave Hawkins for a second.
"That's not sitting well with me."
"Doesn't matter. Go." There was no point in delaying what was about to happen. She might as well get it over with. Reluctantly, Argento rose from his bed and vacated the room, followed by the medic who had been tending him. The door behind them closed, leaving Mitchell alone with Hawkins. For a moment or two, they just stood there staring at each other across the expanse of white linoleum flooring, neither one speaking or moving. The tick-tock of the clock mounted above the door was the only sign of the passage of time.
"Tell me something, Mitchell,"
Hawkins said, finally breaking the silence.
"You remember that conversation we had when I took over this investigation?"
She said nothing. He wasn't looking for answers.
"I only asked 2 things from you, to be straight with me and to trust me."
She could see his fingers flexing and clenching, the solid muscles of his arms tensing.
"What part of that didn't you understand today?"
"Look,
What you did was blow our one chance of taking down a priority target,"
he shouted, his voice echoing around the small room with frightening power. If she'd thought him daunting enough under normal circumstances, he was an entirely different man now that he'd been roused to anger.
"You disobeyed orders and moved in without authorization. You put lives at risk, your own included, and you allowed our target to escape."
"Are you fucking kidding me?"
she retorted, jumping to her feet.
"We could have breached that place right from the start. We could have taken Yates and the woman alive without a shot being fired. Instead, you ordered us to stay back while you used innocent civilians for target practice. You, Hawkins. Then when you couldn't finish the job, you tried to order a fucking drone strike against a civilian target. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Is that your idea of a covert operation?"
"It's my idea of keeping people alive."
He shook his head, chuckling with grim humor at her misplaced confidence.
You really don't have a clue what you're up against, do you? The woman we're hunting isn't just some rogue case officer with a chip on her shoulder. She's a predator, trained to overcome absolutely anything that gets in her way. She's fought and killed on every continent on Earth, and she survived 2 decades in a profession where a single moment of weakness can end your life.
You sound like you admire her. He shook his head.
I don't, but I'm afraid of her, just like you should be.
Bullshit, she retorted, in no mood for such bogeyman stories.
You're just trying to cover your own ass. You had to stay back because you wanted her dead, and guess what? You fucked up. She's gone, and an innocent civilian got caught in the crossfire. Don't you even care that a man died today because of you?
If she was expecting her scathing criticism to break through his mask of self-control, she was to be disappointed. Instead, Hawkins folded his arms and stared her down for several seconds, his cold eyes that had seen too many dark things over the years, reflecting not a trace of regret or doubt.
People die every day for no reason at all, Mitchell. You should know that.
Mitchell took a step closer, lowering her voice. What are you talking about?
Pretend for a second that I'm not as dumb as most of the people you work with. We both know I've read your file. U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Division. A decorated investigator with commendations coming out your ass. Then one day you decide to beat a man half to death, put him in a coma he never woke up from. Maybe you should think about that before you go lecturing me about excessive force.
Mitchell let out a breath, stunned by what she'd just heard. There was no pretense of cold detachment now, no standing her ground and refusing to show weakness. Hawkins had found the chink in her armor and was ready to exploit it.
But hey, I can't say I blame you,
Hawkins went on.
Might have done the same thing in your position. I would have been a little smarter about it, though. Tell me, what made you do it in front of a dozen witnesses?
Mitchell took a step back, her eyes reflecting the full depth of the pain and remorse and the anger she still felt. Part of her wanted to turn and run, to retreat from this daunting, frightening man who served an agenda she didn't understand and who seemed to know everything about her. How do you know all this? She managed to say. Her service record, as well as the details of her summary dismissal, were supposed to be sealed and restricted. No one but executive-level agency personnel could access it. Again, that mocking, knowing smile.
I make it my business to know who I'm working with. Just like I know you were drinking hard the night before I met you. I could still smell it leaking out of your pores. I bet your little boyfriend Argento could smell it too, even if he pretended to ignore it.
He leaned in a little closer.
Drinking to forget, huh? If you think a bottle of wine will make it all go away, you're wrong.
She glanced away, unable to meet his withering gaze.
That's what I thought,
Hawkins concluded.
You'll have plenty of time to think it over on your flight back to England.
Mitchell felt like a fist had just been driven into her stomach.
What? You and the rest of your people are being sent home, he informed her coldly. You didn't honestly think I'd trust this whole op to a bunch of barely trained field agents and one alcoholic has-been, did you?
He shook his head, with something akin to pity.
My own team will take it from here. As of now, consider yourself relieved of duty.
Mitchell had no words. Like all his dealings with her, Hawkins's revelation had been abrupt, cold, and delivered with absolute authority.
And in case you're thinking about making an issue of this, keep in mind that I was able to read your classified files simply because I wanted to. So think about what I could do to you and your friends if you really piss me off.
His devastating news delivered, Hawkins turned and swept out of the room, slamming the door behind him and leaving a stunned Mitchell alone to contemplate her fate. Chapter 30. How bad is it? Alex asked as Anya sat down at the base of a sprawling pine tree, weary and pained, her clothes stained with dust and dried blood. Reaching up, she gingerly removed her blood-stained jacket to reveal a ragged bullet wound that snaked across the skin of her upper arm. It was still oozing blood, though the bleeding seemed to have slowed as her body worked to form a clot. She flexed the fingers of her injured arm a few times, then slowly curled and straightened the limb, wincing slightly as torn flesh was pulled apart by the movement of muscles beneath. "It's not," she said, though there was a resigned, almost indignant tone to her words. "Just a scratch. I was luckier than I deserved." The dirt bike was standing nearby, its engine ticking as it slowly cooled. After making good their escape, they had ridden for more than an hour through the dense woodland, following winding forest trails and occasionally cutting straight across the rough terrain. The bike's suspension seemed to be an afterthought, and by the time they'd finally come to a stop with their fuel running low, Alex felt like a broken man. He could only imagine how she was feeling after riding all that way with a hole in her arm. But like most things in life, neither the injury nor the rough ride seemed to have troubled her. The only evidence that she'd even tackled the demanding physical task of navigating the bike through dense woodland was a light coating of sweat and dust on her face. "First time I've ever heard someone call it lucky to be shot," he remarked. "Don't you think we should get you to a doctor or something?" She glanced at him for a moment. "Doctors ask questions, Alex. They also stop you bleeding to death. Or is this like in Rambo where you've been trained not to feel pain?" Anya said nothing to that, concentrating instead on tearing away a portion of her t-shirt to use as an improvised bandage. Much as she would have preferred a suture kit and a sterilized field dressing, this would have to do for now. A pool of rainwater had formed in a natural depression in the ground nearby, and after soaking the strip of cloth in it, she set about cleaning the dried blood from her arm. Even she couldn't quite suppress a gasp of pain when she reached the gunshot wound itself. "Let me help," Alex said, taking a step towards her. Seeing her injured in this way had stirred an unexpected pang of guilt in him, as if she had somehow taken a bullet that was meant for him. "I can do it myself," she snapped, immediately causing him to back away. "I have done it enough times before." "I'm sure you can. I just meant you don't have to." Sensing his words weren't making much of an impact, he shook his head. "Never mind. Forget it." Despite her stoic silence and seemingly unlimited endurance, she was hurting, tired, and defeated. She was angry, he realized, but not at him. She was angry at their failure today, angry at being forced to flee empty-handed, angry at possibly having met her match in the people now hunting them. Anya sighed and looked away for a moment, perhaps sensing she needed to reach out to him but unsure how to do it. She reached up and ran a hand through her hair, staring off into the distance as she searched for the right words. "I'm sorry, Alex. About your friend," she said at last. "He did not deserve what happened to him. And you did not deserve to be shouted at for trying to help." Alex swallowed, replaying Gregor's death yet again, but nodded acknowledgement. It was about as close to an emotional reconciliation as he was likely to get with someone like Anya, and that meant something to him. "About the file," she went on. "You were able to download it once already? Can you do it again?" Alex shook his head slowly. "The CIA didn't know what to look for last time. When they get into that house and find Gregor's computer, sooner or later they'll figure out how I got in." He looked up at her, his eyes reflecting the immense disappointment he felt. "I'm sorry, but it's hopeless." Anya chewed her lip. "Must be another way. Come on, Alex. You're smart and good at solving problems like this." He managed a weary smile. "That's literally the nicest thing you've ever said to me." "I meant it," she assured him. "Now think. How else can you get to it?" Alex closed his eyes, thinking once more about the complex deception he'd set up to gain access to the CIA's network. He had neither the time nor the resources to stage something like that again, and it would be impossible to recover Lamvik's hard drive now. So what was he missing? Then, unbidden, another thought leapt into his head. A memory. A memory of how slow Anya's file had been to download, and his discovery of the mysterious web address that the information was being routed to. It had, in effect, downloaded twice, resulting in 2 copies on different machines. And at last, he understood why. "A ghost drive," he said, the realization finally coming to him. "Gregor, you clever little shit." She regarded him curiously. "What do you mean?" "When we were downloading the file, I noticed it was being directed to 2 places, Gregor's hard drive and an IP address I didn't recognize. I was in the middle of tracking it down when I heard you shouting in the other room, so I never got a chance to finish." "But I think he was using a ghost drive. It's like an online duplicate of your own computer," he said, searching for layman's terms he could use to explain it to her. "We used them all the time back in the day, in case our houses got raided by the police or burned down or whatever. At least all our work would be safe and backed up. I think Gregor had one set up to run automatically." Clearly his explanation had worked, because he saw the dawning comprehension in her eyes. "So you're saying the file is still out there somewhere?" He nodded. "So how do we get it?" "Well, we can't download it over the internet, if that's what you mean," he said, quick to shut down that line of thought. "The CIA will know what we're after now, so they'd know what to look for. The minute we tried to move it, they'd be on us, but—" This prompted a raised eyebrow. "But?" Alex let out a weary breath. "Well, this is purely for the sake of argument. But in theory, you could get to it the old-fashioned way. Find the building and even the machine the file is stored in, and manually copy it to a laptop or whatever. The CIA would never know about it because the file would never move online. It would be like someone on the other side of the planet trying to see what you're doing in your living room with the curtains drawn, and they don't even know where you live." Clearly this sounded too good to be true. "There's a catch, I presume?" "The catch is you'd have to physically enter the building where the servers are kept, and these places are sealed up tighter than a duck's arse. Even the smaller ones have got security guards, cameras, the whole Mission Impossible routine." Anya, however, didn't seem to share his bleak appraisal of the situation. "Nothing is impossible, Alex. If I could get you in, for the sake of argument, could you do the things you've described?" He looked at her with a mixture of disbelief and burgeoning hope. "Probably, but—" "This is no time for probabilities," she interrupted. "Can you do it or not?" Alex suppressed a sigh of exasperation. "Yes, I can do it. And do you know where this building is?" "I know the IP address is in Turkey, probably Istanbul, since that's where most of their service providers are based. The random series of numbers that made up the address would have been lost on most people, but they were imprinted on his memory like the lyrics of a favorite song." She eyed him dubiously. "You memorized it?" "Trust me, remembering things isn't a problem for me," he assured her. "Are you actually suggesting we break in? I will get us inside." There was clearly no doubt in her mind about that. "I only need you to download the file." "Great, but how am I supposed to get there? I'm a wanted man, plus I don't have a passport." She nodded, her expression suggesting she had anticipated this problem. "Then we will need help." "Who the hell would want to help us now?" Anya rose to her feet. "The man who got you involved in this." Chapter 31. Mitchell was in a bar around the corner from the U.S. Embassy, nursing her second vodka on ice, when Argento finally caught up with her. "There you are," he said, pulling up a stool next to her. "I was beginning to wonder if you'd gone AWOL." He called 3 times before she'd at last relented and answered, reluctantly confirming her location. Whatever he wanted to discuss, she could only assume it was important, not that she cared much at this point. "Doesn't make much difference now," she said, taking a sip of her drink. The ice clinked in her glass as she tilted it back. "We're shut down, Vince. Hawkins pulled the plug." Argento winced. "Yeah, I got the memo. The guy's a piece of work, that's for sure." Mitchell smiled grimly. "A piece of work with friends in high places." One of a bar staff, a plump woman in her 40s with dusty blonde hair, wandered over to take his order. After ordering a Heineken, Argento waited until the beer had been delivered, and she'd gone off to serve another customer, before turning his attention back to Mitchell. "You never asked why I left CID to join the agency," she prompted, looking at him searchingly. "Why not?" He shrugged, taking a mouthful of beer.
I figured it was your business, not mine. You tell me when you were ready.
The woman sighed and looked down at the ice floating in her drink. It was some time before she was able to speak, but Argento made no effort to prompt her. I beat a man almost to death, she finally said. It came out so fast, so easily, that she even surprised herself. Ended his career, and mine. It happened 2 years ago when I was on my 3rd tour in Afghanistan. You ever serve out there yourself?
Haven't had the chance.
His voice had lost some of its usual confidence. His was an admission of inexperience, of having missed out on something that many of his comrades had been through over the past 7 years. It's a lonely place, Mitchell said, her voice quiet and pensive. The training prepares you for almost everything. The heat, the terrain, the people. But it's the loneliness that gets to you. It creeps up on you slowly, so that at first you're not even aware of it. But it's always there, following you around every minute of every day, until eventually you forget what it's like to feel anything else. She exhaled slowly and took another drink. I was put in charge of a unit investigating crimes committed by ISAF troops against local civilians. Hearts and minds stuff, you get the picture. Anyway, it was my first command, and I took it seriously. Handled a lot of the cases myself. Probably too many. That's when I was given my first sexual assault case. A girl, 14 years old, who claimed she'd been arrested by one of our patrols, taken into an abandoned building, and raped. It was some private military contractor called Horizon. She even identified the man who'd done it by his name tag. She glanced up at Argento. I guess he assumed she couldn't read. Anyway, I reported it, brought charges against him and the other men involved, tried to get them prosecuted. But her family wouldn't let our medics examine her or take forensic evidence. And when I tried to push them, they clammed up, refused to let me speak to her. The Army didn't want the bad publicity either, not against one of their biggest contractors, so the case collapsed. Insufficient evidence. Pretty useful phrase, huh? Covers a whole lot of dirty secrets. Her lips parted in a faint smile that was more of a grimace. The thing of it is, I actually saw the son of a bitch as we were leaving the hearing. He looked at me, gave me this little smile like he'd known all along he was going to get away with it. Maybe he did.
So what did you do?
Argento asked. She shrugged with feigned indifference. Not much I could do. The justice system had made its ruling. All I could do was pick up the pieces. I went out to visit the girl they'd raped, hoping I could get her counseling or something to help her deal with it. That was when I found out she'd hanged herself. She couldn't accept the shame of what had happened to her, so she took her own life. Her grip on the glass tightened, and she blinked to rid herself of the tears forming in her eyes. 14 years old. Argento said nothing to this. He could see the toll this was taking on her, but he sensed she had to get it out. She'd kept this bottled up inside for a long time, and it had been eating away at her ever since. That was it for me, she went on. I went back to my room, had myself a few drinks. More than a few, I guess. I looked at myself in the mirror. Looked for a long time. And I realized her death was on me. If I hadn't pushed so hard, if I hadn't been so tired and strung out and fucking arrogant, I could have won her family around. I could have gotten her to testify. That's when I decided to go looking for my smiling friend. It took a while, but sure enough I found him in a mess hall having dinner with his buddies. He had a lot to celebrate, I guess. Her breathing was coming faster now, her pulse quickening as the emotion she'd felt that day stirred within her once more. I had my sidearm with me, so I drew it. Walked up on him from behind and clubbed him across the back of the head. He went down right away, and I didn't mean to keep hitting him. I thought once would be enough, but I just couldn't stop myself. It's like I was watching someone else, someone I didn't recognize. I hit him with that gun again and again until he stopped trying to fight me off. until I could barely move my arm. Even when his buddies tried to stop me, I turned my weapon on them and threatened to kill them. I swear to God I would have pulled the trigger. I would have done it without a moment's hesitation. That's when a couple of MPs showed up and forced me to drop it. That's when I realized what I'd done. With a trembling hand, she raised the glass to her lips and took a deep pull on the vodka. She needed it now. He didn't do much smiling after that, she finally said. Didn't do much of anything, in fact. Last I heard, he's still lying in a coma in some veterans' hospital, probably never going to wake up. She exhaled slowly, raising her chin as if facing up to her actions. And as for me, I got the trial he never did. A closed trial, the kind they don't keep too many official records of. They offered me a simple deal: leave CID and never talk about what happened, or spend the next 20 years in jail for attempted murder. They were giving me a way out, or so they said. That it was a cover-up, and we all knew it. A cover-up of the rape, the mistrial, even me. And I went along with it, because I was too much of a fucking coward to stand up to them. Taking a final mouthful, she drained her drink, set the glass back down on the bar, and turned to look at her companion. I drink almost every night, Vince, she admitted. Not because I regret what I did. I don't. And not because I threw away my career. It wasn't worth shit if it was built on lies anyway. I drink because of her. Every night I see her face. And every night I know her death is on my hands. That's what I have to live with. Forever. And there it was at last. The truth finally laid bare, without alterations, without omissions or exaggerations, without any attempt to paint herself in a more favorable light. She had told him exactly how it all came to pass, and she was glad of it. No matter how he judged her now, she felt better that he knew the truth, as if a weight had been lifted from her. You never told me any of this before, Argento said, his voice quiet and subdued. She could feel his eyes on her without having to look. Why now? Mitchell sniffed and wiped her eyes, regaining her composure with difficulty. This'll be my last posting, Vince, she said, facing up to another truth she knew was inexorably closing in on her. No matter what I do now, Hawkins is going to end what's left of my career after what happened today, and believe me, he can make that happen. But before I go, I wanted you to know the truth. I wanted you to know who I really am. She didn't see him reach out, but she felt his hand on hers, warm and reassuring against the cold hardness of the glass. I know who you are, he said. You're an impatient, condescending pain in the ass. You're terrible with authority. You manage to piss off just about everyone who has the misfortune of working with you. Despite herself, Mitchell couldn't help but laugh at this. It was just like him to choose such a moment to list her faults, of which there were admittedly plenty to choose from. And, it pains me to say this, but you're one of the finest people I ever worked with, Argento added, his voice taking on an uncharacteristically serious edge. She felt him squeeze her hand a little tighter. What happened to that girl wasn't your fault, any more than it was hers. But it happened anyway, and you did your best for her. You tried to help her. You gave up your career trying to get justice for her. Nobody could ask more of you. Punishing yourself for it won't change that. Mitchell closed her eyes and let out a ragged, shuddering breath. The grief, the anger, the pent-up frustration and pain threatening to overflow now that it had at last found an outlet. Argento said nothing while she fought to regain control, merely sat beside her, offering what comfort he could just by being there. Thank you, she said at last, pulling her hand back. It wasn't a rejection of his attempt to comfort her, merely an acknowledgement that he'd done what he could, and that no more was expected of him. I mean that. Hey, that's my good deed for the year, he remarked with a wry smile. Now, I'm going to be a complete asshole to balance it out. Makes a change, she said sarcastically, though in truth she was relieved he'd opted to lighten the mood, and returned to his more playful, provocative nature. It was a tacit acknowledgement that things hadn't changed between them in the wake of her revelation, that he still saw her as the same person as before, and it was what she needed at that moment. She turned to look at him. "So tell me, what's gotten you so riled up that you had to speak to me so bad?" The young man shook his head.
"It's nothing. I mean, it doesn't matter now."
"Sure it does."
"This is the last thing you need to be dealing with now."
Mitchell held up a hand to silence his protest. "Vance, just because I told you a few things about myself doesn't mean we're soulmates now. I'll decide what I can and can't handle. So say what you came here to say. I'll take it from there." Clearly he knew he was fighting a losing battle.
"Fucking waste of time trying to argue with you anyway."
Glancing about to make sure no one was within earshot, Argento leaned in closer and lowered his voice.
"Okay, like I said back at the lakeside house, I managed to clear the place before we pulled out of there. There was a computer in one of the bedrooms, real serious-looking rig, and I don't think they were using it to watch YouTube."
Mitchell frowned, failing to see where he was going with this. "So what was it for?"
"No idea. Hawkins had put a sniper round through it, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't down to bad aim. But I managed to remove the hard drive before we left and sent the contents to a friend of mine back at Langley. Her name's Frost. She does a lot of technical work with the Shepherd teams there."
That said a lot about her credentials, Mitchell thought. The Shepherd teams were an elite amongst the agency's field teams, tasked with finding and retrieving operatives who went missing in the most dangerous and difficult environments on Earth. Only the best in their respective areas were put forward for selection, and not many made the grade. "How the hell do you know someone like her?" she couldn't help asking.
"Let's say she owes me a favor or two,"
Argento went on, the look in his eyes hinting that there was more history there than he was prepared to get into.
"Anyway, from what she could tell, our friends have been downloading a file from the agency's secure network. The file itself was damaged beyond repair. I guess a .50 caliber round will do that. But she did find something interesting about the download. It seems everything was being backed up in an online ghost drive, probably as a security measure. She was able to trace the IP address to Istanbul, Turkey."
The bartender was approaching to refill her drink, but Mitchell waved her off. Her attention was very much on Argento now. She found it hard to believe Yates would risk so much by taking another shot at cracking the agency's network. Then again, if men like Hawkins were prepared to kill to protect its secrets, it made sense that others were prepared to go just as far to uncover them. So what's his play now? She wondered.
According to Frost, there are two options. One, he tries to set up another download. The downside is he knows we're on to him now. We've seen the program he's using, so we'd know what to look for if he tried again. For what it's worth, she'll keep a lookout for this just in case. Option 2, he goes to the server building where the ghost drive is stored and manually retrieves the file without us knowing. What would you do if you were him?
Mitchell couldn't believe what she was hearing. If Argento was right, they might well have been granted a sudden and startling insight into the intentions of Yates and his female accomplice. This was a game-changer, an advantage they simply couldn't afford to pass up. The only question now was what to do with it. Does Hawkins know about this? He shook his head.
I've got the only copy of the hard drive.
And this Frost back in D.C., do you trust her?
Argento made a face. She's a pain in the ass at times. You'd like her. But she won't compromise us. I'd stake my life on it. Right now, the three of us are the only ones who know about this.
Then that's how I want it to stay, Mitchell decided.
I can live with that. But there's something else you should know.
His smile faded a little as he continued.
Don't get pissed with me, but I also had Frost run a covert personnel search on our friend Hawkins. I was hoping she might dig up some dirt.
Let me guess. There's no record of the guy. She might not have worked with the agency for long, but even she understood that such men were kept strictly off the books. Hawkins, if that was even his real name, was most likely part of a black ops unit that didn't officially exist, even within the agency itself. Argento feigned a look of surprise.
Actually, there is. At least there's part of one. And here's where it gets interesting. Hawkins was U.S. Army, part of Delta Force, a decorated Special Force operative with a bunch of successful ops under his belt. Then in 2001, his record stops. She frowned, beginning to wish she hadn't drunk so much. Her normally keen mind had been dulled by the vodka.
You mean he was discharged?
No, you don't follow. His record just ends, right there. No discharge papers, no information about new postings or transfers. It's like he just disappeared.
He looked at her searchingly.
My guess is he was inducted into some kind of black ops unit, off the books, maybe a joint venture between the Army and the agency.
You come up with that all by yourself, Vince?
Kiss my ass, he retorted. The point is, there's definitely something dirty about our buddy Hawkins. I don't know what his agenda is, but it sure as hell isn't about protecting national security from computer hackers.
She wasn't about to argue with that.
The woman with the blonde hair is his real mission,
Argento went on. Now that his conspiracy theory mind was in full flow, there was no stopping him.
You saw how personal he made this during the house assault. I think she and Hawkins were in the same unit together. Maybe she turned against him, got sick of his bullshit, and went rogue.
Can't say I blame her, to be honest. Okay, calm down, Mitchell said, stopping him before things got out of hand. Once ideas like this took hold, it was easy to lose sight of the facts that had spawned them. All we have right now are missing service records and unproven theories. Let's stick with what we know. His grin was conspiratorial.
We know where Yates and his friend are likely to head next, and we know that if we want to find out what this is really about, we won't get another chance like this. The question is, what's our play?
She hadn't missed his choice of words, or their implication. Your play is to follow orders and go home. I'll decide what to do with this.
Well, we both know I'm not going to listen to that,
he said, his cocky smile returning.
We also know that if you're heading to Istanbul to take on this woman, you're going to need help. That's in pretty short supply these days.
Mitchell looked at her comrade in exasperation. Argento was intelligent and enthusiastic, to be sure, but he was also young and far too confident for her liking. The course of action he was suggesting had the potential to end careers, perhaps even lives if it went wrong. She wondered if he truly appreciated the dangers. Look, this isn't a game we're playing here. You've got a good record and a promising career ahead of you. Why risk it on something like this?
His grin broadened. I'm a sucker for a good conspiracy. Plus Hawkins is an asshole and I'd like to see him take a fall. And, I hate to admit this, but I think you deserve a second chance.
Mitchell sighed and looked down at her empty glass. You know there are no guarantees with this.
Of course. That's what makes it fun.
There was nothing else she could say. She'd given him every chance to back out, but still he insisted on coming with her. And if she was honest, deep down she appreciated the help he was offering. She had a feeling she'd need it. Pushing her empty glass away, she rose from her seat. Then let's get to work. Chapter 32. Standing at the edge of a lay-by near the small town of Raholt, about 20 miles north of Oslo, Alex stamped his feet and wrapped his arms around his chest. It was growing cold with the onset of evening, a chill breeze rustling the trees around them. The dirt bike that had carried them this far before finally running out of fuel lay abandoned in the woods behind. It had served its purpose now, anyway. He glanced down at his watch for the third time in as many minutes, unable to help himself. He's late. Anya, crouched atop a low mound of rocky earth that had probably been bulldozed aside to make way for the road years earlier, didn't stir from her vigil. Her attention was focused on the main highway, her intense gaze following each car that cruised past. The improvised bandage around her injured arm was hidden by her jacket, which she'd also done her best to clean of blood and dirt. But it was clear even to him that the woman had been through the mill. It was unlikely she'd be able to move around a town or city without attracting attention, and they both knew it. He'll be here. Alex wished he shared her conviction, but after everything that had happened over the past few days, he was less inclined to put his faith in others. What if he isn't? She turned her head slowly to look at him, saying nothing. The dangerous glimmer in her eyes, however, warned him she was tiring of such questions. Fair enough, Alex conceded. His companion wasn't big on providing reassurance in tense situations, or making small talk in general. She spoke when she had something to say, but otherwise felt no need to fill the silence. For him, however, the opposite was true. How is it you know Christian anyway? She didn't reply for a few seconds. It was the kind of pause he'd come to recognize when she was weighing up the value of answering against the risk he'd ask a more probing question next time. When I defected from the Soviet Union, I came through Sweden and hiked over the border into Norway. That was where I handed myself over to the authorities. Christian was the intelligence officer assigned to debrief me, she shrugged. I suppose you could say he was the first friend I made in the West. Alex frowned. All this talk of the Soviet Union meant her defection had to have happened nearly 20 years ago, if not longer. How old were you? 18. Alex's eyes opened wider in surprise. It was certainly enough to put his own life into perspective. Jesus Christ, I was playing Tomb Raider and downing Jaeger bombs when I was that age. While she was risking her life to make the perilous journey through the Iron Curtain. He felt rather than saw her eyes on him in the gathering darkness, the eyes of someone who had endured hardships, made decisions, and committed acts he would never understand. More than ever, he sensed the immense gulf that existed between him and his enigmatic companion. You must think I'm a bit of a joke, eh? He asked, guessing her dark thoughts. I've pissed around my entire life, wasted time, never taken much responsibility for anything. Actually, I was thinking the opposite, she said, much to his surprise. There was a strange undertone of sadness and longing in her voice when she spoke next. I envy you. Alex was about to reply, but the glow of headlights on the main road prompted him to hold his tongue. Crouching down beside Anya, he watched as a vehicle slowed and pulled into the lay-by. It was a black saloon of some kind, probably a BMW judging by the general outline, though it was hard to tell in the gathering dark. The vehicle sat there for a few seconds, the idling engine venting steam from the twin exhausts, before the driver finally shut it down. Alex heard the click of a door opening, and moments later the figure of a man emerged. Neither Alex nor Anya moved a muscle as the driver stood there, allowing his senses to tune in to the environment and his eyes to adjust to the dark. I'm here, a familiar voice called out. I've come alone and unarmed. You might as well show yourself. Alex almost jumped when he felt a hand on his arm. Stay here, Anya instructed. He nodded, saying nothing. He was more than happy to let her take the lead. Reaching for the sidearm at her waist, Anya drew the weapon and rose up from her vantage point. The driver spotted her the moment she broke cover, though he made no move to advance or retreat as she approached him with the weapon in plain view. Christian Halvorsen was one of the very few people in this world whom Anya had trusted enough to make contact with after her break away from the agency. Always a large, heavy-set man with a fleshy, expressive face, he hadn't changed much since she'd first met him 2 decades earlier. Perhaps his swept-back hair was a little thinner now, his face a little fuller and more deeply lined, but all things considered he wore his 60 years of life far more comfortably than she expected to if she lived that long. My cell phone is switched off, he said, holding his arms up to show he wasn't holding anything. And I was not followed. Anya said nothing as she briskly patted him down, checking for concealed weapons while keeping the automatic trained on him. He was wearing a woolen overcoat to guard against the falling temperature, and she made sure to search the inside pockets before stepping back a pace, at last allowing her guard to lower a little. You're late, she said, her tone accusatory. He shrugged. So shoot me. Anya kept the weapon trained on him a moment longer, then finally lowered it. The tension broken, Halvorsen smiled, reached out and embraced her. It is good to see you again, Anya. Anya returned the gesture, more relieved than she was prepared to admit, to be around someone from the world she was so familiar with. She felt like she was in her comfort zone again. Halvorsen looked her up and down. his smile fading.
Now tell me, what the hell have you been up to? I'm hearing reports of shootouts, Norwegian citizens and police officers being murdered, and then you show up just hours later? This is not how you used to operate. Or has that changed as well?
Anya knew better than to rise to this rebuke. In truth, Halvorson had every right to be angry. She was far from pleased at how things had turned out herself. "I need your help," she said instead, deciding to be honest about it.
"Clearly, or you wouldn't be here."
He sighed and glanced around, seeking the young man he knew was hiding nearby.
"I presume your partner in crime is here too. You might as well bring him out."
Anya nodded and turned towards the mound of bulldozed earth she'd just come from.
"Alex, you can come out."
Rising up from his hiding place, Alex shuffled down the steep earthen incline and approached them, eyeing Halvorson with a mixture of wariness and hostility. The older man nodded in greeting.
"It has been a long time, Alex. I'm sorry we couldn't meet under better circumstances."
"Yeah, thanks, Christian. That makes me feel a lot better," Alex fired back with surprising heat. "I'm about as popular with the CIA as Osama bin Laden right now, but what the fuck, eh?" Halvorson looked from Alex to Anya, apparently lost for words after his outburst. "Forgive him," Anya said by way of apology. "The last few days have been difficult."
"No fucking shit they've been difficult. I've been arrested, beaten up, tasered, shot at, nearly drowned, and watched my friend murdered right in front of my eyes. So, yeah, it's been a bit of a rough one."
His accusing eyes were focused on Halvorson.
"Why didn't you tell me?"
Halvorson had recovered from his surprise and was looking at him like he was ready to get back in his car and drive off any second.
"Tell you what?"
"Oh, I don't know. Your favorite ice cream flavor, maybe? How about that you're a fucking spy, for starters? Or that you were secretly vetting us to be your fucking cyber mercenaries? Or that the client you recommended to Aaron was some kind of rogue ex-CIA nutjob?
No offense, by the way," he added, sparing Anya a glance.
Didn't you think any of this was worth filling us in on?"
Halvorson took a step closer, his voice low and dangerous when he spoke again. "You and Aaron were stealing other people's secrets for your own gain long before I met you, Alex. Did you really think this wouldn't catch up with you in the end?" Alex opened his mouth to speak, yet found himself unable to. He had no argument for that, much to his frustration. Satisfied that he'd silenced the young man, Halvorson turned his attention back to Anya.
"You said you needed my help."
Giving Alex a brief look that suggested they'd be having words about this outburst later, Anya nodded. "It is complicated."
"Then you'd better come with me," he said, gesturing to the car. "I know somewhere we can talk."
Chapter 33. An hour later, Alex let out a low whistle as the door in front of him opened to reveal a plush, ultra-modern apartment with big floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the brightly lit buildings of central Oslo. With expensive chrome fixtures, polished wood floors and marble worktops everywhere, it looked like the sort of place where Hollywood movie stars would hang out and congratulate each other on being awesome. "Nice place," he remarked, looking around in awe. A monthly rent on an apartment like this was probably more than he made in a year. And yet, looking closer, there was an oddly sterile look about the place. No stacks of books or magazines in the living area, no jars of herbs or decorative bottles of olive oil in the kitchen, no clutter or personal effects of any kind for that matter. The place was as empty as it was elegant.
"This is a safe house reserved for Norwegian security services,"
Halvorson explained, tossing his overcoat on the breakfast bar in the kitchen.
"It is used from time to time for meetings or witness protection. Mostly it stands empty, except when one of our officers decides to take a lady friend somewhere impressive."
The look on his face suggested that this had happened more times than he approved of. "Taxpayers' money at work, eh?" Alex remarked with a derisive snort. Halvorson shrugged.
"It serves a purpose. We can talk freely here without worrying about eavesdropping."
He gestured at a dining table set off to one side of the room.
Come, sit.
He took one side, with Alex and Anya sitting opposite. He eyed them both, like a chess player sizing up his opponent.
So tell me, what has happened?
It was Anya who did most of the talking. Halverson listened while she briefly outlined her deal with Aaron, his disappearance, and Alex's subsequent arrest, her improvised rescue mission, and their escape to Norway. Then finally their rendezvous with Alex's friend Landvik, and the shootout at his home. The agency are after us, and they will use every resource at their disposal to stop us recovering the file, she finished. We have one chance left to get it, but for this we need help. Halverson said nothing for the next few seconds, though his mind was clearly working overtime as he processed everything he'd heard. This file, he began, what does it contain? Does it matter? We both know it does. You want my trust? Then you must extend some my way. Glancing at Alex for a moment, Anya sighed, recognizing she'd have to give the man something. It is a directory of all covert operations units and people used by the agency, accessible by executive-level employees only, she explained. Only the most dangerous and sensitive information is held on it. Every dirty secret they choose to forget, every operation they deny knowledge of, it is all there, all carefully catalogued and stored away on this file. We call it the Black List. Alex frowned in confusion. The very existence of this blacklist seemed in contradiction to its purpose. I don't get it. Why write stuff down that never happened? Halverson leaned back in his chair, his expression making it clear he understood all too well the purpose of such a list. Shared responsibility. Sensing her companion still didn't understand, Anya elaborated. As the saying goes, nothing is truly secret if more than one person knows about it. There is always a chance that someone may betray the rest of the group for their own gain, or take matters into their own hands without fear of reprisal. The blacklist was created to prevent both of these things. It is what binds them all together, and prevents any one of them from turning against the others. Now Alex was starting to get the picture. Mutually assured destruction, he said, referring to the Cold War theory that it was impossible for one side to destroy the other, without in turn being wiped out by the counterstrike. Anya shrugged. If that is how you choose to describe it. One thing, however, still puzzled Alex. If it's super secret, and designed for high rankers only, how do you even know about it? There was a dangerous look in her eyes at this implied insult. Because I created it, Alex. Myself and a man named Marcus Kane, back in 1989, when I returned from my work in Afghanistan. Alex saw something then at the mention of the man named Kane. A waver in her composure, a chink in the armor. A warrior feeling the twinge of an old wound. He wondered what hold this man had on her, but knew it wasn't the time to interrupt. I had been disavowed by the agency after I was captured by the Soviets. I was a ghost. As far as they were concerned, I no longer existed, and it was only because of Marcus that I was able to return to duty. He had just been promoted to leader of the agency's Special Activities Division, and I convinced him that we had to change how things were done. There could be no more cover-ups, no denial of knowledge, no more lies and betrayals of our own people. The Black List was supposed to represent shared responsibility, to hold us all to a higher standard. The anger in her eyes faded, replaced by a look of sadness and guilt, the look of someone reflecting on old failures. It did not work as I'd hoped. Her expression told its own story. So what do you expect to get from this list now? 6 years ago, I was ambushed and captured by Russian agents during a mission in Iraq. Anya looked away and chewed her lip, saying nothing for a few moments. Clearly this wasn't a comfortable topic for her. I spent a long time in one of their prisons because of it. But the ambush was no random accident. They knew where and how to find me, which means that someone in the agency told them. Someone made the decision to betray me. The look of absolute cold-blooded conviction in her eyes told him there would be no mercy shown for those responsible. Not many people even knew I existed then, never mind where and how to find me. Such a decision could only have been made at the highest levels of power. What do you mean? The White House? The President? She let out a derisive snort that might have been a grim laugh. Presidents change. Administrations come and go. The men I am talking about are far more permanent than that. They have held on to their power for so long, fought so hard, and sacrificed so much for it, that they would never give it up. They no longer answer to the White House or anyone else because no politician who holds that office for a few years can hope to control them. Most presidents don't even know they exist. So who the hell are they? I don't know, she admitted. I never met them directly. At least, none of the top members. Apparently I was not considered reliable enough. Only Marcus seemed to know who and what they really were. He called them the Circle, said they were made up of senior men from nearly all branches of the government, even the military. Alex had heard conspiracy theories about secret organizations like this a million times before, from documentaries about the Illuminati and the Freemasons to movies with shadow government agencies as the antagonists. Even coming from someone like Anya, his innate cynicism wouldn't allow him to accept it outright. So you're saying there's some secret group of power brokers secretly controlling the government? He scoffed. Meetings in impractically dark rooms, all that stuff. Is it really so hard to believe that there are men in positions of power who prefer not to have their own Wikipedia page? Halverson asked him. The world we live in is more complex than you can imagine, and what you see on the surface doesn't always reflect the reality beneath. Alex looked to Anya, hoping she could shed more light on it. Let me guess. They're trying to take over the world, right? She shook her head with the weary resignation of one who had long anticipated such doubts. They have no interest in taking over the world, as you put it. And they don't meet in dark rooms. They rarely gather in one place at all, in fact, because there's no need. Their purpose is to preserve the world, at least as they see it, by keeping it in balance. They can do this not just because they are powerful, but because they are free. Free to act, to do what has to be done without worrying about media reaction or opinion polls or congressional hearings. They are free because as far as the world is concerned, they don't exist. Alex frowned, surprised by the tone of her description. You sound like you admire them. I believed in their purpose, at least for a while, she admitted, because I knew well enough that doing the right thing was not the same as doing the popular thing. Some people had to be there to do what others were not prepared to. I believed in them, even believed I could become one of them. For a while. Alex was stunned by what he'd heard. Never had he imagined the complex history behind her actions, or the scale of what she was attempting. Not only was she talking about taking on one of the most powerful and dangerous agencies in the world, but a group of men so influential and secretive that even she didn't know their true identities or the full extent of their influence. Halverson, however, was more concerned with their present situation. You said you had a way to recover this file. How? Anya nodded and gestured to Alex. Tell him what you told me. He took a breath, trying to compose his chaotic thoughts and express the complex technical problem facing him in simple terms. Halverson didn't look like the kind of guy to understand the complexities of server gateway access protocols. The older man listened patiently while Alex did his best to describe his hacking attempt earlier in the day, his breach of the CIA's system, and his attempt to download the blacklist, and finally his discovery that the file had been backed up automatically online. The only way to get our hands on the blacklist without being detected is to physically go to the server where the file is stored, connect to it and manually download. It's ugly, but it's pretty much our only option at this point. The Norwegian intelligence officer rubbed his chin, pondering what he'd said. And if you do this, the agency will know nothing of it? Assuming we do it properly and quickly, Alex agreed. Sooner or later they'll figure out the ghost drive just like I did. And we've got a few hurdles to overcome.
Such as?
Well, first of all, the server building is in Istanbul. Second is physical security on site. I can give you the IP address to find the building, but we'll need as much information as possible about the place to plan a way in. Security protocols, staff on duty, even the keycard system they use for internal doors. 3. We need a way of getting into the country without being arrested. Alex's identity is compromised, Anya explained. He has no passport, no entry visa, no driver's license. He needs a whole new identity, and I don't have time to create one for him. We also need transport to Istanbul that avoids customs and border checks, which means diplomatic identities for both of us. She eyed Halvorson hard. That is where you come in. Halvorson chuckled, his hands resting on his ample stomach.
You don't ask for much, do you? Basically, you want me to give you all the resources and intelligence to mount your own covert operation.
Anya spread her hands in a gesture of reluctant acknowledgement. You know I wouldn't ask if there was another way.
And tell me, what exactly do I get in return?
At this, Anya raised an eyebrow. What do you want? His smile broadened.
Come now, Anya. You're asking me to commit resources, time, and effort to this, not to mention put my own career at risk. If I do this for you, I want something in return.
Alex's gaze flicked to the woman, looking for a reaction to Halvorson's demand. But there was nothing. She could have been a professional poker player, such was her self-control. However, her response left him in no doubt where she stood on the matter. I can't give you the black list. Halvorson shook his head.
You misunderstand. I don't need it all, but I want information about any operation concerning my country. Anything the agency has been doing here that it shouldn't have. I want to know all about it.
And what will you do with that information, Christian? Anya asked, her tone faintly challenging. Threaten? Blackmail? Profit from it?
Hardly, he said, looking almost insulted by her accusation. But the relationship with our friends at Langley is rather unbalanced these days. They take what they need and give us only what they see fit. With the black list, I might just be able to redress the balance.
Anya said nothing for several seconds. She just sat there opposite Halvorson, her piercing blue eyes focused on his. Alex could practically feel the tension hanging in the air as the seconds stretched out. Then, at last, she seemed to reach a decision. Agreed. With that, Halvorson seemed to relax.
Then I'd better get moving, he said, rising from his chair. I have some phone calls to make. Stay here until I come back, and do not open the door for anyone who isn't me.
Anya didn't need to be told twice. Drawing the USP from her jeans, she laid the weapon down on the table with a heavy thunk. Any chance of a takeaway? Alex asked without much hope, having searched the fridge and cupboards and found them as disappointingly empty as the rest of the apartment. I've got a real craving for a kebab. The Norwegian spared him a glance as he donned his overcoat, but said nothing. Thought as much, Alex grumbled. Halting by the door, Halvorson looked at them both.
With luck, I'll be back soon.
With that less than promising farewell, he departed, leaving Alex and Anya alone. Chapter 34. My dream. A confused dream. Jumbled thoughts and images tumbling through my head. I'm standing in Tim Dixon's cubicle of an office, waiting while he reads through a report on everything I've done so far. The expression on his face tells me the news isn't good.
Oh dear, Alex. This really doesn't make for good reading, does it?
He asks in his most patronizing tone, looking up from the document.
You can't honestly believe you're cut out for this, can you? I mean, you've barely done a thing right since this all started.
I look down at my feet, unable to look at him. Sweating, I stammer a reply.
I didn't know what— Shut up, you useless bastard, Dixon snaps, and look at me when I'm talking to you.
Reluctantly, I drag my eyes up to look at him. Except he's not Dixon anymore. He's Gregor, sitting behind the desk, with the top of his head blasted apart, blood dripping down his face onto his neatly pressed work shirt. "Look at me, Alex," he says, but I can't, because his eyes have already rolled back into his head. I open my mouth to scream in horror, but no sound comes out. Instead, I stumble backwards, groping blindly for the door handle as Gregor rises from his chair on dead legs.
"Look at me, Alex!"
he yells, rounding the desk and coming right for me, arms outstretched to grasp at my clothes.
"Look at me!"
Alex awoke with a start from an uneasy sleep, his heart pounding and his skin coated with a faint sheen of sweat. The pain from his injured ribs at the sudden movement barely troubled him, the urgency of the moment overriding such minor discomfort. For several seconds he sat upright in bed, staring into the darkness around him, as if hidden terrors waited to spring at him from every shadow. Gradually, however, the clawing fear of his nightmare subsided, allowing him to think more rationally. It was just a dream. He was safe here. Well, as safe as one could be as a wanted fugitive in a foreign country, spending the night in an apartment controlled by an intelligence officer of dubious intentions, with a woman he neither understood nor trusted. He was tired, and his injured body was keen to remind him of everything he had been through over the past few days. Yet he had no desire to go back to sleep. The dreams that seemed to find him were no better than the reality that surrounded him. He lay in bed for a few minutes more, unsure of what to do, but reluctant to make a move. Finally, however, he'd had enough. "Shit," he muttered, throwing the sheets aside and pulling himself out of bed. Trying to be quiet, he crept down the hallway towards the living room, pausing for a moment outside Anya's door, and straining to listen for any sounds within. There was nothing. No snoring, no breathing, no movement of a body on the mattress. He wondered if she was even in there, and briefly contemplated opening the door to check, before abandoning the notion. Still armed with the automatic that he was sure she kept under her pillow, there was no telling what she'd do if someone tried to enter her room in the middle of the night. Being shot and killed by his only ally would make for a disappointing way to go out. Instead, he carried on towards the big open-plan living area, crossing the room before coming to a halt in front of the main windows. There, he stood and stared out across the brightly lit skyline of central Oslo. With a population of just over 600,000 people, Norway's capital city could hardly be considered a sprawling metropolis. But from this height, the view was nonetheless impressive. Leaning forward, he closed his eyes and allowed his forehead to rest against the cool glass. It was so quiet up here, he realized. The apartment's triple-glazed windows filtered out all noise from outside, leaving the interior bathed in tranquil, meditative silence. Seen, but not heard. He wished he'd had that option back home in London, where the blare of car horns, the rumble of trains, and his neighbour's love of heavy metal music had been a constant intrusion into his life. Not that that was much of a concern now, he reminded himself with a flash of grim humour. He was a fugitive now. Home for him no longer existed. Perhaps it never really had. He heard the soft tread of bare feet on the wooden floor, and opened his eyes as Anya appeared beside him. She said nothing, just stood there at his side staring out across the city. Some people might have considered such behaviour odd, but for him, it was starting to make sense. Words weren't always necessary. Sometimes it was enough just to be there. She seemed to understand that better than most. "Couldn't sleep either?" he asked. She gave him a sidelong look, a hint of humour in her eyes. "You do not move as quietly as you think, Alex." It was a minor jibe, but he sensed no offence was meant. "I'm new to this," he said without apology. "So I noticed." Anya surveyed him for a long moment, no doubt sensing his tension and unease. You have something on your mind? Lots of things, actually. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. The man you mentioned earlier, the one who helped create the blacklist. Kane, wasn't it? He stole a glance at her just as he said the name, and saw that same look as during their earlier conversation with Halverson, the same moment of recollection, the same flicker of pain. What about him? He means something to you, doesn't he? Alex asked. Or he meant something once. I saw that look when you mentioned him before, and I see it again now. You notice things, she conceded, looking none too happy at his observation. I remember things, he corrected her. She elected not to follow up on that one. Why do you want to know about him? He shrugged, deciding to give her the only thing she ever expected, the truth. Because you don't want to tell me, which means he's important, and you don't like to give away things that are important. I understand that. But I'm asking anyway because I want to know what I'm risking my life for. I think I've earned that right by now. You can tell me it's none of my business, or that I'm safer not knowing, or 100 other versions of the same bullshit if you like. I don't care, and I can't make you talk. But you asked, so there it is. The woman stood beside him in brooding silence for a time. It was hard to tell if she was angry or conflicted by his persistent questioning, yet she made no move to leave. And he began to wonder if he'd been wrong. Perhaps she did want to tell him after all. Perhaps this had been festering away inside her for longer than she cared to admit. Marcus was my mentor. She said that word with some reluctance, as if acknowledging an unpleasant truth. He brought me into the agency, guided me through the world he lived in, even helped me understand the men who ran it. He made me believe that I could be like them one day. We both could. We could make the decisions that truly mattered, change the world for the better. One day. She cocked her head and frowned, as if intrigued by the memory. But we had to fight for it. Marcus made me fight, not against the men, but against myself, against the fear, the smallness, the weakness, against everything that could hold me back, until, eventually, I became what he wanted me to be. For a while. It was hard to describe the change that had come over her as she spoke. It was as if the layers of armor that she had built up around herself had begun to fall away. The hardness, the coldness, the hostility were being discarded little by little with each word, revealing a glimpse of the soul that lurked behind them. What went wrong? He heard a sigh then, the weary sigh of someone replaying old mistakes. I wish I knew, she said, and never had he been more certain that she meant it. Coming from someone who always seemed to have the answers, who always had a plan, or a way out of any situation, such an admission of fallibility was nothing less than shocking to him. So now you're on the run from him, Kane. A faint, sad smile. From Kane? From the agency? From the circle? From everything? This is my life now as well, isn't it? He asked in a moment of frank honesty. Even if we get the blacklist, and you find the answers you're looking for, it'll never be over. I'm going to be hunted for the rest of my days. Anya said nothing to this. There was no need. How do you live like this? How long could one exist on that knife edge between life and death, waking up each day not knowing if you were going to see the next? Alex knew she had already survived far longer than he ever could. She thought about it for a moment. Day by day. I suppose it has always been that way for me. Didn't you ever have a normal life? He didn't mean it as an insult, and he hoped she understood that. He was merely seeking, whether he knew it or not, some kind of common ground on which to base his understanding of this woman. What is normal? She turned to look at him, her eyes betraying deep sadness and regret. And he could guess why. Because she didn't really know the answer. No CIA, no running, no hiding. Even you must have had that once. She thought about that, as if genuinely trying to remember a life without all of this. I don't often think about before, she admitted with some reluctance. He frowned, struck by her odd choice of words. Before what? He saw a flicker in her eyes then, a moment of hesitation, as if she'd just said something she hadn't intended to. You were right about me, Alex. I had a life once, a family, even a future. And I was very different from what you see now. Quiet, gentle, a daydreamer. But it all changed. Everything I thought was so safe and permanent was taken away from me. And I knew I couldn't be that person anymore if I wanted to survive. I had to be someone else. Someone without fear or weakness or regret. Like an actor playing a role. And I've played that role. Been that person for so long now. I don't know how to be anyone else. But I see it sometimes in my dreams. Always the same dream. What do you see? The woman shrugged, reached up and moved a lock of blonde hair away from her face. It was an instinctive gesture he'd started to notice when she was stalling for time. He made no move to press her, knowing she would either speak or remain silent as she alone decided. It's evening. The sun is just touching the horizon. I'm lying in the long grass near my home, staring up at the sky. Perfect sky. One that seems to flow from day into night, from horizon to horizon. You know this? Alex nodded. He had seen evenings like that, and even recalled the strange sense of longing and wistfulness they could provoke in him. I breathe in, and I can smell the earth, and pine needles, and wild flowers. I feel safe, content, the way you only can when you're a child. And it feels good. She smiled a faint, bittersweet smile, and once more he was offered a glimpse of the person beneath the armor, the woman who still grieved for a life of mistakes and failures far greater than he could understand. And then, when I look up, I see the contrail of an aircraft cutting across the sky. I watch the sun glinting off it, the endless blue of the sky beyond, and I smile. And I know, somehow I understand then, that it will be the last thing I ever see. What do you mean? Alex asked, his voice hushed. She blinked, dismissing the memory. It's a dream, nothing more. The little girl who saw and felt those things. She is gone now. Alex looked at her, struck by the sadness and longing in her tone. It was as if she was mourning someone who had passed away. No, she isn't, he said, not sure whether it was appropriate to challenge her on something like this or not. All he knew was that it was what he wanted to say. She's standing here next to me. She's just waiting for a chance to get out. Anya met his gaze only for a moment. Try to get some rest, she said, moving away from the window. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow. Alex watched in silence as she quietly retreated from the room. Chapter 35. I didn't know what to think as I watched her leave. She told me more about herself in those 5 minutes than she had in the past 5 days, and yet I felt like I had more questions than ever before. It was as if I had the pieces of a jigsaw, but no idea how they fitted together. Who was she really, beneath all the armor she built up around herself? Why did the CIA, the Circle, even this Marcus Kane really want her dead? What was driving her to risk everything for the blacklist? And what would happen to me when she got her hands on it? I was caught up in something I couldn't begin to understand. Something much bigger than me, and maybe even her. Something that could easily end lives, including my own. And yet, for the first time in my entire life, I actually felt like I was doing something meaningful. I doubted they'd write songs about me or enter my name in the history books, but maybe, just maybe, I'd lived through this and know I'd been able to help someone. That was the plan, at least. Alex awoke to the smell of coffee and cooking food. Intrigued and very much aware that he hadn't eaten a proper meal in some time, he slipped out of bed, pulled on his jeans and t-shirt, and padded through to the living area. Anya was already there, and so, it seemed, was breakfast. "You are having a laugh," he said, eyeing up the plates of scrambled eggs, toast, and bacon laid out on the dining table, as only a starving man could. After going to bed on an empty stomach, he'd scarcely beheld a more welcome sight. "Where the hell did all this stuff come from?" Anya shrugged as she poured herself a cup of coffee. "There is a convenience store not far from here. They open early." He frowned, remembering Halverson's words of caution last night. "I thought Christian said not to go outside." "I have spent enough of my life being hungry," she said. Had such a statement come from another person, he might have dismissed it, but the look in her eyes told another story. "Anyway, we have a lot of work ahead of us today, so sit and eat." He wasn't about to argue with that. Taking a seat at the table, he picked up his cutlery and took his first bite. Straight away, his face contorted in a grimace. "Jeez, the bacon's a bit underdone." Anya's eyes shot up from her plate, and he grinned in amusement. "Just kidding, don't shoot me." Again, he saw that faint half-smile he'd come to associate with moments like this. "No promises." Unsure whether she was serious or not, he attacked his breakfast with the kind of focused determination that only comes with prolonged hunger. Not only had he barely eaten over the past few days, but he'd expended great amounts of energy at various times in evading their pursuers, trekking through rough woodland or swimming against fast-flowing river currents. Being a wanted man was apparently enough to work up quite an appetite. If he made it out of this alive, maybe he could market it as the next fad diet. Only when he'd destroyed most of his plate did he turn his attention back to the woman sitting opposite. "So what's our plan?" "We wait for Christian to return," Anya decided. "If there is no word from him by midday, we leave and take our chances." "Sounds less than promising. You think he'll live up to our deal?" Anya took a sip of her coffee. "I've known him a long time. He would not let us down on purpose." That didn't exactly inspire confidence. Just because he didn't consciously betray them didn't mean the man couldn't fuck things up. Then again, as with so much that had happened over the past few days, the matter was beyond his control. Finishing her food, Anya rose from the chair and carried her plate into the kitchen. She was wearing only jeans and a plain white tank top, leaving her neck and shoulders exposed as she turned away. Her injured arm was plainly visible, the wound now bound up with a clean and properly applied dressing. But there was something else that caught Alex's attention. Something marring the tanned and otherwise unblemished skin across her upper back. Straight and silvery white. It looked to him like old scar tissue. Several such lines appeared to crisscross each other, as if she'd been deeply cut or scratched somehow. "What happened there?" he asked before he could stop himself. "What do you mean?" She was busy running the dishes under hot water. "Those scars on your back." Just like that, she stopped what she was doing and turned to face him, as if to hide what she hadn't realized she had revealed. The expression on her face was quite different from the look of cool composure he'd become accustomed to. Instead, she looked almost embarrassed, as if he'd just seen her stepping out of a shower. But there was something else there, too. Something deeper and stronger than mere embarrassment. Pain. Old pain, as a long-buried memory was dragged to the surface once more. It was a long time ago. I made a mistake.
What sort of mistake?
I trusted the wrong people. And I paid for it. Alex was about to speak again, fascinated by what he was hearing, but the click of a key in the front door told him someone was about to enter. He saw Anya unobtrusively reach for one of the knives in a chopping block next to the sink, as the front door swung open to reveal Halverson. He had clearly been busy since their last meeting. If possible, he looked even more tired and haggard than Alex. Dumping a pair of canvas holdalls that he'd been carrying, he surveyed the apartment's 2 occupants.
"The arrangements have been made," he announced. "I had to call in a few favors to make this happen at short notice, but I have new passports for you both."
He tossed one to Alex, who barely managed to catch it after setting down his cup of coffee. Opening it up, he studied the photograph ID page for several seconds. Apparently, his new name was James Williams, and he was now a Canadian citizen. It looked legitimate enough, though he wondered if immigration officials would be so easily fooled. "Really?" Alex asked, slipping the passport into his back pocket. "Do I sound Canadian to you?"
"Right now you look and sound like shit to me."
Placing his foot behind one of the holdalls, Halverson shoved it across the floor to Alex.
"I had to guess your size, but there are clean clothes and washing kit in there. I suggest you use both."
Unconsciously, Alex reached up and scratched at the stubble that coated his jaw. It had been a couple of days since his last shave, a fact he was becoming increasingly aware of. "Nice of you to notice." Kneeling down, he unzipped the bag and was surprised to find a folded, neatly pressed business suit inside. He was far from an expert in men's fashion, but even he could tell that it was high quality and expensive.
"The 3 of us work for an engineering consultancy firm," the Norwegian explained. "We are in Istanbul to advise on stabilizing the foundations of a mosque that is being restored. You 2 are my personal assistants. I have made sure you pass through the Norwegian border controls without being detained, but the cover story will be needed once we arrive in Turkey."
Anya hadn't missed the intent behind his brief summary of their roles. "I did not agree to you being part of this."
"You said you needed my help," he reminded her. "Well, here I am."
"I needed information and resources, not a hired gun. You haven't been a field operative in a long time."
"Neither have you."
"That's different. I'm still trained for it, but you are—" She trailed off, unwilling to finish that line of thought.
"Old and fat."
He smiled, perhaps amused that he might have succeeded in embarrassing her.
"Anya, I'm not talking about infiltrating that building with you, but a job like this can't be done with just 2 people, only one of whom is a trained operative. You will need my help in Istanbul, whether you're ready to admit it or not."
Anya eyed him hard. Alex could guess she didn't like being strong-armed into anything. Still, even she couldn't deny the merits of what he was saying. "Fine," she conceded with sour grace, kneeling down to open up her own holdall. "Just remember that this is my operation."
As if I could forget.
Seeking to dispel the tension, Alex interjected with a question of his own. "Not to sound like a naysayer, but how exactly are we supposed to get out of Norway?" The Norwegian smiled.
"You will see."
Part 4. Completion. Rafael Núñez, a.k.a. Rafa, a notorious member of the hacking group World of Hell, is arrested following his arrival at Miami International Airport for breaking into the Defense Information Systems Agency computer system on June 2001. Chapter 36. Istanbul, Turkey. 6 hours later, Alex braced himself as the Gulfstream 3 executive jet touched down with barely a bump on the tarmac at Istanbul Ataturk Airport, the engines roaring with increased power as the pilot applied reverse thrust. Outside, the hot afternoon sun beat down from an almost cloudless sky. The past several hours had passed like a hectic, stressful dream. After quickly washing and donning their new clothes, he and Anya had departed their safe house in a car with blacked-out windows, heading out of Oslo. Rather than making for Oslo Gardermoen Airport, the main commercial hub serving the city, they had travelled further east to a smaller private airfield at Fornebu. And there, parked in a private hangar some distance away from the Cessnas and other light aircraft that populated the small field, the Gulfstream had been waiting for them. There had been no passport or identity checks, no searches by immigration officials, not even a glance from the lone security officer manning the main gate. They had simply exited the car and walked right onto the plane, the engines already starting to power up, and 5 minutes later they'd been airborne. "Not a bad old job you've got here, mate," he'd remarked to Halvorson at the time, awed and a little envious that the man had been able to summon up private jets and fake identities seemingly at the drop of a hat. Halvorson had made a face at this remark, guessing his meaning. "Believe me, there will be a lot of explaining to do when my superiors learn of this. Hopefully I can show them something in return for this investment." Alex had never even been inside a private jet before, never mind flown in one. But after passing away several hours in this one, he was quite convinced that commercial air travel was no longer for him. The seats alone probably cost more than he made in a year, and as much as he would have liked to sample the champagne in the onboard drinks bar, he knew he couldn't afford to indulge with so much work ahead of them. Anyway, Anya would likely have kicked his ass from one end of the plane to the other if he'd tried it. The woman herself had spent most of the flight immersed in the laptop computer she'd set up on the small folding table in front of her, poring over the information that Halvorson had been able to supply. The Norwegian intelligence officer had come through for them in more ways than one, providing design blueprints, personnel lists, and even satellite images for the target building, yielded up by Alex's IP trace. He assumed that, armed with this information, she'd been busy formulating some kind of plan for getting them in and out without being arrested or killed. That had been Anya's homework for the flight, and she had taken it as seriously as a heart attack. The only time he'd seen her leave the computer had been to get a glass of water. It was just as well, because in a few short hours they would be putting everything she'd learned to the test, and this was one test that didn't permit second chances. Turning off the main runway, the Gulfstream taxied for a couple of minutes before turning into a smaller arrivals area set aside from the main terminal. "How's it looking?" Alex couldn't help asking, as Anya powered down her computer and packed it away. "Are we in with a chance?" She glanced up at him, her eyes a little unfocused from staring at the screen for so long. For the first time he sensed that her physical and mental reserves weren't quite as inexhaustible as he'd once thought. "We'll talk soon," she replied, unwilling to say anything further on that matter. With that less than glowing assessment fresh in his mind, Alex unbuckled himself and rose from his seat. He was about to leave behind the expensive, air-conditioned cocoon of relative safety that had been his home for the past several hours. Whatever else awaited him today, he had a feeling it would be far less enjoyable. "Let's go," Halvorson said, gesturing to the forward hatch as the co-pilot unlatched it and swung it open. "We have a rental car standing by once we clear immigration." Following him as he squeezed his sizable frame down the narrow aisle, Alex paused for a moment at the door as the first gust of warm air sighed through the cabin, carrying with it the scent of traffic fumes and the faint tang of sea salt. It was a stark and, he had to admit, welcome change from the cool, sterile air inside the plane. Occupying the same line of latitude as Madrid and bordered by the Black Sea to the north and the Sea of Marmara to the south, Istanbul was well known for its hot, humid summers, and today was no exception. The sun beat down from a flawless blue sky, a faint breeze carrying warm, moist air from the south. Even though it was early May and well short of the hottest months of the year, the afternoon heat was still intense enough to raise a faint sheen of perspiration as Alex descended the aircraft's built-in stairs. Halvorson, leading the way, slipped on a pair of sunglasses. "The arrivals area is this way," he said, indicating the main terminal building about 100 yards distant. "Follow me." A covered walkway led from the aircraft ramp to the terminal, just in case any passengers should feel like taking a stroll into restricted areas.
Make sure you have your passport and identity cards to hand, the Norwegian advised as they entered the walkway. Tell me, what is your name, nationality, and date of birth?
This was one aspect of their little clandestine mission that Alex excelled in. After all, committing information to memory had never been a problem for him.
My name's James Williams. I was born in Halifax, Nova Scotia on April 16th, 1979,
Alex replied, easily reeling off the fake background he'd been given.
And why are you in Istanbul?
I work for FLS Construction. We're an architectural firm specializing in structural engineering, and we're here to consult on repair work to a mosque.
Which mosque?
Alex almost smiled. Halvorson was trying to put him under pressure, but it wouldn't work. He'd memorized every word of the dossier given to him.
The Molla Çelebi Mosque in the Findikli district. What are your parents' names?
Anya asked suddenly. So taken aback was Alex by this question that he said nothing for a good couple of seconds. In his mind, this was a break from the information that had been given to him, a disconnect between fantasy and reality that he couldn't immediately resolve. Sensing his difficulty, Anya halted and turned to face him.
Your memory will only take you so far, Alex. Sometimes you have to improvise. Be prepared for the questions you don't expect.
Leaving him with that terse advice, she turned and resumed her march towards the arrivals lounge and Turkish immigration control. "Thanks, Obi-Wan," Alex said under his breath. Arriving as they had on a private jet, there was no sudden rush of disembarking travellers to become caught up in. However, both Halvorson and Anya, as if by unspoken consent, managed to stall and waste enough time to allow the next planeload of foreign tourists to disembark ahead of them, creating a large crowd that they were able to slip into virtually unnoticed. The intention was obvious. The dull routine of processing dozens of foreign travellers would hopefully erode the immigration officials' focus, and the prospect of many more to come might make them less inclined to thoroughly check each passenger. Alex wasn't exactly a seasoned international traveller, but even he recognized that some countries were more stringent than others when it came to border security. The United States might have interrogated anyone foolish enough to enter their country, but for most places, a simple passport scan and visual confirmation was often enough. Alex could only hope such a mood was prevailing today as he filtered into one of the lanes. The passport control booths were lined up 2 at a time, with the officers manning them calling the next passenger forward as soon as they'd finished with the last one. Which officer one encountered was determined by simple timing. In Alex's case, the booth on the left was operated by a grim, overweight man in his 50s, with thick-framed reading glasses balanced on a long, disapproving nose. He seemed to be taking longer and asking more questions than the others. A job's worth. The kind of guy who diligently followed every rule and procedure to the letter, regardless of circumstance. The kind of guy who would take those extra few moments to thoroughly check a forged passport. His comrade in the other booth was, by contrast, a woman in her late 30s or early 40s. Relaxed and genial judging by her body language, she seemed more focused on getting people through as quickly as possible. "Come on, give me the woman, give me the woman," Alex silently pleaded as he edged forward. The odds were in his favor. The woman was processing 3 passengers for every one by the opposite booth. Soon Alex found himself at the head of the line waiting to be served. It was just a question of which officer would finish first. The man was busy frowning over some detail he'd spotted in the travel documents of the couple in front of Alex. They looked torn between boredom and concern, as well they should have. He seemed like the kind of guy who would happily keep them tied up in red tape for hours if everything didn't add up perfectly. Opposite, the female officer was just finishing up with her latest passenger. Alex almost let out a sigh of relief as she handed the man's passport back. He took a step towards her, eager to cement his place in her line, only to stop suddenly. A passenger, some old bedwetter in his 80s who looked like a strong breeze would blow him over, apparently wasn't ready to move on. He was leaning forward, asking her for directions, clearly not understanding something that was blindingly simple to everyone else. "Come on, piss off, you old bastard," Alex silently cursed. "Just go now and let me get through this." but his octogenarian friend had no intention of moving on. By the looks of things, he didn't give a shit if there were 50 people in line behind him waiting to be served. Alex imagined it was a particular brand of casual indifference to the world that only sheer age could bestow. As the female immigration officer pasted on her most patient expression while she tried to explain where he needed to go next, Alex spotted movement in the other booth. The male officer had finished with his pair of passengers and was beckoning Alex forward. He hesitated a moment, hoping against hope that the woman's patience would prevail, only to find the old man looking even more confused and befuddled. Shit. The male customs officer was beckoning him forward again, more emphatically this time. The look on his face betrayed mounting impatience that someone wasn't doing what was expected of them. Now Alex had pissed him off. He'd be even less inclined to show leniency. With a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach, Alex shuffled forward on unsteady legs and presented his passport for inspection. The immigration officer snatched it with a large, hairy-knuckled hand and quickly ran it beneath the terminal's barcode scanner. Nothing happened. The officer frowned, and for a second or two Alex could have sworn his own heart stopped beating. He ran the passport through again, and somewhere in the terminal Alex saw a green light flash. That had to be a good thing, he told himself. Green was always good, right? At least no alarms had started blaring. Studying the passport a moment longer, the officer glanced up at Alex, regarding him over the rim of his reading spectacles, as a disapproving librarian might look at someone who had just returned a book 6 months late.
Canadian?
He asked. Alex's own reaction had been much the same when he'd first laid his eyes on it. Yeah, he replied, trying to inject some kind of accent that sounded vaguely Canadian into his voice.
How long in Turkey?
A week. I'm here on business. The officer was typing something on his computer. Alex had no idea whether that was a good or bad thing, but there wasn't much he could do either way, so he just stood there with a bland smile on his face, his heart pounding as the seconds crawled by. Was he sweating? He felt uncomfortably warm. Could the man tell? Was he typing out a report flagging him as suspicious? With a final few keystrokes that seemed to be hammered down a lot harder than necessary, he thrust the passport back to Alex.
You can go,
he said, his tone one of gruff indifference. And just like that, it was done. He was free to leave. Saying nothing, Alex simply nodded and walked away, somehow managing to keep from crying out in relief and exhilaration. He almost expected it to be a ruse of some kind, that the minute he turned away, armed police units would swarm in and arrest him. But no such thing happened. He walked through the arrivals corridor to baggage reclaim, and nobody showed the slightest interest in him. Halvorsen and Anya were waiting for him there. Spotting his flushed complexion, the Norwegian fished a handkerchief from his pocket and held it out.
Wipe your brow, he said, his voice hushed. You're sweating.
Really? Hadn't noticed, Alex lied, his heart rate finally settling down to something approaching normality. Halvorsen wasn't convinced. Still, there was little point in belittling him. Instead, he glanced at his watch. We need to get to that car, he decided. Follow me. Chapter 37. Occupying the narrow strip of land that marked the geographical and cultural boundary between Europe and Asia, the city now known as Istanbul had a rich and eventful history stretching back more than 2,500 years. Founded in the 6th century BC as Byzantium, before being re-established as Constantinople 700 years later, it had finally attained its present name of Istanbul when the Ottoman Empire captured it in 1453. Standing at the crossroads of Europe and the Middle East, and occupying the only sea link between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, this vital trading hub had been fought over, conquered, and rebuilt countless times by countless different empires, each new period of occupation leaving its own cultural and architectural mark. These days it was a thriving metropolis and one of the largest urban conglomerations on the face of the earth. This ancient city now covered more than 2,000 square miles and was home to some 14 million people, almost 3 times the entire population of Norway. None of these facts were lost on Alex as he sat in the back seat of the rental car, watching the curious mix of ancient Roman, Byzantine, and Ottoman architecture slide past outside. The fingerprints of lost civilizations set amongst fast food restaurants and souvenir shops. Halverson was at the wheel, maneuvering them with confident precision through the heavy afternoon traffic that crowded the city's narrow roads. Alex was quite content to leave him to it. His thoughts instead turned inward as he pondered what lay ahead for him. Their route was taking them into the Fatih district, located deep within the ancient center of the city. Once a prosperous and affluent part of the old town located near the thriving harbor, it was now a densely populated working-class area. Classical domes and archways of the Ottoman period stood in stark contrast to 1960s high-rise residential buildings, festooned with satellite dishes, all crowded in close to the narrow streets. It was into a small courtyard at the back of one of these dreary apartment blocks that Halverson turned and brought the car to a halt.
"We have an apartment prepared on the top floor," he said, pointing upward. "I hope you're feeling energetic, because the elevators are out."
Alex stifled a groan. The last thing he felt like doing at that moment was ascending the Mount Everest of apartment blocks. Still, there wasn't much choice if he wanted to reach their makeshift base of operations. 6 flights of stairs later, a sweating and out-of-breath Alex found himself in what clearly passed for a safe house in Istanbul. It couldn't have been further from the plush, spacious, modern apartment they'd left behind in Oslo that morning. Cramped, hot, and with faded 1970s decor that made his own place back in London look like the height of good taste, it certainly wasn't the kind of place he'd want to set up shop. Shafts of bright afternoon sun filtered in through cracks in the shuttered windows, highlighting tiny insects flitting around in the dusty air. With his injured ribs throbbing each time he took a deep breath, Alex loosened his tie and gratefully flopped down on the threadbare floral-patterned couch set against one wall. The overtaxed springs sagged beneath his weight, but somehow he held on. "I suppose you spent most of our budget on the plane, eh?" he remarked, eyeing a peeling patch of wallpaper opposite. Halverson shrugged. "We needed somewhere anonymous. If you think you could do better, be my guest." "This will be fine," Anya said, the look in her eyes warning Alex against further criticism. Turning away, she unlocked the shutters barring the main windows and pushed them open, allowing bright sunlight to flood the room. With his eyes now accustomed to the gloomy interior of the room, Alex was forced to avert his gaze from the harsh glare. "Better," Anya decided, then turned her attention to Halverson. "Did you arrange the package I requested?" The Norwegian smiled and nodded. Opening a cupboard beneath the sink, he retrieved a leather sports bag and laid it on the cheap wood veneer kitchen table. Anya was on it right away, unzipping the bag and lifting out what looked like a set of drab brown shirts and trousers, complete with boots and the kind of equipment belt that a police officer or security guard might wear. "These are a match?" she asked, glancing at Halverson. He nodded. "As far as our people could tell, yes." That seemed to satisfy her, for now at least. Next out were a pair of Kevlar vests that Alex had come to recognize quite well after their improvised escape from the lakeside house in Norway. He understood the rationale behind them, but hoped fervently they wouldn't have to put the body armor to the test. The last item to emerge from the bag was something more offensively minded. Carefully, Anya lifted out the dark, sleek form of an automatic handgun. Alex wasn't much of a firearms aficionado, but even he recognized the distinctive shape of the Colt M1911 from countless movies and TV shows he'd watched throughout his life. Better known as the Colt 45 for the ammunition it used, the M1911 was a rugged, reliable 8-shot automatic that had been in service for the best part of a century and was still favored by police and special forces units even today. Like the Great White Shark, it had reached the apex of design long ago and had no need to evolve further. "Still favoring the 45, Halverson remarked as Anya carefully fitted a suppressor to the weapon's barrel. "Some things never change." The woman glanced at him, flashing something that might have been a smile. "It has never let me down. And that is a rare thing." Halverson said nothing to this as she laid the weapon down on the table. So what's the plan, Rambo? Alex asked, eager to know how she intended to get them inside. Glancing at him, Anya replaced the contents of the bag and laid it on the floor, then gestured for him to sit. Both men took a seat while she powered up her laptop and called up the files she'd been working on. If what Alex has told me is correct, the blacklist is being held on a server in this building, she began, showing them an overhead shot of a large office block set in amongst other buildings of similar construction. It is one of the main facilities for ISS Communications, a Turkish internet provider. Next, she brought up a detailed building blueprint which Halverson's colleagues in Oslo had managed to obtain from the Istanbul Central Planning Office. Given the location of the building and the time and resources available, a tactical assault is out of the question, Anya went on. Our only feasible option is to infiltrate the building at night, when most of the office staff have left for the day. To do this, we will need to gain access to the main entrance, neutralize any physical security measures on site, and disable the building's surveillance system. According to the blueprints, all of this is controlled from a central security station located just off the entrance lobby, so locking down this room must be our highest priority. Once the system is down and outside communications have been cut, Alex and I will make our way down to the server room in the basement where he will find and download the blacklist. As soon as he has it in his possession, I will escort him back upstairs and outside, where Christian will be waiting to pick us up. It sounded simple enough, but then Alex supposed most plans did when one was seated around the kitchen table talking it over. You really think you can do all this? He couldn't help asking. Get us inside. Take out armed guards, disable security systems. Anya glowered at him across the table, her blue eyes smouldering. I used to infiltrate fortified Soviet outposts for a living, Alex, she reminded him. You only need to concern yourself with downloading the blacklist. I'll take care of the rest. Alex leaned back in his seat, feeling like an unruly student who had just been chastised by the teacher. Halverson, briefly amused by the interplay, soon turned his attention back to more practical matters. As far as we could tell, there are only 2 security personnel on duty at night. One is on roving patrol throughout the building, and the other is on duty in the security room at all times. The room is locked and secured with an encrypted card reader and has protected hardline communications to the outside world. If we must go in, it would make sense to hit them in the early hours of the morning. No, Anya countered, speaking with the firm confidence born from long experience. This must happen during shift changeover, when the night security staff are logging in. Halverson frowned but didn't argue. Likely he knew better than to debate with her over matters like this. This all sounds lovely, Alex chipped in. But if the doors are locked and the security men can trip the alarm at a moment's notice, how do you plan to get inside the building in the first place? The look in her eyes somehow put him in mind of a hawk that was sizing up its prey. Like I said, you worry about the blacklist, leave the rest to me. Reaching into the sports bag, she retrieved the Colt 45, inserted a magazine into the open port, and pulled back the slide to chamber the first round. Stay here. I'll be back soon. Chapter 38. Burak Karga glanced up from the TV, disturbed from the football game he was watching by a knock at the door.
Get lost, I'm busy,
he mumbled, turning his attention back to the game. Galatasaray were leading 2-1 against bitter local rivals Fenerbahce, with Fenerbahce pushing forward in search of an equalizer in the dying minutes. No way was he leaving this to deal with some beggar or travelling salesman, 2 things which were roughly synonymous in his opinion. Especially not when he was facing a tedious 8-hour overnight shift, working security in a building that nobody in their right mind would want to break into, unless they had a real thing for circuit boards and copper wire. The knocking continued, more urgent this time. Whoever was out there wasn't about to give up.
All right,
he snapped, rising from his chair and stomping towards the door of his small but fastidiously clean apartment. One thing he prided himself on was his sense of order and discipline.
What is it?
Leaning close to the spy hole, he was startled to find himself looking out at a woman. A Western woman, with tan skin, short blonde hair and striking blue eyes. She was dressed in a sharp business suit, the blouse unbuttoned just far enough to reveal a subtle glimpse of cleavage. Who was she? And what was she doing here?
Burak Karga? She asked.
Yes? Who are you?
My name is Anna. I work for ISS, she explained, speaking in accented but fluent Turkish. Something has come to our attention, and we need to talk. Can I come in? Karga felt a knot of fear tighten in his stomach. If the company had seen fit to send an official representative to his home, it couldn't mean anything good. What was it about? His mind was in overdrive, churning through any minor infraction he might have committed while on duty that had somehow been discovered.
Okay, he called. Just give me a minute.
Turning around, he rushed into the bedroom and grabbed a fresh shirt from his wardrobe, quickly buttoning it up as he returned to the door. Running his fingers through his hair a couple of times to smooth it down, he took a deep breath, reached out, and unlocked the door. Of all the unpleasant possibilities that had leapt into his mind in the past 30 seconds, none of them came close to what happened next. The instant he undid the lock, the door flew inwards, propelled by a hard kick that sent it crashing against him. Karga grunted in pain and shock as his head took much of the impact, and fell to his knees with stars dancing across his eyes. He could feel something warm and wet dripping down his face, and realized with vague comprehension that he'd been cut. These were the least of his problems, however. Quickly slipping into his apartment, the woman in the suit pulled the door shut and knelt down beside him, drawing something from behind her back. Karga froze as the cold barrel of a weapon was pressed against his forehead.
If you cry out, you die. The weapon is silenced so nobody will hear it,
the woman hissed, her voice frighteningly calm and controlled.
Nod if you understand.
With no choice but to comply, Karga nodded.
I'm going to ask you some questions. If you answer fully and truthfully, I give you my word that you will live through this unharmed. I will leave and you will never see or hear from me again. But if you lie to me, or withhold information, I will know about it. Believe me, I am very good at discovering liars. I will kill you, then I will kill both your parents and your brother. They live in Izmir, right?
Karga could feel tears forming. How did she know so much about him?
But please, I don't want...
I don't care what you want, she cut in. When someone has a gun at your head, all that matters is what you do. If you do the right thing, you and your family will live. If not, you die. Now, are you going to cooperate? There was no choice for him to make. How could any man withstand such a threat?
Yes,
he finally said. She nodded, and the gun barrel was withdrawn a little. First, you are going to give me your access card for the ISS building. Then you are going to tell me everything you know about the security system. Passcodes, patrol routes, access protocols, everything. So, let's begin. Chapter 39. Anya was feeling a little more optimistic about their chances when she returned to the safe house about an hour later. Karga had, to his credit, lived up to his end of their agreement, telling her everything she needed to know about the building's security system, and more besides. In the end, it was all she could do to shut him up. Satisfied that he hadn't lied to her, she had left him bound and gagged in his bathtub before departing with his access card and security passcodes. Karga was single, based on both her own observations and the brief dossier that Halverson's people had put together on him, meaning it was unlikely anyone would visit him in the next few hours. Likely he'd make his predicament known sooner or later, but she planned to be long gone by then. Halverson was seated on the couch, thumbing rounds into the magazine for his own automatic. Though he would be armed like her, his part in this operation was confined to the role of getaway driver, partly because she was dubious of his skills after 2 decades away from fieldwork, and partly because she wanted operational control to stay with her. She might be short-handed when they went in, but at least she'd only have Alex to worry about. He glanced up as she entered. How did it go? Anya held up the access card. It could have been worse. He didn't give up that willingly, I suppose. She shrugged. I can be very persuasive. At this, he smiled knowingly. So I remember. He gestured to the kitchen, where a coffee urn was steaming away.
"There is coffee left if you want some. Tastes like shit, but it does the trick."
She shook her head, preferring to stay away from caffeine now that they were soon to go into action. The kind of jittery, nervous energy that came with it was of no use to her, particularly when she was about to attempt a hastily conceived raid on a high-security building in a foreign country.
"Where is Alex?" she asked instead.
He pointed towards the narrow balcony beyond the shuttered windows.
"Said he needed some air."
Which was clearly untrue, she knew. Nobody went outside simply for fresh air, particularly in a crowded urban area like this. Alex was out there because he wanted to be alone. He was afraid of what was coming. And the more time he spent alone with that fear churning over in his mind, the worse it would become. She'd seen it happen many times in the past, often with disastrous results. She needed him focused and motivated, not frightened and indecisive. Leaving Halverson in the living area, she pushed open the shutters and slipped out onto the narrow balcony clinging to the side of the apartment building. Whatever shortcomings this place might have had in terms of space, utilities and decor, one area where it did at least excel was the view. From this high vantage point, she was able to see right across the dense and chaotic urban sprawl of central Istanbul to the glistening waters of the Bosphorus Strait. Ships and boats of all descriptions ploughed across the narrow body of water that linked the Black Sea with the Mediterranean, while on the far side stood the eastern half of the transcontinental city. Closer at hand, 6 immense minaret towers rose high into the evening sky, surrounding the countless domes and high walls of the Sultan Ahmed Mosque, the largest of its kind in the country. Another reminder of Istanbul's conflict-ridden past. Anya recalled reading once that in ancient times a heavy iron chain had been hung across the Sultan's entrance to the mosque, forcing him to bow as he rode inside on horseback. The intention was clear. Even all-powerful rulers had to learn humility from time to time. It was a shame today's crop of world leaders hadn't learned that lesson, she thought. As Halverson had said, Alex was out there leaning on the railing, staring out across the city without really seeing anything. He was holding a packet of cigarettes, though he hadn't lit one yet. He didn't look around as Anya slipped in beside him, sharing the view in companionable silence for a time. It wasn't like him to be so taciturn, and for a moment Anya caught herself wishing he would say something to break the silence. At first she had found his constant questions and inane banter both irritating and draining, yet she had to admit that over the past few days she'd grown accustomed to it, perhaps even learned to like it. Maybe because when he was speaking, she didn't have to say anything herself. At this moment, however, things were different.
"It is a good evening,"
she said at last, watching a young couple sauntering along hand in hand on the street far below. Not a care in the world, Anya thought with a fleeting tinge of envy.
"When I was young, my mother used to call this the magic hour. She believed there was a purpose to all of our lives, and that at moments like this we were given a glimpse of it. She said anything was possible at such a time."
Alex said nothing in response. His eyes continued to survey the city, though his thoughts were clearly turned inward.
"I know the last few days have been difficult for you, Alex,"
she said, groping for the right words. Conversations like this always left her feeling uncomfortable and strained, as if she didn't have the vocabulary to express herself properly.
"I know, because the same thing once happened to me."
At last this seemed to stir his interest. He blinked and slowly turned to look at her.
"I told you once about my life before,"
she said, the muscles in her throat working as she swallowed.
"I was young then, and I was different, gentle, naive, a daydreamer who used to lie in the long grass staring up at the sky, wondering what might be."
She shook her head, dispelling the memory.
"That all changed one evening, not unlike this one. I was outside in the field overlooking our home, when police and men in official cars arrived. I was told that my parents had been killed. There was an accident. Their car plowed into a tree and they were gone. Just like that. Everything I had known, everything I was and might have been was taken away from me that night. I had to change very quickly, let go of my fear and weakness, let go of who I had been. That's why I call this time before, and why I can barely remember it. I chose to forget that little girl, Alex. I did this because the memory of who I was would stop me doing what I had to do to survive. So I let her go.
Alex was listening to her now. She could feel his eyes on her, even as she stared out across the glistening waters of the strait, though in truth her thoughts were turned inward. She was thinking about the frightened little girl she'd chosen to leave behind, the life she'd chosen to forget. She wondered, in a fleeting moment of doubt, whether it could ever be hers again. Alex sighed and turned his gaze back out across the city. "I'm sorry, Anya." She blinked, returning to herself.
For what?
"For a lot of things. Mostly for making this happen." He shook his head. "It's my fault we're here now. My fault you don't have the blacklist. I'm sorry you had to go through all of this, and I'm grateful for what you've done for me. I know that doesn't mean much, but I wanted you to know anyway. Might not get another chance to say it, know what I mean?" She did know. He wanted to make things right with her. Moved by a sudden impulse, Anya reached out and gently laid a hand on his arm. It wasn't often that she felt the need for physical contact, and if she was honest, overt displays of affection had always left her feeling strangely uncomfortable. But just this once, it felt right. Alex Yates was a good man, she knew then. Maybe he wasn't the sort she normally associated with, and she doubted they'd be seeing much of each other once this was all over. But he was a better person than many she had encountered over the years, and perhaps deserved a second chance.
"It does mean something,"
she allowed. That seemed to satisfy him, and for a time he was silent and pensive. "I saw you, you know," he said at last, "at Trafalgar Square, the day I met with Aaron. I saw you watching me." She blinked, regarding him with surprise.
"You remember that? Out of all the people you saw that day?"
He shook his head. "You don't understand. I remember all of them. Every face, every piece of clothing, every car and bus and bike on the road. Forgetting isn't an option for me." Her brows drew together for a moment as she assessed the meaning behind his words, before arriving at the logical conclusion.
"You have a photographic memory."
He nodded, offering a weary smile. "That's an understatement."
"Has it always been this way?"
Again he nodded. "All my life. When I was little, I found I could remember just about anything I saw or heard. It made learning things, well, easier. My teachers at school were convinced I was cheating on my exams somehow. They couldn't understand how I could remember entire textbooks word for word." His skills with computers were beginning to make more sense to her now, and his ability to find loopholes that others couldn't. He didn't see what others missed. He simply remembered what others forgot.
"That is a gift,"
she said, wishing her own memory was as infallible. She had trained herself over the years to commit important information to memory, but of course, there were limits to what she could accurately recall. "A gift," he snorted. "Yeah, right. More like a curse. Imagine never being able to turn it off. It just keeps piling up every day, every minute. My head gets so filled with useless shit, sometimes I feel like I'm drowning in it. I even end up forgetting things that are supposed to be important. So no, all things considered, I'd rather I hadn't inherited this talent." Anya said nothing, perhaps a little surprised by the vehemence of his sentiment. She would never know the turmoil that existed within his mind, the sea of random thoughts and memories that he had constantly to manage and keep under control. The sheer mental energy he had to expend just to get through the day.
"But it is yours anyway. You can either spend your life wishing it wasn't there or you can use it. I know you can do that.
She glanced at him, comparing the man before her with the frightened, hesitant weakling he'd been only a few short days earlier.
You are stronger than you look, Alex. Maybe even stronger than you realize.
Alex didn't say anything to this, though she sensed her words had struck a chord in him. Maybe he would listen to her.
Are you going to smoke those?
She asked, nodding to the cigarettes in his hand. Alex smiled wryly.
Thought you didn't approve. I think you have earned it.
He looked at the packet for a long moment before slipping it back into his pocket.
When you have the blacklist, and we're on a plane out of here, then I'll celebrate, he decided. In the meantime, we have work to do. Fair enough, she conceded. Are you ready?
Alex nodded, summoning up the deeply buried reserve of courage that she knew he possessed. He was frightened and intimidated by what lay ahead, but he would see it through. She would make sure of that. She gave him what she hoped was a reassuring smile.
Then let's finish this.
So there we were, about to make our final play. Like gamblers on losing streaks the world over, we were betting everything on one last roll of the dice. It sounds insane when I think about it now. The idea that somehow we'd actually get away with it. That they wouldn't be expecting what we were about to do. Maybe it was overconfidence getting the better of me again. Or maybe I just wanted to believe there was still a way out. If I didn't still have that to hold on to, then what else was there? Either way, I went into it with my eyes open, seeing nothing. Chapter 40. As the sun sank below the distant western horizon and darkness fell on the ancient city of Istanbul, office buildings, shops and factories slowly emptied as workers began their long commutes home for the evening. But two people who had no intention of going home tonight were Olivia Mitchell and Vince Argento. Encamped on the roof of an apartment building about 100 yards from the ISS communications office, they had been observing it with a pair of high-powered binoculars since their arrival earlier in the day, looking for any sign of Yates or Anya. Such static observation was a mind-numbing task at the best of times, and so far, one that had yielded no results. Getting into the country without Hawkins's knowledge had been no easy task, forcing both operatives to pull in more favors than they were owed to get onto a commercial flight under false identities. As far as he was concerned, they were both on a flight back to Langley. The illusion was unlikely to last long, especially considering the extent of his influence, but perhaps it would buy them enough time to get to the truth of this whole operation. A gamble, all or nothing, with little more than gut instinct to guide them. "Shift change," Argento said, focusing the binoculars on a new arrival at the main entrance. "Looks like night security. Jesus, he looks about as happy to be here as me."
Duly noted, but if this is your play for sympathy, forget it. You chose to be here,
Mitchell replied, taking a sip of coffee. The temperature was falling with the onset of night, and the steaming black liquid was as useful for keeping them warm as it was for maintaining concentration. "Wouldn't dream of it." Argento held out a hand without taking his eyes away from the binoculars. "Send some of that my way, would you?"
"Tastes like ass," she warned.
"Nothing wrong with a piece of ass."
Mitchell duly poured him a cup and placed it in his hand. In truth, she didn't mind his occasional grumbling about the cold or the boredom, or the fact that the air vent he was sitting on was giving him cramp in his legs. Long periods of observation like this were often a test of endurance, but having another person on hand to share the load made it infinitely more bearable. Argento took a sip and laid the cup down on the ground by his feet.
"You know there's every chance they're not even going to show, right? They'd have to be pretty goddamn stupid to try something like this."
She had scouted out the perimeter of the 4-story office building earlier in the day, checking for possible entry points or hidden ways in. A modern, well-constructed facility laid out in a rough U-shape, with a courtyard and parking areas set between the two wings. It was well covered by security cameras at all angles. These very security measures had necessitated a quick withdrawal on her part, lest she draw suspicion on herself. Still,
Even a cursory glance made it plain the building was taller than those around it, making access from adjacent rooftops impossible. The only other entrance besides the front door was a loading dock at the rear, but it was securely locked down and could only be opened from inside. Security personnel patrolled the building at all times, with at least one in a locked panic room manning the CCTV cameras. All in all, it was a pretty airtight operation. A determined assault team could certainly breach the building, but doing so without raising an alarm would be nigh on impossible.
Stupid's about all we've got right now,
Mitchell exhaled, staring out across the brightly lit city.
Anyway, they'll show. I know they will.
This a female intuition thing?
She knew him well enough to take that remark in the spirit it was intended.
Anya already risked her life for this file. She's come too far to back down now. It's just a question of when she makes her play.
And we're the only thing standing in her way, he reminded her. Can't make up my mind if this is heroic or fucking stupid.
Neither. You saw what happened in Norway.
Mitchell unconsciously reached up and touched her temple, feeling the tight knot of pain and bruised skin that reminded her just how dangerous an adversary they'd pitted themselves against.
She could have killed us both without breaking a sweat, but instead she let us live. Why?
Gunfire would have drawn the rest of our team in.
Mitchell shook her head.
Come on, Vince, think. There are plenty of ways to kill people without firing a weapon. No. She spared our lives because we were no threat to her. That sound like the action of a crazed killer?
How the hell would I know? Isn't that the point of crazy people? They're unpredictable.
For Mitchell, insanity didn't factor into it for 1 second. In Anya, she saw a resourceful and capable operative pursuing a goal with ruthless determination, overcoming any obstacle that stood in her path, and yet somehow still managing to show restraint and compassion.
She's not crazy. I bet my life on that.
Suddenly, Argento tensed up, moving his binoculars a few degrees to the right to focus on a new arrival approaching the building.
You might just have to,
he said, all trace of humor vanishing from his voice now.
I think we got some action here.
Abandoning her coffee, Mitchell jumped up and hurried over. She was by his side in seconds, her own binoculars quickly sighting the potential target.
Blue panel van approaching from the southwest. Looks like it's slowing down,
Argento reported. Sure enough, a delivery van was approaching, slowing down and pulling to a halt right in front of the main entrance. The passenger door opened, and a lone figure jumped down onto the pavement. She was wearing the same uniform as the building security guards, but unlike the others, Mitchell had seen come and go during shift changes. This one was definitely female. She could make out the lighter physique and the swell of breasts beneath the brown shirt, though her face was turned away and partially covered by a baseball cap.
You got a positive ID?
She asked, wary of getting fired up over a false alarm.
Couldn't tell for sure. I only saw her for a second, but she fits the description.
And then, just like that, the target turned her head, glancing at something on the other side of the street, and at the same time revealed herself to Mitchell. Straight away she knew the face in her field glasses matched the one burned into her memory after their brief confrontation in Norway.
It's her,
Mitchell said, feeling her heartbeat soaring.
Son of a bitch,
Argento breathed.
What's she gonna do? Waltz right in through the front door?
She seemed to be doing just that, making straight the main entrance. As she did so, the van pulled away and turned into a service alley running down the side of the building, leading to the loading bay at the rear.
I'll bet you $20 Yates is on board that van.
Mitchell said nothing, her face tight with concentration as she watched Anya stroll confidently up to the main entrance, reach into her pocket, and swipe an access card through the reader next to the glass doors. There was a brief flash of green light, after which Anya typed in an access code of some kind, and that was it. The doors opened automatically, and with barely a glance over her shoulder, she slipped inside.
I'll be damned,
she said under her breath, impressed by the woman's audacity, if nothing else. Where on earth had she obtained the card and code needed to get inside?
We've got them,
Argento said, his voice rising with growing excitement.
One call to the cops and we got them trapped in there.
No, Mitchell said, lowering the binoculars. We're not calling anyone.
Huh?
Argento looked at her as if she were mad.
Why the hell not?
Her response was simple. Her reasons weren't.
Because I want her to succeed.
Chapter 41. The ISS building's security room was little more than a small office, with a locked reinforced door and a bank of digital monitors set along one wall, allowing the sole occupant to access any one of the 24 CCTV cameras carefully placed around the facility. If no specific camera was selected, the monitors cycled through them at 5-second intervals, the order constantly changing to prevent would-be intruders exploiting the pattern. To say that manning this room for an 8-hour night shift was a dull job would be a gross understatement. In the 3 years that Emre Sahin had been working night security here, there had been not a single break-in attempt, no suspicious activity, not even a couple of co-workers caught fucking in the toilets. The most exciting thing he'd ever had to deal with was a pair of drunken foreigners arguing in the alley leading to the rear service entrance. That had been 2 years ago. Tonight, however, things were different. Burak Karga, the man who, according to the duty roster, was supposed to be on this shift with him, had failed to report in. He should have been here for the changeover 10 minutes ago, but there was no sign of him. Sahim was hardly a stickler for punctuality under normal circumstances, but the rules of their job strongly warned against having only one guard on duty at a time. The guards from the previous shift had offered to stay on until Karga arrived, but they all knew it had been a half-hearted gesture at best. Naturally, he told them to be on their way, believing Karga would arrive at any moment and not wishing to inconvenience them. It had seemed like a sound and fair decision at the time, but as the minutes ticked by, he became less and less confident. He was the supervisor. It was his job to get things like this right. If it was discovered that he'd knowingly breached this most fundamental regulation, he'd be in the shit. It took him another minute or so to make his decision.
Lazy bastard,
he said, reaching for the phone to his left. He stabbed at the buttons, punching in Karga's cell phone number, and waited impatiently while it rang out, and carried on ringing.
Come on! What the hell are you up to?
He knew Karga was a football fanatic, and that his favorite team had been playing a big match tonight. If the man was late and had turned off his phone just to watch a penalty shootout, they would be having words. Still, the phone carried on ringing without response. Sahin slammed the phone down a little harder than necessary. He was just pondering whether or not to report the issue to his own boss when an internal buzzer sounded to inform him the main doors had been opened. A glance at his computer terminal confirmed that Karga's swipe card had just been used. Relief surged through him, though it was tempered with annoyance.
About time,
he mumbled, rising from his chair. He fully intended to give his tardy co-worker as hard a time as possible for the stress he'd caused. The security room's door buzzed once as Karga swiped himself in.
Burak, what time do you...
Sahin's words trailed off as he stared at the woman who had suddenly appeared in the doorway, armed with an automatic that was leveled at his head. A Western woman, tanned but clearly of Caucasian origin, with pale yellow hair and piercing blue eyes. She was dressed in the same uniform as himself, but it was clear that protecting the security of this place was the last thing on her mind. For a brief, ludicrous moment, instinct took over, and he reached for the panic button fixed to the underside of his desk.
If you try it, you die,
she warned, her pale blue eyes glinting with merciless resolve. Her stark warning was enough to cut through whatever thoughts of resistance he'd entertained, however brief. This job paid pretty well as far as it went, but nowhere near enough to lay down his life. Heart pounding and throat dry, he quickly backed away from the desk and raised his hands to show he was unarmed.
Lie down on the ground with your hands behind your head, she instructed. Are you going to kill me?
He asked, lowering himself to his knees.
I will certainly kill you if you don't obey.
Having to fight a sudden urge to retch, Sahin lay down on the cold linoleum floor and placed his hands behind his head. He heard footsteps as she moved and felt something narrow and plastic pulled tight around his wrists. Working with the quick efficiency born from long experience, Anya secured his wrists with plastic cable ties, followed by his ankles. A third loop of plastic bound both sets of limbs together behind his back, making it impossible for him to stand up, or even to move more than a few inches. Kneeling beside him, she holstered her weapon and looked into his eyes. They were dark and frightened, though to the man's credit he wasn't whimpering or pleading for his life. That was good.
"Are there any other security guards in this building?" she asked, speaking calmly now that he was no longer a threat. "If you lie to me, I will know."
"No, just me."
He wasn't lying.
"Any building employees? Anyone else scheduled to arrive tonight?"
He shook his head.
"Good. I'm going to gag you now," she informed him. "Breathe normally and don't struggle, and you will live through this. Nod if you understand."
He did. Unrolling a strip of duct tape, she fixed it to his face, sealing his mouth shut. It wasn't unknown for people in such situations to panic and choke to death, or to suffer asthma or even heart attacks. For his sake, she hoped he wasn't the panicking kind. With the guard taken care of, Anya turned her attention to the bank of monitors. They seemed to be cycling through various sections of the building, and in at least one of them she spotted a dimly lit room filled with rows of black computer cabinets, each illuminated by a few minimal indicator lights. The server room. Another camera was focused on the courtyard at the rear of the building. As planned, Halverson was waiting patiently in a blue panel van near the loading bay, the exhaust venting small clouds of steam into the night air. Beneath the monitors was a simple computer terminal governing electronic door locks throughout the building. Scrolling through the options until she found the loading bay doors, she hit the button to open them. Up on the rooftop nearby, Argento stared at his colleague in disbelief.
"Run that by me again?"
"Come on, use your head. This whole investigation felt dirty the minute Hawkins showed up, and it's been getting worse ever since. A guy with no official record, no past, who doesn't belong to any recognized directorate but has unlimited access to agency resources? That's a heavy dose of bullshit right there."
"Hey, I don't like the guy any more than you do, but who's to say Yates and his new best friend are any better?"
Argento challenged her.
"For all we know, they could be fucking terrorists."
Mitchell shook her head.
"This isn't about terrorism, for Christ's sake. This is a cover-up. Hawkins wasn't sent to arrest Yates or Anya. He's out to protect whatever secrets they're trying to uncover. And he's willing to kill anyone who gets in the way, even innocent civilians. That sound like the kind of people you want to work with?"
Argento clenched his jaw. He didn't like what she was saying, but nor could he dispute it.
"So why come here, Olivia? Why even bother to make the trip if you're not out to stop them?"
"Like I said, I want them to succeed, and I want to know what's on that file. If I've allowed myself to be part of a cover-up, I want to know why."
She laid the binoculars aside and rose to her feet.
"That van parked round back is our ticket in."
Before Argento could reply, however, another voice cut into their conversation, a voice that Mitchell had come to know all too well.
"Thanks for the advice."
Startled, Mitchell whirled around, instinct prompting her to reach for the sidearm concealed within her jacket.
"Don't,"
Hawkins warned, raising the barrel of his silenced M4A1 assault rifle to draw attention to the fearsome weapon. Capable of spitting out close to 1,000 rounds a minute, with an effective range of over 500 yards, he could scarcely miss her if he opened fire now. Standing not 15 yards away, he was dressed in full night assault gear and body armor. 2 other men flanking him were dressed and armed in similar fashion. He smiled, knowing he had her at his mercy.
"Couldn't have got here without you."
Mitchell closed her eyes and let out a slow breath, realizing now how foolish she'd been to come here. Hawkins's sudden dismissal of her from the investigation hadn't been some whim, born in the heat of the moment, or the result of a festering rivalry. Sensing she might know more than she was letting on, he'd cut her loose and patiently watched while she carried on the investigation herself. And when the time was right, he closed his trap. Chapter 42. Clutching the canvas satchel that held a laptop and various other cables and components he might need to complete his task, Alex swung the rear door of the panel van open.
"Good luck,"
Halverson called out from the front seat. Alex glanced at the older man for a moment, saying nothing. Their success or failure rested on him now. His companions had played their part, but now it was up to him. Never in his life had he felt that responsibility more keenly. Jumping down from the rear of the vehicle, he slammed the door shut and gave it a slap with his hand to confirm that Halverson was good to go. The Norwegian wasted no time gunning the engine. easing the van out of the parking area and back down the alleyway to the main road beyond. It would have been easier for him to linger close to the building, but the danger of discovery was too great. Alone now, Alex hurried forward and ducked beneath the rolling metal shutters that had been raised about 3 feet off the ground, finding himself in a small loading dock of sorts. The floor was bare concrete, the light coming courtesy of several cheap fluorescent strips fixed to the ceiling. Boxes, filing cabinets, spare desks and chairs, and all the other paraphernalia that accumulates in a busy office building were stacked along both walls. Alex recognized this sort of area well enough, because there were plenty of rooms like it in his former workplace. It was the kind of backroom storage space where all the barely usable crap was dumped in the mistaken belief that it might come in handy one day. And, as he'd expected, Anya was waiting for him. "The security room is neutralized. I've cut the hard lines outside," she said, leading him deeper into the building. "This way." With luck, it would be some time before anyone realized something was wrong. At least, Alex fervently hoped so. He had no idea how difficult it might be to locate the black list among the millions of files stored on the servers here, or the kind of difficulties he might encounter retrieving it. Don't be an arsehole and doubt yourself now, he thought, giving himself a mental slapping. Just concentrate on not fucking up. Spotting a stairwell leading down, Anya headed straight for it. "The servers are down there." The heat and noise generated by such a vast collection of highly stressed electronics made their storage and maintenance problematic, to say the least. For this reason, most server rooms were located underground. As she moved, Anya keyed the small radio unit fixed to her shoulder. "Christian, we're inside. Heading for the server room now."
"Copy that," came his grainy reply. "Standing by." Keeping her weapon to hand, Anya shoved the door open and hurried down the steps, with Alex close behind. Up on the rooftop, Mitchell could do nothing to resist as one of Hawkins's men reached into her jacket and withdrew her weapon. Argento was given similar treatment, though his attempt to shove his captor away was promptly rewarded with a rifle butt to the stomach that dropped him to his knees, coughing and gasping for air. It was the kind of foolish bravery that seemed to come so naturally to young men. "Keep pushing, son," the operative advised, apparently relishing the opportunity to put him down for good. "You'll get there." Mitchell would have happily torn out the man's windpipe in that moment, though such an effort would have been suicidal. He could kill her a dozen times over with the assault rifle in his arms, not to mention his 2 companions. "How you doing, Vince?" she asked, feigning only casual interest. "Having the time of my life,"
he replied, struggling to raise himself off the ground. He looked up at their captor and flashed a defiant grin.
"A friend here hits like a faggot."
That was all the excuse he needed. Taking a step back to allow himself more room to build momentum, he planted a kick square in the young man's side, delivered with enough brutal force to snap ribs. Argento was sent rolling across the rooftop by the force of the impact, coming to rest several yards away in a limp sprawl. "You son of a—" Mitchell began, taking a step towards him. She never got the chance to finish. Taking a step between them, Hawkins swung a lightning-fast right hook that caught her just above the left eye. The impact was like a grenade going off in her head, and immediately she hit the ground, blood pounding in her ears and her vision swimming in and out of focus. There would be no fighting back from this, she knew. She'd never had the pleasure of being knocked out before, but even she could tell that blow had come perilously close to sealing the deal. If clandestine operations didn't work out for him, Hawkins could have had a hell of a career as a professional boxer.
"I'm pissed at you, Mitchell," she heard Hawkins say. "You could have been a real asset to us. Instead, here we are. Shame, really."
She was going to die up here on this rooftop, she realized then. So was Argento, assuming he was still alive. On reflection, she felt worse for him than she did for herself. He didn't deserve it. "Didn't think you had a problem killing people," she said, breathing hard and struggling to focus on the ground in front of her. Her fingers clawed at the gravel-covered rooftop as she tried to lift herself up.
"Never did," he admitted. "It just means more paperwork."
It was then that her vision snapped back into focus, and she saw him, Argento, lying several yards away after being beaten down by one of Hawkins's men. He was alive after all, and he was looking right at her. He was lying beside the low parapet wall from where they'd been observing the target building. She'd assumed the sheer force of the impact had sent him rolling across the rooftop, but now she realized otherwise. He'd baited that man into hitting him so that they'd no longer consider him a threat. He'd intended to end up there, so that he could reach for something that might help them. Or rather, help her. Buy her a few precious moments of distraction, at the cost of his own life. His gaze flicked beyond her to the other side of the rooftop. From her position it seemed to be just a continuation of the parapet wall, with a 50-foot drop down to street level on the other side. But she knew otherwise. She knew what he wanted her to do. No, she couldn't allow this to happen. Not now. Not him. She shook her head, a meager gesture easily overlooked by the men poised to kill them, but utterly heartfelt in that moment. She saw a flicker of a smile on the young man's face, and a tiny nod of encouragement as he reached for the steaming cup of coffee still sitting on the ground where he'd left it. He was going for it no matter what she did, no matter whether she was even able to take advantage of his distraction. Vincent Argento, stubborn and defiant to the end.
"This is all on you, Mitchell,"
Hawkins said, raising his weapon.
"I wanted you to know that."
The moment had come. Snatching up the cup of coffee, Argento twisted around and hurled it at the man who had attacked him. Instinctively, he turned away in an attempt to avoid the improvised missile, but it was far too late. Argento's aim was true, and the styrofoam cup disintegrated under the impact, showering the left side of the man's face with its steaming contents. It took another second or so for the pain to register, but when it did, he growled in pain and clutched at his face, stumbling to his right. Argento, rising to his feet and making a grab for the injured man's weapon, was allowed a single moment of satisfaction that he'd paid his adversary back for what he'd done. A heartbeat before Hawkins dropped him, with a quick, efficient burst of silenced gunfire. Mitchell was oblivious to this, however. The moment Hawkins and his comrades started to turn towards the source of the noise, she had clawed her way to her feet and launched herself at the parapet. Her legs were unsteady beneath her, and she almost expected them to give way, but somehow she remained upright. She heard shouting from behind, heard the distinctive thump of a silenced weapon opening up on automatic. She forced herself not to think about Argento as she reached the edge of the roof, gathered herself up, and leapt. Having dispatched Argento, Hawkins turned his weapon towards Mitchell. Resourceful, but foolish. The only way off this roof was the single access door he'd emerged from, and he stood firmly in the way. She was in his sights. He could barely miss from this range. His finger tightened on the trigger, and the weapon kicked back into his shoulder as the first round discharged. But his target was no longer there. She had vanished, leaping right over the edge of the building and into the dark void beyond. Only when he heard a loud metallic thump, followed by a cry of pain, did he realize what had happened.
"Shit!"
he snarled, sprinting for the parapet. 10 feet below, Mitchell landed hard on the top level of the fire escape, the impact against the unyielding metal framework feeling like it had broken half the bones in her body. She had landed at the top of the stairs leading down to the next level, and with desperate strength threw herself down them, trying to get some form of protection between her and Hawkins. There was no thought of leaping down the steps or controlling her descent in any way. All she could do was grit her teeth and brace herself as she tumbled down the steel stairway fixed to the side of the building, each collision adding to the growing list of cuts and bruises she seemed to be accumulating. When at last she landed in a heap on the level below, superficial pain had almost become irrelevant. The wild, desperate instinct for survival was what now drove her to pick up her battered body from the floor, to launch herself shoulder first against the door leading back into the building, to ignore the bruising force of the impact. The door, old and weathered, gave way under her frenzied assault, and she forced her way through just as another burst of deadly automatic fire scythed down from above, the rounds howling through gaps in the upper platform to ricochet off the steelwork below. She no longer cared. She was inside and hurtling down the corridor towards the nearest stairwell, oblivious to the pain and the blood leaking from her right side. She might have avoided the deadly burst that should have killed her, but one round had nonetheless found its mark. On the rooftop above, Hawkins leaned back from the parapet and lowered his weapon.
God damn it,
he said under his breath, then reached for the tactical radio fixed to his throat.
Alpha to all call signs. We've got to run away. Mitchell's heading down the main stairwell. Anybody have eyes on?
He had 2 more men stationed downstairs in plain clothes, partly to keep an eye on the ISS building, and partly to guard against any unwelcome distractions while he dealt with Mitchell.
Negative. Foxtrot is Oscar, Mike. Preparing to intercept.
Copy. Find her and fucking kill her.
There was no hint of emotion in the man's voice when he replied.
Roger that.
Satisfied, Hawkins turned his attention back to the 2 men who had accompanied him. One, Rodriguez, now bore the marks of his brief lapse in concentration. Though hardly boiling when thrown, the coffee had still been hot enough to leave the skin down one side of his face angry red, even in the wan light cast by the street lamps. He'd regained his composure by now, but his jaw was still clamped tight against the pain.
Want me to go after her, sir?
He asked. Hawkins shook his head. Much as he would have enjoyed hunting Mitchell down and making her suffer for the trouble she'd caused, he knew they had more important matters to deal with first. He couldn't afford to split his team any further.
Mitchell can wait,
he said, glancing towards the ISS building. Their real objective was in there somewhere, waiting for them.
Converge on the target building. Let's get this done.
Mitchell tore down the stairs, leaping them 2 at a time as she made her way down, desperate to get out onto the street. This building was nothing but a trap, and the longer she remained here, the more time Hawkins would have to seal it off. It took her all of 5 seconds to realize he was way ahead of her. The pounding of boots on the bare concrete stairs told her that someone was on their way up in a hurry, and it didn't take a genius to work out that Hawkins had men stationed outside. Mitchell couldn't hope to fight her way through. She was alone, unarmed, battered and bleeding, and starting to feel the pain of the gunshot wound. Instinctively, she reached down and touched her side. Her hand came away slick with blood. She couldn't go back up to the roof, and neither could she go down. The only option was to retreat into one of the residential floors, though even that was only delaying the inevitable. Stopping at the nearest landing, she shoved open the door and staggered through, leaving a smear of blood on the door as she did so. 1 floor beneath her, Frank Crichton, better known by his call sign Foxtrot, was ascending the stairs at a more cautious pace now, eyes and ears straining to locate any signs of his target. He'd heard movement on the stairwell above, followed by the creak of a door opening. Mitchell was here, somewhere. Reaching the next landing, he paused, staring at the dark spots marking the concrete floor. He inhaled, tasting the faint scent of a woman's perfume, then knelt down and touched one of the spots. As he thought, it was blood. She was hurt. His eyes travelled upward, to the door leading to the next floor, and sure enough, he saw a bloody handprint marking it. Clutching her side, Mitchell staggered along the short corridor running the length of the building, desperately searching for anything she could use either as a weapon or a means of escape. There was nothing but doors leading into the residential apartments, all of them no doubt securely locked. "Shit!" she gasped, teeth clenched tight against the mounting tide of pain. Picking a door at random, she limped over and hammered against it with her fist, leaving a bloodstain on the painted wooden surface. The muted thump of the impact echoed in the apartment beyond, but there was no response. "Please," she gasped, tears stinging her eyes. "I'm hurt. Please, help me." She heard a shout coming from inside, a man's voice rough and angry, probably telling her to get lost. She didn't blame him. If she'd been in his position, she doubted she'd have opened up either. Her brief bid for freedom was going to end here, she realized. Hawkins's men would see the trail of blood she'd left in her wake, and track her here, like hounds following a wounded fox. Even an untrained civilian could have worked out where she'd gone. They would see her standing alone and unarmed in this corridor, and they would drop her without a second thought. Her strength draining away along with her hope, she fell against the wall and sank to the floor. Argento's sacrifice had been for nothing. Another pointless death that she should have prevented. Maybe it was best that it ended here for her. At least then she couldn't inflict any more suffering on others. She almost didn't hear the click of a door being unlatched nearby. Only when it swung open, causing bright electric light to spill out into the hallway, did she look up, finding herself staring at a young and very pregnant woman wrapped in a thick dressing gown. She stared back at Mitchell, her expression a mixture of alarm and quick, calculating intelligence. Her gaze swept down the corridor and, seeing no one else there, she turned her attention back to the injured woman lying on the opposite wall. "Come," she said, beckoning her inside. With a final surge of strength, Mitchell heaved herself up off the cold floor, staggered across the hallway, and practically fell inside the apartment. No sooner was she inside than the pregnant woman closed and locked the door behind her. Easing the door open, Crichton crept into the corridor, his weapon up and ready. The blood trail was leading him onward, though he was careful to keep constant awareness of his surroundings. He wouldn't put it past Mitchell to use the trail to try and lure him into a trap. There was no sign of her in the straight, narrow corridor, and, as far as he could tell, there was nowhere for her to hide either. Glancing down at the spots of blood, he carried onward, advancing past one door, then another, until at last he came to a larger stain down one wall. A body, bleeding and damaged, had collapsed against it before sliding down to floor level. And beside this stain, a bloody handprint on the nearest apartment door. Crichton hesitated only a moment before raising his weapon and putting a silenced round through the lock, destroying it with a single shot. Shoving the door open, he advanced into the apartment beyond. His first contact was a man emerging from the cramped kitchen to his right, mid-50s, balding, and overweight. He opened his mouth to shout something but never got the chance. Crichton took aim and put a round through his forehead, the spray of blood from the exit wound coating the cheap tiled floor and worktops, then turned away before the man had even hit the ground. A woman's voice was calling out from the living room at the end of the short corridor, probably wondering what the unusual noise was. It wouldn't take her long to realize something was wrong. Walking with fast, deliberate strides, Crichton advanced down the hallway and opened the door. The woman, just rising from the couch, looked to be about the same age as her husband, short and plump, and still wearing the hotel cleaner uniform he assumed she'd come home in. She froze immediately at the sight of an armed man in her living room.
"Tell me where the woman is, and you live," Crichton said, giving her a chance. She stared back at him, her expression blank and uncomprehending. He didn't have time for this. Raising the gun, he dispatched her in a similar manner to her husband, then turned his attention to sweeping the remainder of the small apartment for Mitchell. There was still a chance she was hiding somewhere.
"Foxtrot to all units. No sign of her," he was obliged to report a minute or so later, much to his chagrin.
"What are your orders?"
"Just get over here, Foxtrot," came the terse reply. "We'll deal with her later."
Crichton gritted his teeth. His failure might have been overlooked for now, but it wouldn't be forgotten.
"Copy that."
Leaving the two dead occupants in his wake, he turned away and retreated from the apartment. Chapter 43.
"It's here!"
Alex called out, pointing at the sealed security door up ahead. Anya was on it immediately, striding ahead of him and swiping her stolen card through the electronic reader. There was a single crisp beep, and just like that, the bulky fire-resistant door slid open on hydraulic hinges. Anya was first through the doorway, a silenced automatic sweeping the room beyond. The place was in total darkness, with only rows of green indicator lights trailing off into the distance. However, as soon as she set foot in the room, the overhead lights blazed into life. "Motion activated," Alex explained, sensing her unspoken question. No sense in keeping lights burning when nobody was here to need them. He followed her inside, and straight away was hit by a waft of chill, dry air. The smell of ozone made his nose wrinkle, while the low hum of countless cooling fans filled his ears. Occupying most of the room's internal volume were rows of computer racks, 8 feet high and surmounted by thick bundles of cables and ductwork. Each of these racks contained a server unit, a dedicated machine set up for the storage and movement of large volumes of data. The amount of information circulating in this one room was likely greater than the entire contents of the U.S. Library of Congress. "It's cold," Anya said, her breath misting in the cool air. There was an eerie quality about this strange, underground world of data cables, blinking lights, air ducts, and whirring fans that made the hairs on the back of her neck prickle. "It has to be. These units generate so much heat they'll melt down if they're not constantly cooled." Glancing about, he stared down the nearest row. "Follow me." "What are we looking for?" Anya asked as she followed close behind, watching his back and clutching the weapon tightly. "A way in," Alex explained, eagerly scanning the ranks of imposing-looking machines. It wasn't until he'd reached the end of the row that he found what he was looking for. Reaching out, he pulled open the metal cover protecting the service access terminal, then opened his satchel and reached inside for his laptop. "I can access the network from here," he explained, waiting a few moments while the laptop booted up. "Once I'm in, all I need to do is find the blacklist and download it." "How long will it take?" she asked, keeping a wary eye on the doorway. "Not sure." He was distracted, busy connecting a serial cable between his laptop and the access point, and didn't notice the look she gave him. "That's not what I want to hear. That's not what I wanted to say either," he said, crouching down with the laptop resting on his knees. "But this isn't like logging into Hotmail. There are 100 different factors outside my control." He was staring at the screen intently as the laptop and server access system tried to establish a connection. They were essentially two different systems speaking in different languages, but Alex was prepared for that. The customized program on his laptop was there to act as a translator, hopefully allowing him to bridge the gap between the two systems. Come on," he whispered, watching as the dialog box flickered several times, the program behind it working to make the connection. Finally, the status changed to connected. "We're in," Alex hissed, tapping in a rapid series of commands. "Right, access server routing grid, locate file, and... God, I'd kill for a cigarette right now." "Bad idea," Anya said, nodding towards the fire sensor mounted in the roof nearby. "It will set off the halon extinguishers." With fire an ever-present threat in a room filled with highly stressed and expensive computer equipment, a powerful extinguisher system was vital. The moment any of the sensors detected heat or smoke, they would flood the room with halon gas, designed to chemically neutralize any fires while leaving the rest of the equipment undamaged. Alex glanced up at her. "We really need to work on your sense of humor when this is over." Armed with the most sophisticated tools of the trade available, it took one of Hawkins's men less than 30 seconds to run an electronic bypass of the magnetic lock on the building's main door, disabling the system and allowing Hawkins to stroll right into the lobby area beyond.
"Secure the room,"
he said, gesturing left and right. Straight away, two of his men peeled off to take flanking positions, covering him while he advanced towards the security room located behind the front desk. A similar effort from his technical specialist disabled the electronic lock barring his way, and he swung the door open to find what he presumed was one of the building's security guards, gagged and hogtied on the floor.
"Anya, you're getting soft in your old age,"
he remarked, shaking his head. The woman he'd once known would never have left this man alive. Ignoring the guard for a moment, Hawkins surveyed the rest of the room. The data storage units for the CCTV system had been removed from their racks and now lay in a smashed pile on the floor, which was just fine with him. Neither he nor Anya wanted any record of what happened here tonight. The recording system might have been disabled, but the cameras themselves were still broadcasting their signals to the bank of monitors. Searching through the displays, he finally fixed on one showing a young man crouched down beside an equipment rack, with a laptop balanced on his knees. Standing guard over him with a silenced automatic, an M1911 naturally, was a woman with short blonde hair.
"Well, hello, gorgeous."
Leaving the monitor blank, he knelt down beside the restrained guard, reached out, and ripped the duct tape away from his mouth. The tape took a few hairs and a layer of skin with it, and the guard let out a grunt of pain.
Hey, pal. You speak English?
Hawkins asked. Licking his lips, the guard glanced at Hawkins's weapon and nodded.
Cool.
Hawkins gestured to the monitor showing Yates and Anya.
Know where those two are?
The server room. Basement.
Hawkins smiled and nodded.
Thanks, buddy.
Rising to his feet and stepping back a pace to avoid the resultant blood splash, he took aim and put a single round through the man's head, then left the room to rejoin his team.
They're downstairs,
he said, heading for the stairwell.
Let's get them, boys.
Chapter 44. Breathing hard and clenching her teeth against the pain of the ragged wound that was still oozing a steady stream of blood, Mitchell looked up at the young woman who had unknowingly saved her life. She couldn't have been more than 25, if not younger, short and petite, save for the swollen abdomen, and the dark hair and olive skin characteristic of people in this region. She looked as unlikely a savior as Mitchell could have wished for. She surveyed the injured woman lying on the floor for several seconds, as if trying to work out whether she'd made a mistake by letting her in. Despite her diminutive size, there was a confidence in her posture and a shrewdness in her gaze that suggested this wasn't the first time she'd encountered someone injured and bleeding. "American?" she said suddenly. Such was the directness of the question, Mitchell could do little but answer in similar fashion. "Yeah." The woman's gaze rested on the wound in her side. "Wait here." Turning away, she swept off into what Mitchell assumed to be the kitchen, moving with surprising speed given her advanced pregnancy. She returned only moments later, clutching a white hand towel. Kneeling down beside Mitchell, she moved the woman's jacket aside and peeled away the blood-soaked t-shirt beneath to expose the injury. "Hold this here," she instructed, pressing the towel hard against the wound. Mitchell winced in pain, having to bite her lip to keep from crying out. "It hurt, but pressure will slow bleeding." Mitchell simply nodded, unable to say anything. "What happened?" the young woman asked. Her English was accented but perfectly understandable. She swallowed hard, trying not to think about Argento, trying not to think of another life lost because of her. "I was attacked by a man. I ran in here looking for help. He robbed you?" If that had been the worst thing that had happened to her tonight, she'd have been dancing a jig at this point. "Something like that." The young woman looked at her with that shrewd, calculating gaze. "Then why he shoot you?" Mitchell's eyes snapped up to meet hers. "What? I see this kind of wound before, at hospital. I treat many myself." Suddenly, her calm, no-nonsense demeanor made a lot more sense. "You're a doctor?" she asked, sitting up a little. The wound in her side blazed with pain. "A nurse, at Almond-Gauls Hospital. At least I was. Soon I am mother." She was leaning in a little closer, examining the position and size of the wound. "What's your name?" Mitchell asked. "Sevda." She glanced up for a moment. "And you?" "Olivia. You are lucky, Olivia," she concluded. "Bullet miss vital areas. Towel will slow bleeding until you get to hospital." Already she was rising slowly to her feet, no doubt about to reach for the nearest phone and call an ambulance. "No," Mitchell implored her, grasping her slender forearm. "No ambulance. No hospital." The young woman's expression of professional medical concern was rapidly giving way to doubt and suspicion. "Why not? You need help." Perhaps, but she certainly wouldn't get any at a hospital. By law, any patient admitted with gunshot wounds had to be reported to the police, in which case Hawkins would be on her before they could administer the first shot of morphine. "You've already done enough for me," Mitchell said, trying to rise to her feet. "I'll go now. Leave you alone." "You not go," she said firmly, exerting surprising force given her petite frame. Then again, Mitchell supposed it said more about her current condition than it did about Sevda. "Get help. You need it. Listen to me, Sevda. Mitchell pleaded.
The men who attacked me tonight will find me if I go to hospital.
They have guards, police, she countered.
It won't matter. They'll find me, and they'll kill me.
She bit her lip and looked away for a moment, blinking back tears as the reality of the past few minutes at last caught up with her.
They already murdered my friend. Right in front of me. And if I don't do something, they're going to kill other good people tonight.
Sevda stared at her, torn between suspicion and compassion.
What can you do?
There was only one thing that came to mind. It was stupid, hastily conceived, and more than likely to result in her own death. But that no longer mattered. They were into the end game now, and she wanted Hawkins. She wanted him in her sights, to look into his eyes the moment she pulled the trigger. If that was how she had to go out, she could accept that. She looked at Sevda, her eyes hardening with cold-blooded resolve.
You got a gun in this place?
He was getting close. He could sense it. His search program was trawling the server's vast online storage space, searching the thousands of directories and folders for the one file that could mean the difference between life and death for him. It was in there somewhere. It was just a question of time. Clearly, Anya was harboring similar thoughts.
How much longer? A lot sooner if you didn't keep...
He paused as the computer chimed once, the search alerting him that it had returned a result. One result found. D1189. Download. Yes or no.
Well, fuck me! Alex cried, clenching his fist. Got you, you little bastard!
He couldn't hit the Y key fast enough. Straight away, a progress bar appeared on the screen as the data was transferred into a memory stick on the side of his laptop, giving an estimated download time of 30 seconds. With a direct connection like this, there was nothing to slow it down.
We're almost there,
he said, barely able to conceal his excitement.
20 seconds and we're out of here.
Anya nodded. She was a long way from opening the champagne yet.
Get ready to move. When we leave, I'll lead. You stay close to me.
Whatever. At that moment, he would happily have formed a conga line and danced his way out of the building. Reaching for the radio at her shoulder, Anya pressed the transmit button.
Christian, we'll be outside in 60 seconds. Stand by to pick us up.
She was expecting an acknowledgement, but instead her call was met with nothing but the faint pop and hiss of static. Frowning, she hit the button again.
Christian, do you copy?
Nothing. It's the walls, Alex explained, nodding to the thick concrete shell that encased the room. They're shielded against interference. Your radio won't work in this room. You could have warned me. Would it have changed your mind? He asked rhetorically. Anya looked at him disapprovingly. But before she could speak, the lights in the room suddenly went out, plunging them into darkness. Only the glow of Alex's computer screen and the green indicator lights on the rows of servers provided any illumination.
Anya, what the...
Hush! She implored him, slowly lowering herself into a crouch, just as the electronic locks on the main door disengaged with a buzz and a metallic click. Clutching the automatic tight, she leaned her head out a few inches to survey the long computer-lined avenues stretching out before them. Her movement was answered by a rhythmic thumping sound coming from the far end of the room, and she hurriedly ducked back behind cover as a trio of 5.56mm rounds slammed into the thin metal sheeting beside her. A shower of sparks and fragments of broken circuitry rained down on them as one server unit was blasted apart by the impacts.
Tango's in sight, a male voice called out. Center aisle.
Copy. Move in.
Alex curled into a ball, trying to make himself as small a target as possible, while his mind screamed at him in blind panic.
Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! They found us! Jesus, what do we do?
Anya, however, had more pressing matters to attend to. Flattening herself against the floor, she leaned out just far enough to bring the automatic to bear and opened up. Whatever Alex had seen in the movies about the effectiveness of silencers was clearly way off the mark, because the loud, booming thud of each shot was enough to leave his ears ringing. In such close proximity, he could even feel the vibrations through the server rack as the pressure wave passed through them. Her flurry of gunfire was answered by a shouted command.
Cover! Cover!
She had bought them a momentary respite, but in the near darkness her shots were unlikely to find their mark. In any case, the defiant hail of fire couldn't be sustained for long. The M1911, for all its stopping power and impressive history, held only 8 rounds in a single-stack magazine. There was no way it could compete with the firepower arrayed against them. After loosing one last shot, the slide flew back and locked in place to expose an empty breech. Her adversaries seemed to seize upon this immediately, and no sooner had she ceased firing than they returned the favor, spraying automatic fire down the room towards her. It was suppressing rather than lethal fire, intended to keep her pinned down while they closed in. Crawling back behind cover herself, Anya ejected the spent magazine from her weapon and placed it in her pocket, then hurriedly slapped a fresh one home. Already the air reeked of burned cordite.
"Is the file downloaded?"
she asked, her voice low and urgent. Trembling, Alex looked at his computer screen. Sure enough, the blacklist had finished downloading. Not that they were likely to live long enough to benefit from it.
"Yeah."
Anya nodded, her jaw clenched as she weighed up her options. It took her all of 2 seconds to make her decision. Raising her weapon, she took aim at the smoke detector mounted in the ceiling and fired a single well-aimed shot. Straight away the darkness of the room vanished, burned away by the bright red emergency lights that blazed into life. As the room was submerged in their crimson glow, a warning klaxon blared out, sounding the activation of the fire suppression system. And a moment later, it came. Alex had never experienced halon gas before, though he'd heard it was widely used in situations like this, where traditional sprinklers would cause more harm than the fire they were supposed to extinguish. Whatever the technical theory behind its operation, the reality was that Alex suddenly found himself enveloped in clouds of thick white smoke that were suddenly ejected from vents in the ceiling. It carried no scent that he could detect, and seemed to be breathable, though he did notice a strange sense of disorientation and lightheadedness after the first few seconds. With nowhere for it to disperse, the strange, dense mist rapidly filled the room, reducing visibility to only a few yards.
"Go! Now!"
Anya yelled over the blare of the alarms. Alex fumbled to disconnect the laptop from the access port, but unable to make his fingers cooperate with his brain, simply yanked out the little USB memory stick plugged into the side of it. He had what he needed now anyway.
"Come on!"
Anya practically hauled him to his feet and pulled him towards the main door, which had opened automatically when the fire suppression system kicked in. They had made it about halfway down when a figure suddenly loomed out of the mist, the long barrel of an assault rifle out in front of him. Anya reacted with the speed and aggression born from years of experience. Ducking down low to present a smaller target, she rushed in against him, closing the distance before he could bring the weapon to bear, and jamming her own sidearm against his body armor. The M1911 thudded as a round discharged, quickly followed by a second. Even the best armor in the world couldn't protect him from such lethal close-range fire, and he began to fall. A third round to the head was enough to put him down for good. Letting him drop to the floor, Anya quickly disengaged from him and hurried onward, with Alex leaping over the fallen man and trying not to look at the gruesome results of her work. He'd already seen enough things over the past few days that he knew would revisit him late at night for years to come. A muted thumping sound from behind him told him that at least one of their pursuers had circled around behind them and was spraying fire indiscriminately down the corridor. Instinctively, Alex threw himself to the floor as several rounds whistled overhead, impacting the far wall and gouging deep holes in the concrete. As he landed, his injured ribs blazed with pain. Once more, Anya reacted. Swinging around, she dropped to one knee and opened fire into the chemical fog.
"Alex, get out of here!"
she hissed, loosing another shot.
"Get outside!"
Alex ducked down as another burst whistled by so close that he could feel the change in air pressure as the rounds passed him.
"What about you? I'll hold them here."
The look in her eyes told its own story. She wasn't planning to leave this place.
"Fuck that,
Suddenly she turned to look at him, her eyes blazing with fierce anger, and most of all, desperation. She needed him to do this.
"Trust me, Alex,"
she pleaded.
Go now!
There was no time to argue, no time to ponder the alternatives and reach a compromise. It was do or die. Gritting his teeth, Alex stumbled to his feet and rushed headlong for the door. His last sight of Anya before she faded into the mist was of her rising to her feet and snapping off another shot, keeping their enemies at bay, buying him the time he needed to escape, at the cost of her own life. Slipping through the door and into the stairwell beyond, Alex knew he could do nothing to help her now. Nothing except survive. Crichton was already in a foul mood after his failure to recapture Mitchell, but as he sprinted into the lobby of the ISS building and heard the distinctive blare of fire alarms, he sensed things were rapidly going from bad to worse. Pausing by the reception desk, he keyed his radio.
Foxtrot to all units. Sit rep.
The reply, when it came, was garbled and inaudible. Too much interference, probably from the subterranean vault in which the building's servers were stored. That told him everything he needed to know about his comrade's position, if not their situation. Wasting no time, he abandoned the desk and sprinted through a set of double doors into a service corridor beyond. The corridor seemed to encircle the core of the building, giving access to offices and repair rooms along each side. A sign for stairs pointed to a door about halfway along, and straight away he made for it. However, it seemed someone else had the same idea. Crichton skidded to a stop as the door flew open and a man stumbled out into the corridor. A young man of slender build, holding something in one hand. Yates. For a heartbeat, the man stood rooted to the spot, staring at him as if failing to comprehend what he was seeing. Crichton had no such difficulty. Instinctively, he dropped into a firing position and raised his weapon, taking aim at his target's center mass, while his body readied itself for the recoil. In a flash, reality seemed to snap back into place for Yates, and he stumbled backward into the stairwell, the door swinging shut just as Crichton squeezed off a shot. The round tore through the door's wooden veneer before ricocheting off the steel frame beneath.
God damn it!
He hissed, jumping to his feet and taking off in pursuit. He covered the 15 yards to the door in mere moments, kicking it open and advancing into the stairwell with the weapon up and ready. The clatter of feet on the metal stairs above told him that Yates was heading up, which made sense. He couldn't go back down without running into Hawkins and the others. But even this desperate course of action was nothing but a temporary respite. This was the only stairwell, and with no other way down, Yates was effectively trapped. Realizing he had the young man trapped, Crichton leapt up the stairs in pursuit. As he did so, he keyed his radio again.
Foxtrot has Tango in sight. It's Yates. He's heading for the roof. I'm on him.
Having made his report, he tightened his grip on the handgun and pounded up the stairs. Mitchell might well have eluded him, but no way was Yates leaving this building alive. Chapter 45. Gripping the M1911 tightly, Anya edged along the wall, her senses painfully alert, as she strained to discern any movement in the red-tinted haze around her. The warning klaxons had ceased now, as had the vents spewing out halon gas into the server room, but visibility was still severely limited. At least here the odds were even, and her opponent's superior numbers counted for little. It was just as well, because she was almost out of ammunition. By her count, only 2 rounds remained in the M1911, one in the mag and one in the chamber. Not much to take on a heavily armed agency kill team. She was running out of time. The fire alarm had undoubtedly triggered some kind of automated request for help, and it wouldn't be long before emergency services arrived. She could only hope Alex had used the time she'd bought him and made good his escape, because he was beyond her help now. Her thoughts were interrupted by the hiss of hydraulic pistons, followed by the buzz of an electronic lock engaging.
"You're not going anywhere, Anya,"
a male voice called out. American, smooth, confident, and arrogant. Not the voice of a man fighting for his life at all.
"I've sealed the door and destroyed the lock. It's just you and us now."
She continued edging along the wall, sticking to the outer edge of the room so there was less chance of being taken from behind.
"Real heroic of you to sacrifice yourself for Yates, by the way.
The voice taunted.
I'm impressed. The Anya I used to know wouldn't have given him a second thought.
Anya said nothing to this. She knew far better than to give away her position by rising to such bait, though she felt her heart rate increase. What did he mean by the Anya he used to know? Who was this man who had been sent to kill her?
Waste of time, of course. We nailed the little bastard the moment he tried to leave the building.
She heard a snort of amusement.
You really think you could get by us? You tried the same thing in Iraq, as I remember. Didn't work out so well.
Despite everything she'd been taught, everything that had been drilled into her about never losing focus, Anya let out an involuntary gasp of shock. For an instant, she found herself in that winding river valley near the border, injured and beaten down, surrounded by the strike teams sent to capture her. Once more she felt the pain and the despair of knowing that her hastily conceived mission, her last chance at redemption, had failed. Back then she could scarcely have imagined the ordeal that awaited her. 4 years of imprisonment in a Russian fortress deep within the icy wastes of Siberia. 4 years of torture, beatings, deprivation, isolation, and most of all, the utter, agonizing knowledge that no one was coming for her. She had endured many hardships in her life, but that was the only experience that had truly come close to breaking her. And it had all started the day they captured her. How could he know about Iraq? She could hear movement off to her left, snapping her mind back to awareness. 1, possibly 2 operatives moving to outflank her. Reaching into her pocket, she withdrew the empty magazine she'd ejected from her weapon earlier, took aim, and hurled it against the far wall. In the deathly silence following the shutdown of the alarms, the clatter of the magazine against the concrete wall sounded like a bucket of scrap metal falling off a shelf. More movement, closing in on the source of the disturbance, 2 men covering each other. They were too professional to give away their position by speaking. More than likely, they'd operated together enough times to guess each other's intentions. Taking a deep breath, Anya pushed herself off the wall and rushed straight at them. Sure enough, the first figure materialized out of the red haze just a few yards away. Hearing her approach, he swung his weapon around to open fire, but Anya was ready. Shifting her balance, she threw herself to the ground, her momentum causing her to slide across the smooth concrete floor just as he squeezed off around. Raising her own weapon, she took aim just as she passed beneath him and fired upward, putting a round straight through his head. Good kill. No way he could survive that. Leaping to her feet, she spotted the barrel of an assault rifle emerging from the mist, its muzzle coming to bear on her. Reaching out with her free hand, she grasped it and jerked it upwards, just as its owner opened fire. The first round missed her head by mere inches, and she could feel the heat on her face from the excess gases escaping the muzzle. Keeping her grip on the weapon, that was now spitting fire into the ceiling, she thrust her own sidearm upward, felt the silencer make contact with something hard, and pulled the trigger. There was a dull crunch, a burst of warm fluid that coated one side of her face, and suddenly her opponent was falling away, his weight and momentum finally yanking the assault rifle from her grasp. Anya let out a breath, trying to calm her wildly beating heart. 2 rounds. 2 men dead. By her reckoning, that left only their leader to deal with now. No sooner had she thought this than a fresh burst of gunfire erupted from the far end of the room. Instinctively, she twisted aside and threw herself behind the nearest server rack. But the long, sustained burst was throwing a lot of rounds in her direction, and inevitably one of them found its mark. Anya's first impression was of a giant fist slamming into her chest, knocking her backward as surely as if she'd been hit by a freight train. Caught off balance, she landed on the floor in a painful heap, barely managing to crawl behind cover as more rounds ricocheted off the ground around her. The gas was slowly clearing, but visibility wasn't yet good enough for her attacker to take proper aim. That was likely the only reason she was still alive. Her Kevlar vest had stopped the round, barely, but the sheer kinetic energy of the impact would have caused severe bruising, and perhaps even cracked a rib or two. Grimacing against the pain, and trying to draw the breath that had been knocked from her lungs, Anya tossed aside her now useless weapon. Nearby she heard the distinctive clatter of a spent magazine falling to the floor, followed by the click as a fresh one was inserted and locked into place. Clearly her opponent had no shortage of ammunition, and he would expend every round of it to take her down. Even now she could hear his footsteps on the floor, slow and measured, heading in her direction. He was closing in to finish her off. Alex pounded up the stairs, gasping for breath, adrenaline coursing thick in his veins as he took the steps 2 at a time. He almost didn't care where he was running to, couldn't think about anything but the next flight of steps. His pursuer was somewhere below him, tackling the ascent with both greater determination and greater ability. He was gaining, despite the frantic burst of speed that fear had imparted. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew he was only delaying the inevitable, that sooner or later he would either run out of stairs to climb or find himself shot in the back by his opponent. But fear and panic drove him onward, forced him to keep climbing even as his muscles ached and his legs burned. And then, sure enough, he found himself at the top of the stairwell, confronted by a door leading out onto the building's rooftop. Barely breaking stride, he hit the release bar to open the door and staggered out. Straight away the breeze hit him, cool and refreshing compared to the sterile air in the stairwell, and carrying the faint tang of sea salt. The rooftop, like those of most office buildings around the world, was crowded with air vents, aerials and satellite dishes, none of which provided much cover. Rushing over to the nearest aerial, he yanked it free from its fixture and wedged it in place against the door. The sturdy metal rod was enough to hold it closed, for now at least. He had no idea how effective a barricade it might be, but perhaps it would buy him the time he needed to act. With this in mind, Alex sprinted across to the edge of the roof in search of another way down. Built as it was in a heavily urbanized area, the ISS building was sandwiched in between 2 other structures, both of which were a floor lower and separated by perhaps 10 or 12 feet, enough to allow vehicles to drive along the service alleys between and make deliveries at the rear. Sweating, heart pounding, Alex surveyed the yawning gap stretching before him, the terrible drop below, and the cluttered rooftop that was now his only way out. 12 feet of open air lay between him and salvation. 12 feet that might as well have been 12 miles. Below, maybe 70 feet down, a narrow service alley ran between the modern office blocks. It would be a rough fall if he reached the other roof, and there was a fair chance he'd break bones, or even fail entirely and rag-doll all the way down to the street below. But it had to be worth a try. He backed up a pace, trying to draw on the mental and physical reserves he'd need to make the jump, to put aside the danger, and just go for it. He couldn't do it, he realized straight away. He couldn't do it in London several days earlier, and he couldn't do it now. Even now, with his life hanging by a thread, he just didn't have it in him. A rapid series of muted thumps followed by the crunch of shattered wood behind warned him that his makeshift barricade had just been blasted apart.
Freeze!
And just like that, it was over. His one chance to escape, to justify the faith that had been shown in him, to prove he wasn't completely useless. It all vanished in that moment.
Turn around!
Letting out a breath, Alex reached up for the little USB memory stick hanging around his neck and turned slowly to face his adversary. Just as he'd expected, the man standing a few yards away was dressed in casual clothes that belied his deadly purpose. Jeans, hiking boots that had no doubt served him well on the frantic chase up the stairwell, and a loose blue shirt that didn't quite hide the bulky body armor underneath. He was breathing a little harder, and the faint sheen of sweat coated his forehead. That gave Alex some small measure of satisfaction, as if he had somehow scored a point by making his opponent work for the kill. And killing was certainly what was on this man's mind now. His weapon was trained on Alex's head, his finger right on the trigger.
Give me the memory stick,
he instructed, his voice cold and commanding. He might have had to work a little harder than usual to catch his prey, but he was firmly in control of the situation now. Yanking the memory stick free from his neck, Alex suddenly thrust it out behind him, dangling it over the gap by its plain canvas necklace. Such an innocuous little piece of technology. The kind of cheap storage device used by everyone from office workers to teenage music fans. But appearances could be deceptive. The information stored within its digital pathways, carefully coded and encrypted, was what really mattered. That was what he had travelled 5,000 miles around the world for. That was what he had risked his life for. That was what he was about to die for.
You shoot me, I drop this. The police recover it, he warned. They'll find the blacklist. Everything you was sent to cover up. It's all on you.
His soon-to-be killer smiled, the fierce, predatory smile of one used to taking lives without mercy or hesitation.
The police? You think we can't get to them? He taunted. We can get to anyone. So do yourself a favor, lay it down on the ground and back away and we both walk. That's it.
Alex might have laughed if he hadn't been so crushed by his failure. No matter what he did, no matter how compliant and cooperative he was, only one of them was walking away from this, and it wasn't him. Alex was just another target to this man. Just another loose end to be taken care of. A stupid, clueless civilian who had only made it this far because he'd had someone far smarter and more capable watching his back. Someone who might well have given her life to buy him time to escape. You fucked up, an accusatory voice in his mind told him. Just like everything else in life, you fucked this up. You might as well give him what he wants. Just back down and give up like you always do. Then Alex did something. Something even he didn't expect until it happened.
No,
he said, his voice surprisingly calm given the frantic pounding of his heart.
Not this time.
Taking a step back, he mounted the low parapet encircling the perimeter of the building's roof. A gaping, terrifying chasm lay beneath him. An armed man intent on ending his life stood before him. And all around, lit by the orange glow of uncountable lights that glimmered off the dark waters of the Bosphorus Strait, was the ancient city of Istanbul. Not a bad place to end up, Alex thought as he took a step back into the abyss. The crack of a single gunshot caused him to flinch, and instinctively he tensed up, waiting for the gut-wrenching penetration as a bullet tore into his body. But no such thing happened. Instead, he watched in disbelief as his adversary staggered forward a pace, blood leaking from the exit wound on the right side of his forehead, then crumpled to the ground in a lifeless heap. Alex let out a breath, struggling to process what had just happened, hardly able to comprehend the reprieve he'd just been handed. It had to be Anya, he reasoned. Somehow she must have fought her way out of the server room and made her way up here to help him. Watching his back even now. His heart swelling with relief, he looked up from the body, expecting to see his companion looking at him, probably pissed off that he'd failed to escape by himself. If so, he could live with that. But Anya wasn't there. His brief surge of elation vanished as he found himself staring at a woman with dark hair and blood-stained clothes. The same woman who had tried to capture them in Norway. It might have been the same woman, but she bore little resemblance to the uniformed tactical operative she'd been then. Her civilian clothes were torn and ripped, her skin cut and bruised, while a blood-stained dressing covered the right side of her torso. She was armed with a short-barreled revolver, the kind of antiquated weapon a 1930s New York policeman might have wielded. And yet there was no denying its deadly effectiveness, as the body lying between them proved. "You're Alex Yates?" she began. Alex had no answer for her. He was still trying to understand everything he'd just witnessed, and coming up short. "It's okay," the woman said, lowering her weapon. "I'm here to help. My name's Olivia. I'm a friend." Alex stood his ground, though he was uncomfortably aware that one strong gust of wind might well blow him right off the parapet to his death. "You didn't look like a friend back in Norway." She nodded grimly. "Things change," she remarked, pointing to the bloody improvised dressing at her side. She was clearly in pain from the injury and breathing hard after her ascent up the stairs, but remained defiantly on her feet.
What happened to you? The people I worked for aren't who I thought they were. Neither are you, if I'm right.
She glanced at the ledge on which he was now balanced precariously.
You might want to step down from there. Be a shame if I went through all this for nothing.
He eyed her dubiously.
Why should I trust you?
Her answer was as simple as it was heartfelt.
Because I want to kill those sons of bitches as much as you do.
Chapter 46. Advancing down the row of now silent servers with the assault rifle up at his shoulder, Hawkins glanced down at the two dead bodies of his men. He spared them only a glance as he picked his way between them, feeling no grief at their loss. He had expected casualties, taking on an operative like Anya, and he could always find replacements. The years spent in prison apparently hadn't dulled her skills, not that it made much difference now. The discarded M1911 lay nearby, its empty breech confirming she had run out of ammunition, and judging by the spots of blood on the ground, she was injured. One of his shots must have hit home. The blood trail was leading towards the end of the row. She couldn't get far without him seeing or hearing her. He had her trapped.
Just you and me now, Anya,
he said as he edged forward, his senses now painfully alert. The gas was slowly dissipating, allowing him to perceive his surroundings more clearly. Her advantage of concealment was almost lost.
This is what you live for, isn't it? Honor amongst soldiers and all that shit.
As he crept forward, he became aware of something. A noise, crackly and distorted. A radio receiving an incoming transmission, coming from the same direction the blood was leading. Hawkins backed up next to an equipment rack, taking a deep breath to calm and focus his mind.
You know, I almost feel sorry for you. You worked so hard to get the answers you were looking for. It's a shame you were asking all the wrong questions. You're so desperate to find out what happened to you, you never thought to question why it happened.
He smiled, imagining what his next words were going to do to her.
You wouldn't believe what the Russians gave us to get their hands on you.
Rounding the corner, he raised his weapon to open fire, his eyes eagerly probing the crimson gloom for a target. None presented itself. But he did see the source of the noise. A portable radio unit was lying on the floor just a few feet away, its transmit button held down by a piece of duct tape to create a low, crackling hiss of static. Bait. Crouched in the narrow space between the server racks and the basement ceiling, Anya looked down on the man intent on ending her life. Blood dripped from her arm where she'd intentionally pulled open the bullet wound she'd received in Norway, creating the blood trail her enemy had been so diligently following. So focused was he on tracking her down that he'd failed to anticipate the trap she'd set. It would be the last mistake he ever made. Gathering herself up, she leapt down from her hiding place to finish him. She possessed no weapons other than her bare hands, but that would suffice. She had killed armed men with them before, and would do so again today. But even as she landed on the ground behind him, he whirled around to face her, reacting with the speed of a man who had been expecting this very thing. Dropping the unwieldy assault rifle that would only slow him down in a close-quarters fight like this, he swung a crushing left hook that she barely managed to raise her arm to block. The impact caught her off balance and sent her crashing against one of the server racks. Plastic shattered, and the metal framework buckled as she hit. Ignoring the pain of the impact, she pushed herself off the rack and circled her opponent, her fists raised and her body tensed up, ready to throw herself back into the fray.
You didn't really think I'd fall for that, did you?
He taunted, smiling at her. He was just standing there, making no move to attack.
Come on, you can do better than that, Anya.
Only then, facing off against him, was Anya at last afforded a proper look at her adversary. Only then was her subconscious mind able to compare his face to the vast reservoir of identities stored away in her memory and deliver a single, chilling conclusion. She had met this man before, a long time ago. A potential candidate for the clandestine field unit she had once led, he had sailed through every physical and mental test they could throw at him. In most respects, he'd been the perfect soldier, the perfect addition to her task force. But she had overruled the selection process and rejected him. She had done it because she'd long since learned there was more to being a soldier than the ability to hit a certain target, run a certain distance, or solve a certain problem. It needed something more, a certain restraint, an understanding of the grave responsibility they wielded, the ability to be more than just a weapon, but to think and question. She had sensed this was one trait the promising but arrogant young recruit would never possess, would never understand. She had no place for such people. Little had she known at the time that this same man would find a new home, where such traits were actively encouraged and sought out, and that he would one day return to take bloody revenge on the woman who had once shamed him with her rejection.
"Jason?"
she gasped, her mask of focus and self-control slipping aside.
So you do remember. Been a long time. About 6 years, as I recall.
Such was her shock and disbelief that it was almost possible to forget she was fighting for her life against this man. The possibilities and implications whirling through her mind were a maelstrom of different emotions that she couldn't begin to control.
"The agency. They sent you to capture me in Iraq?"
His look was that of a teacher regarding a slow-witted student.
What do you think?
Her breath was coming in gasps, her heart beating wildly as the implications sank in.
"Why give me up to the Russians? Why not just kill me?"
At this, Hawkins chuckled in amusement and shook his head.
You still don't get it, do you? You weren't a target, you stupid bitch. You were a trade. You and your task force.
A trade for what? Her mind screamed. What had her life been worth? And who amongst the circle had made the decision to give her up?
For what it's worth, I'd much rather have killed you myself back then. I guess nobody expected you to come back from Russia. Then again, nobody expected you to come back from Afghanistan either.
Hawkins rolled his shoulders, preparing himself for the attack that he knew was about to come.
Lucky for me, they're taking no chances this time.
How the hell did you end up in this? Alex asked, as he leapt down the stairs heading for the building's security room. It was the only place he could think of that might allow him to help Anya.
"I was part of an investigation team,"
Mitchell replied, struggling to keep pace with him. Her breathing was labored, and her steps heavy. She was forced to clutch at the railing for support.
"When those agents were murdered in the UK, we were brought in to find the killers. We thought you were a terrorist."
How did you know I wasn't? He asked, unable to help himself. Despite the obvious pain she was in, she managed a dry, brittle laugh.
You don't look the type. Anyway, Hawkins, the man sent to catch you, was as bad as any terrorist. When I questioned him, he had me thrown off the investigation. I tried to follow my own leads, but he turned on me, killed my partner, tried to kill me too. The man doesn't care how many people have to die to end this.
It seemed that killing innocent people was becoming a habit for this Hawkins, Alex thought, as he shoved open the door at the base of the stairwell and hurried along the corridor to the security room. The first thing he saw when he unlocked the door was the guard lying in a pool of blood on the floor. By the looks of things, he'd taken a round to the head. Strangely, Alex felt almost nothing on beholding such a gruesome sight. He'd witnessed so much death over the past few days that his mind felt like it had reached saturation point. He just didn't have anything left. "I'm starting to see what you mean," he remarked grimly as Mitchell entered the room behind him. She was really struggling now, swaying on her feet and trembling with exhaustion. The arduous climb up to the roof must have taken it out of her, and the descent had only made things worse. Still, Alex could do little for her right now, Turning his attention to the bank of computer monitors, he selected any available cameras in the basement and brought them up on screen. It didn't take him long to find what he was looking for.
There she is,
he exclaimed, pointing at one monitor in particular. It was a black and white wide-angle shot, but nonetheless he was able to make out Anya's distinctive silhouette. Somehow she was still alive and on her feet, though how long she would remain that way was dubious at best. By the looks of it, she was facing off against a far larger and more physically powerful opponent.
Hawkins,
Mitchell managed to say, her voice heavy.
We have to help her,
he said, abandoning the monitor bank and heading for the door.
If you want to kill this arsehole, now's your chance.
Mitchell tried to follow, but her strength was failing. She managed one unsteady step before her legs gave way, and she sank down to the floor with a painful, exhausted groan. Alex hurried over and knelt down beside her. The dressing around her torso was soaked with blood, which was now leaking down her side, smearing the floor. She shook her head, teeth clenched against the pain.
I can't go any further,
she managed to say.
Get out of here, Alex. Take the files. Release them across the internet if you have to. Just don't let Hawkins get them.
The young man hesitated, torn about what to do.
What about Anya? She was willing to risk her life for this. It's worth more than all of us. Take it. Get out of here.
Deep down, he knew that her suggestion was the prudent, logical course of action. If he left now, he could escape into Istanbul's maze of backstreets, make his way to safety, and release the blacklist to the world's media. Encrypted or not, someone would eventually find a way to open it, and then all the dirty secrets that men like Hawkins were willing to kill to protect would be exposed to the world. The circle, the agency, all of it would come crashing down. At least then, all of this wouldn't have been for nothing. At least he'd survive. Perhaps one day, he'd even be able to make a new life for himself. But Anya would still be gone. Just for an instant, his mind flashed back to that day years earlier. The day he'd walked away from a childhood fight he shouldn't have. The day he'd allowed a good friend to take a beating to save his own skin. The day he'd never stopped regretting all his adult life. I didn't even have the good grace to feel guilt or remorse. All I feel is relief. Relief that it isn't happening to me. Relief that I'm safe. It took him all of 3 seconds to realize he could never live with that. Not this time. Not after everything he'd been through. Anya had risked her life on countless occasions to protect his, and he'd done nothing in return but get in the way and disappoint her. She needed his help now, and even if he was unprepared and untrained, he was all she had. For once in his life, he couldn't walk away. No, I won't leave her behind, he said, easing the revolver out of her grip. He'd never fired a weapon in his life, but this one looked so simple that even he couldn't fuck it up. I'll take care of it. She tightened her grip on the gun.
Hawkins is a killer, she warned him. Are you sure you want to do this?
Nope, but I have to. Alex swallowed hard, rallying what meager reserves of courage remained to him.
Just stay here and get your breath back. What about you?
Turning his attention to the dead body on the floor, Alex rolled him over and removed the walkie-talkie from his belt, then helped himself to another unit that was plugged into a charging station on the deck. Take this, he said, handing one to Mitchell and attaching the other to his belt. If you can, watch me on the cameras. I'll need you to open the security doors from this station. Can you do that? The woman nodded, her eyes hardening with fierce resolve. She would see this through, no matter what. I'll come back up and get you once Anya's safe, he promised. Mitchell hesitated a moment, then reached out and gripped his hand. It was an unexpected but nonetheless genuine expression of respect.
Good luck.
Alex simply nodded, not knowing what else to say. Never in his life had he felt so unprepared, so overwhelmed, so alone. Taking a breath, and rallying whatever reserve of strength and courage remained to him, he rose to his feet, adjusted his grip on the weapon, and hurried out into the corridor beyond, leaving Mitchell alone. Chapter 47. Ignoring the pain of her growing list of injuries, Anya pushed herself off the wall and launched herself at Hawkins once more, trying for a kick to the stomach that would double him over. Yet again he seemed to be ready for her, and twisted aside so that his flank absorbed most of the force of the hit. Hawkins was unlike any opponent she had ever faced before. True, he was bigger and stronger than her, but she had faced and overcome larger adversaries in unarmed combat before. It was more than that. She couldn't read him. Anya had been born with an ability that few others could understand, an intuition, a heightened sense of perception that allowed her to notice tiny shifts in posture, movement, and even facial expressions that most others were blind to. It was this same ability that warned her when someone was deliberately trying to deceive her, and more importantly, it gave her a distinct advantage in hand-to-hand fighting. In essence, she could sense what people would do before they did it, could sense the tiny muscle twitches that signaled the beginning of a punch or a kick. But not with Hawkins. He was different, and that difference had robbed her of her advantage. Before Anya could recover, he had seized her leg with one arm, preventing her from breaking free, while his other hand yanked a knife from a sheath across his chest and swiped it at her throat. Reacting on instinct, Anya leaned back, allowing the deadly blade to sail past her exposed throat by mere inches. Attempting to use his strength and momentum against him, she gripped his hand before he could reverse his swing and shoved it even harder in the direction of travel, causing the blade to lodge in the narrow space between two server racks. She had to take the knife out of play. Exerting all the force she could command, in one sudden, violent heave, she yanked the knife towards her. There was a moment of taut resistance as the steel blade flexed with the tension, followed by a dull snap and a sudden release as it sheared off. Releasing his grip on the now useless weapon, Hawkins snapped out a short, vicious punch to the face, hoping to break her nose and disorient her. It took all of Anya's strength to parry the short-range strike and twist his arm aside, though doing it left her head unprotected. She saw him lean back, saw his head come rushing forward to meet hers, and suddenly a lightning flash exploded across her eyes. She was no stranger to taking hits, but even the toughest fighters in the world can still be knocked out with a single well-placed blow. Such was the case now. Vaguely, through the fog that seemed to have enveloped her brain, she was aware of being lifted off her feet and thrown backwards through the air. There was a moment of curious weightlessness, and then suddenly the concrete floor rushed up to meet her. Her world was engulfed in pain once more as she landed hard, sliding several yards across the smooth surface before bumping against an equipment rack. Anya was in trouble, and she knew it. She'd underestimated Hawkins, believing she could overcome him like any other opponent. Never had she expected a fight like this. A fight she was losing.
You know, this almost makes it worth the trouble it took to get you here,
Hawkins said, closing in to finish her off. He was taking his time, making his fun last a little longer.
Almost.
Alex was verging on exhaustion by the time he staggered to the bottom of the stairs, his breath coming in strangled gasps that brought a fresh stab of pain with every inhalation. The fatigue of ascending and descending the full height of the building, combined with the various injuries he'd sustained over the past few days, was taking a heavy toll on his already depleted reserves of strength. Leaping down the final step, he found himself confronted by the only door leading into the server room. Huge and indomitable, constructed of solid steel, with only a single reinforced glass viewing port permitting a glimpse of the room beyond. Alex crossed the last few yards and peered through the small window. The room beyond was still shrouded in gas from the halon system, but even through the crimson-coloured haze, he was able to make out Anya locked in desperate combat against Hawkins. She was fighting, and she was losing. Alex watched in horror as Hawkins butted her full in the face, picked her up bodily, and hurled her like a rag doll across the room. Gripping the door handle, he turned and pulled it. Nothing happened. The door remained firmly closed. It was sealed and locked, the electronic access panel at the side glowing red to indicate the security locks had been engaged. "Shit!" he hissed, watching as Hawkins closed in on Anya to finish her. Fumbling for the radio at his belt, he yanked it free and hit the transmit button. "Olivia, I'm in the basement. Open the server room door." There was no response. "Olivia, if you can hear me, open the door now!" In the security room above, Mitchell found her mind hovering in a curious space between reality and fantasy, between wakefulness and gathering darkness. Vaguely she was aware of the blood still seeping from the wound at her side, the wound that had been made so much worse by her frantic sprint up to the roof, by her refusal to give in to the pain and the growing exhaustion. She had resisted for a long time, but now she knew she was approaching the end of her strength. She was losing too much blood, her thoughts growing confused and muddled, her eyes heavy. If only she could close them and rest, just for a few minutes. And then, just like that, a voice reached her, faint and crackling, yet somehow cutting through the fog that was enveloping her brain. "Olivia! Please tell me you're still there!" Frowning, she looked around, wondering of the source of the voice. Only when she spotted the radio unit lying on the ground by her left hand did it begin to make sense. "Olivia, listen to me! If you don't open this door now, Anya's gonna die! It's all on you! I need you now! Please!" And just like that, the confused and jumbled thoughts coalesced into a single purpose. She had to get up and open the door. She had to get up. Get up. Gritting her teeth, she reached for the edge of the desk, managed to get a good grip on it, and pulled. She pulled until her muscles trembled, until her vision blurred, and she threatened to black out. She pulled until she felt herself rise up from the floor, until she was on her knees, staring at the console laid out in front of her. Though she had no experience of this system, she'd worked in secure facilities most of her adult life and understood how such things were controlled. By her reckoning, the security control system consisted of nothing more than a series of switches governing the electronic locks on all the major doors, grouped by floor number. And there, at the far end of the panel, was a single switch marked B1. Forcing her mind back from the brink of unconsciousness, Anya found herself lying against the side of an equipment rack. Something was seeping into her left eye, blurring her vision, and with a vague sense of disorientation, she remembered Hawkins's skull making contact with her own, remembered the blinding flash of the impact that had nearly knocked her out cold. He was still with her, standing just a few yards away, watching her feeble efforts to get up with what she presumed was amusement. He was toying with her, drawing out the inevitable. But this reprieve wouldn't last long. The moment she showed signs of recovery, she knew he'd close in to finish her. Her eyes turned away from him, looking for anything she could use to defend herself from the inevitable attack. The assault rifle he'd discarded during their earlier confrontation was still lying where he'd dropped it, though to get to it, she'd have to go through him first. No good. The computer drives fixed into the racks around her might serve as primitive shields, but they were held in place with bolts and tangled bundles of cables that she had neither the time to disconnect nor the strength to break. Keep looking. Only then did she see it, lying just beyond her reach in the narrow space between two metal frames, its polished steel glinting in the crimson light overhead. It was her one chance to defend herself. She had to get up. She had to reach it. An instinct, deeply etched into her mind and reinforced by decades of hard-won experience, screamed at her to get up, to fight back before Hawkins could finish her. With a supreme effort of will, Anya rolled over and began to drag herself to her feet, breathing hard, trying to get more air into her lungs. Chilled, dry air clawed at her throat, while blood dripped from the gash over her eye, staining the concrete floor beneath as she slowly extended her arms. But Hawkins wasn't about to let her rise up again. With deliberate care, he took a step forward and kicked her in the ribs. Anya shuddered under the blow that seemed to radiate through her very bones, but managed to hold herself defiantly up. There would be no withstanding the next blow, however. His second kick struck almost exactly where she'd been hit by a stray round, and was delivered with all the force that his considerable frame could command. Even Anya couldn't hold in her cry of agony, and collapsed onto her side. But the pain of his blows had been worth it. Even as Hawkins reached down and closed his fingers around her neck, she grasped the broken blade of the knife she'd deliberately snapped to protect herself. Straight away, the wickedly sharp edge cut into her hands, but the pain was almost irrelevant now. Pain no longer mattered. She was fighting for her very life. Somewhere behind her, she heard the hiss of hydraulic pistons working, but paid it no heed as Hawkins leaned in close, his grip tightening mercilessly. Already she could feel her windpipe constricting as he crushed the life out of her. He was staring right into her eyes. He wanted to be the last thing she saw as her vision faded and her life finally ended. With a defiant cry, Anya swept the broken blade upwards, aiming for the face that was now so terrifyingly close to hers. There was a spurt of red, a spray of warmth that coated her face, and suddenly Hawkins let out an almost bestial howl of pain. Releasing his grip on her, he stumbled backward, clutching at his face. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, Anya scrambled to her feet, still brandishing the improvised weapon in bloody fingers. She was hurting and tired after their brutal confrontation. Yet through some great effort of will and sheer resilience, she was standing. Hawkins, meanwhile, had overcome the shock of her sudden attack and rounded on her once more, his face twisted in rage and hatred. A deep gash traced a gory path from cheek to forehead, bleeding profusely and narrowly missing his right eye. Such a wound would leave a prominent scar, but it was unlikely to cause any lasting damage. It certainly wouldn't be enough to stop him now. Nothing would stop him. Hawkins took a step towards her, his fists clenched, the muscles of his formidable body marshalled behind a single purpose. There would be no toying with her now, no hesitation or mercy. He was out to destroy her. Anya raised her hands and gripped the knife blade tighter, readying herself for what could well be the last fight of her life. She had spent her life fighting in one way or another, never submitting, never hesitating, never retreating. That was how she had lived, and if the time had come, that was how she would die. Hawkins closed in on her, his lips pulled back in a snarl, one side of his face a bloody ruin. His eyes glimmered in the crimson light overhead, the feral, wild eyes of a predator, a killer. But before Anya could react, a crack like thunder echoed around the room, and suddenly Hawkins was knocked backwards a pace, as if by an invisible blow. He hesitated, his expression uncertain, as if failing to understand what had happened, only for a second shot to slam into him. A third shot finally knocked him right off his feet, and he toppled backwards, crashing to the ground with an audible thump. 2 more shots followed even as he fell, though his collapse caused the rounds to sail right over his head. Hardly believing what had just happened, Anya whirled around to face the mysterious shooter. Alex was standing in the doorway, clutching a revolver in his hands, wisps of smoke still trailing from the barrel. "Alex?" she gasped, for once unable to contain her surprise. Before she could say anything more, however, Alex shouted out a warning. "Anya, run!" he cried, beckoning her towards him. Glancing over her shoulder, Anya saw Hawkins scrambling to get up. The soft lead slugs that Alex had fired at him might have been enough to knock him off his feet, but his body armor had protected him from any real injury. Already he was reaching for the assault rifle he had dropped earlier, no doubt intending to hose down both of his targets with a single deadly burst of automatic fire. Abandoning any thoughts of finishing him, or of questioning how Alex had made it back down here, Anya turned and sprinted for the door, summoning up whatever reserves of energy she still possessed in one final burst of speed. "Move your fucking ass!" she heard Alex scream, backing away from the door to let her pass. Dropping the empty revolver, he raised a portable radio to his mouth. "Seal the door, now!" She heard the distinctive hiss as hydraulic pistons went to work, causing the door to swing inward. Covering the last few yards with the kind of speed that only comes when one's life is at stake, Anya twisted her body sideways to squeeze through the rapidly closing gap. A second later, the door slammed shut, the electronic locks automatically engaging. No sooner had the locks clicked into place than the door resounded with heavy impacts from the other side. Both Anya and Alex watched as a deformation suddenly appeared in the center of the steel frame, followed by another, and another. Hawkins was firing on it, trying to force it open, though his efforts were wasted. Nothing short of explosives would break through that door. Staring through the observation port, Anya watched as he hurled the weapon aside and strode right up to the door, glaring at her in silent, brooding hatred. They remained like that for the next few seconds, their eyes locked with one another in a silent battle of wills.
"Come on,"
Alex said, pulling at her arm.
"He's not going anywhere."
Even as Anya allowed him to lead her towards the stairs, Hawkins silently mouthed a single sentence just for her. "I'll find you again." It had been a long time since Anya had felt afraid of another human being, but she felt it at that moment, like a snake twisting around in her guts. Somehow, even though he was trapped in an underground prison with police closing in, she believed what he said. The thought lingered with her even as she followed Alex up the stairs. They were out. Despite the pain and the darkness that seemed to be closing in around her, Mitchell allowed herself a weary smile of triumph. Somehow both Alex and Anya had made it out of that room, while Hawkins, the piece of shit, was trapped. She had watched him empty an entire clip into the door, venting his fury and impotent rage the only way he knew how. But he wasn't going anywhere, as long as she remained in control of the door locks. Not that that was likely to be for long, she thought, as she surveyed the monitors before her. One of the cameras mounted at the front of the building showed the glare of flashing blue lights. Fire trucks and Turkish police cruisers had pulled up moments ago, and already uniformed officers were trying to force their way in through the front door. It wouldn't take them long to get in here, but perhaps long enough. Suddenly, Alex's crackly voice filled the room.
"Olivia, can you hear me?"
With a trembling hand, she reached for the radio beside her.
"I'm here. Bloody good timing, mate. We're on our way up to get you now. I'll buy you a pint of whatever crappy beer Americans drink when this is over."
She smiled, though it was the bittersweet smile of a promise that would never be fulfilled.
"Maybe some other time."
"What do you mean?"
"The police are here, out front."
She turned her gaze to the cameras at the rear.
"The loading dock still looks clear. You should make it out if you hurry."
"Fuck that," Alex retorted. She could see him on one of the monitors, could see the anger in his face.
"We can't just leave you here." "Yeah, you can. I wouldn't make it more than a block in this shape. So I'll carry you. Don't argue with me,"
she snapped, knowing she had to make him understand.
"This is what has to happen. Go, while you still can."
Pausing for a moment, Alex looked up at the nearest camera, knowing she could still see him. Even in the grainy image, she could sense how conflicted he was. It gave her some measure of satisfaction to know she'd been right about him, that he was a good man in his own way.
"You're sure this is what you want?" he asked. "It is."
Swallowing, Mitchell raised her chin.
"Go, Alex. Don't let this be for nothing."
She watched his shoulders sag a little as he let out a sigh, then turned away and headed for the loading bay with Anya close behind. He didn't say anything else, and she didn't expect him to. Mitchell watched them manually crank open the bay doors and slip outside, and for the first time in a long time felt at peace with herself. Whatever mistakes and shortcomings she might have had in life, she could at least feel proud of what she'd done here. Those were her last thoughts as the radio slipped from her grasp, and she allowed the darkness she'd been holding back to finally envelop her. Emerging tired and hurting into the parking lot at the rear of the building, Alex glanced around. He could hear sirens on the main road and see the distinctive blue flash of lights. The fire alarm would have triggered an automated call to the emergency services, though it was unlikely they understood yet the full scale of what had happened here tonight. If they had, the place would have been swarming with SWAT teams and police choppers. Reaching up, Anya pressed the transmit button on her radio.
"Christian, please tell me you copy.
Silence, broken only by the crackle of radio static. Alex's heart sank.
I copy. Good to hear from you at last.
Halverson's scratchy, grainy voice replied. Even over the radio net, his relief was obvious.
The police are everywhere. Had to circle around the main drag north of you. Can you make it?
We'll make it, she replied. Stand by.
Releasing her grip on the radio, she turned to Alex and pointed across the parking lot to a narrow alleyway running between two larger buildings to the rear. Alex had no idea where it led, but it seemed to be going directly away from the ISS building, and that was good enough for him.
This way. Follow me,
she gasped, leading the way. Picking their way around rusted, overflowing dumpsters, they ran with whatever speed and strength they could still summon up. Both were very much aware that they were unarmed and totally vulnerable if they happened to encounter police units, or worse, more of Hawkins's men. Alex couldn't say how long it took to negotiate that maze of back alleys and side streets as they fought to reach the main road, every passing moment increasing their chances of being intercepted. His heart was thundering in his chest, his legs burning, fear and adrenaline driving his weary and battered body onwards. Stumbling out of the alley and onto the main road beyond, Alex blinked and tried to get his bearings, the harsh glow of streetlights and passing traffic almost blinding in its intensity.
Where the hell is he?
He asked, glancing around. Every pair of headlights streaming past looked the same to him. Surely every passing driver would be staring back at the battered, disheveled-looking foreigners who had just lurched out of an alleyway.
We're on the main road,
Anya spoke into her radio.
Where are...
She was cut off by the screech of brakes as another pair of headlights shuddered to a halt just yards away. Halverson? Police? CIA? Alex tensed up, his weary heart pounding with renewed urgency, ready to make a run for it. Even exhausted as he was, there was no way he was surrendering now.
Wait,
Anya said, sensing his thoughts. Alex frowned, wondering what she was thinking. Only when a door opened and a silhouetted figure stepped out of the van did he understand.
What took you both so long? Halverson asked. Hurry up and get in.
Part 5. Reflection. In 2011, elite hacker Slink released an extensive account of his penetration of the U.S. Department of Defense, Pentagon, NASA, NSA, U.S. military, and UK government websites. His account is widely believed to be authentic. Chapter 48. The sun was just creeping over the horizon, its golden rays spilling across the glistening waters of the Black Sea, when Halverson finally brought the van to a halt in a deserted parking lot just yards from the beach. At such an early hour, theirs was the only vehicle on the road. They had been driving for the past few hours, putting a decent distance between themselves and the scene of their crime. Neither Alex nor Anya had said much. Indeed, they had passed most of their journey in thoughtful and companionable silence, each contemplating everything that had happened. Somehow, through some combination of improvisation, determination, and sheer good fortune, they had made it. Alex had imagined he'd be celebrating at this point, but he could no longer dig up such an emotion. After everything that had happened, after the struggles and the hardships he'd endured, after the loss of Aaron and Gregor and Mitchell, he simply felt exhausted. Opening the van's rear door, he stepped out onto the tarmac parking area, grateful to be outside, grateful to be free, grateful just to be alive. Ahead of him stretched a white expanse of sand that seemed to stretch all the way to the horizon. A fresh breeze blew in from the sea, carrying with it the scent of salt and life, the roar and crash of breaking waves mingling with the shriek of gulls overhead. Never had he seen a sight so splendid in all his life. He smiled, struck by a thought that had popped into his head almost at random. Reaching into his pocket, he fished out the packet of cigarettes he'd kept with him since their arrival in the country, still unopened.
You said you would celebrate once we had the blacklist, Anya prompted, having stepped out to join him. Now seems like the time.
Yeah. He handed her the packet. Here, take these. She frowned, looking down at the crumpled packet in her bandaged hand. I don't smoke. I know. I want you to do me a favor and get rid of them. He grinned sidelong at her. These things will kill you. That was when he saw it. That smile. That small, almost grudging smile she gave when he'd said something she liked, but wouldn't admit to liking. Just another little thing he'd come to know, had come to appreciate about her. Another little thing he knew he'd miss when this was over.
Now I remember why I retired from field work, Halverson said, easing himself out of the driver's seat and arching his back. It's a young man's game.
Don't kid yourself, mate, Alex countered. He was a good 30 years younger than the Norwegian officer, yet he felt just as pained and weary. Count me out of the next one. Halverson snorted in grim amusement. What happens now? Anya asked.
We change vehicles here and make our way to the airport.
He glanced at his watch.
Our new car should be along any time now.
You did well, Christian, she said, giving the older man a grateful nod. I have a lot to thank you for. Halverson glanced at her, but instead of his usual wry smile, he seemed oddly troubled by her words. However, before he could say anything, Anya's posture tightened, her battered and weary muscles tensing as she stared off down the road. A car is coming, she warned, her eyes suddenly wary. Alex followed her gaze, and sure enough spotted a silver BMW heading in their direction. Not hurrying, but travelling at a fair speed nonetheless.
Our changeover,
Halverson explained.
Be calm.
And sure enough, the vehicle began to slow as it approached, then turned into the parking lot and came to a halt no more than 15 yards away. The windows were tinted, making it difficult to see the occupant. But judging by the way it was sitting on its suspension, Anya guessed there was only a driver on board. Halverson watched the big BMW in silence as the driver shut down the engine, opened the door, and stepped out. The moment Alex caught sight of the tall, deceptively strong frame, the unruly blonde hair, and the lean, chiseled features, his heart leapt and his stomach constricted in a tight knot of fear. His mouth seemed to open of its own accord, as shock and disbelief overwhelmed him.
What's the matter, mate?
Aaron Sinclair asked, flashing the same cocky grin that Alex had once known so well.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
Alex felt like he was about to throw up. It was a lie, he realized now. All of it. The crash, the disappearance, the desperate letter addressed to him, all faked. Aaron, his friend, the man he trusted, had played him. The car crash, Alex managed to say. They said you'd been killed. Sinclair's look was almost apologetic. I had to do something to get her off my back, he said, nodding to Anya. I knew she'd be following my every move once we'd made our deal. The only way to get rid of her was to die. Shame I had to write off a perfectly good car to do it. Stirlingshire, Scotland, 7 days earlier. The narrow, unpredictable road would slow the vehicle following him, the steep river gorge to his right acting as a deterrent to all but the boldest of drivers. Sinclair almost smiled as he pressed harder on the accelerator, knowing there was a long straight coming up. He'd grown up around this area, had learned to drive here, and knew every bend and corner of this road like the back of his hand. He held the advantage over the car following him. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than he saw something on the bend up ahead, something that made his heart leap and the adrenaline surge through his veins. A single piece of coloured ribbon tied around one of the trees by the side of the road. He had marked it there several days earlier and used it now as his point of reference. This was where he had to do it. This was where the slope on the other side of the crash barrier was steep enough and sufficiently free from trees to allow the car to tumble all the way down into the river below. This was where he was about to die. Straight away he slammed on his brakes and turned the wheel hard over. Tires skidded on slick tarmac, and the low metal crash barrier at the edge of the road swung into view as the car fishtailed. Sinclair tensed up, bracing himself for what was coming, then opened his door and threw himself out. The impact was harder than he'd expected, the rough tarmac rushing up to greet him with enough force to bruise flesh and tear clothes and skin. The car had lost much of its momentum by this point, just as he'd calculated, but the pain of his fall prompted an agonized groan as he rolled over and finally came to a stop. Mercifully, he didn't seem to have broken any bones. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he looked up just in time to see the car barrel into the barrier, crash through it, and plummet over the edge. Pulling himself up, Sinclair limped over to the edge of the road and looked down, watching as the car flipped over onto its roof, rolling and crashing down the steep, brush-covered slope to the fast-flowing river below. By the time it impacted the surface, the chassis had been reduced to a mass of twisted and buckled metal. With nothing buoyant enough to support it, the wreck quickly filled with icy cold water and disappeared beneath the surface within a matter of seconds, leaving only the wreckage-strewn slope behind as testimony to the violence of its final moments. "Perfect," he whispered.
"Why?" Alex implored his friend. "Why go through all this? What was the point?"
"Why?" Sinclair repeated, an edge of irritation in his voice now.
"I wouldn't have had to do any of it if you'd just taken my offer back in London."
Anya was glaring at the tall young man with barely restrained hatred.
"Why, Alex?" she demanded. "Because he needed me. He couldn't do it by himself."
Alex closed his eyes as the impact of his friend's revelation sank in.
"You needed my help, but I wouldn't give it to you. So you did all of this to force my hand."
Sinclair, the charismatic and visionary leader, had always been the driving force behind their group. But none of that could change the fact that Alex had always been the man who made it happen. His skills had been unmatched by any of the others, and without him, Sinclair had been unable to complete the ambitious task that Anya had handed him.
"I meant what I said then, Alex. I would have made you rich if you'd helped me. It would have been just like the old days, but you're too much of a fucking coward to go for it."
He sighed and shook his head.
"That was always your problem. You never had any vision. No imagination, no backbone. You just follow instructions, go along with anyone who looks like they know what they're doing. Well, that being the case, I gave you some instructions to follow, and in the end, you did exactly what I wanted."
"I trusted you, Aaron," Alex said, clenching his fists.
"We were friends. Now I'm a wanted fugitive. How could you do this to me?"
Sinclair looked at him with something akin to pity. "Wouldn't be the first time." And then, in a flash, Alex's earlier confrontation with Lamvik came rushing back to him. He swallowed, searching for the right words.
"I didn't do it, Alex. I know you don't believe that, but it's the truth. For a while I wished I had thought of it. I was so pissed at you and Aaron for shutting me out, and I wanted to get back at you. But I'd never take it that far. We're friends, Alex, or we were friends once. No matter how angry I was with you, I wouldn't turn you into the police."
"It was you, wasn't it?" he gasped, staring at Sinclair in disbelief. "You gave me up to the police 3 years ago. You told them where to find me." His former friend said nothing. There was no need to confirm what Alex plainly knew already. His mind was in turmoil. 2 years in jail, his life destroyed, his relationship in tatters, his future stolen from him. All because of Sinclair.
"For Christ's sake, why?"
Alex asked, almost pleading with him.
"You just don't get it, do you?" Sinclair taunted. "You were all about doing the right thing and going legitimate, as if we could all spend our lives wearing ties and working in some shitty office like the rest of the fucking losers in the world. I knew you didn't have the balls to go after the big prize. It was a way of getting rid of you and Gregor at the same time. Once I blamed it all on him, he was out of the picture, and I could use the rest of our group for what they were meant to do. And little Alex did exactly what he was meant to do. Stay quiet and do his time."
That was it for Alex. Something snapped inside him at that moment, as all the pent-up emotions of the past week suddenly coalesced into a storm of pure rage. Balling his fists, Alex rushed at the man who had twice destroyed his life, fully intending to beat the skinny, arrogant bastard into the ground for what he'd done. But suddenly he caught a movement to his right, and just like that, everything changed. His pace slowed. his rage daunted by the barrel of an automatic now trained on him.
Don't,
Halverson warned, staring down the sights of the weapon at him. However rusty he might have been as a field operative, there were few ways for him to miss at this range. Alex faltered and came to a halt, while Sinclair offered an apologetic shrug. Like you said to me once, any system can be beaten. All you need is skill, planning, and patience. Stirlingshire, Scotland, 7 days earlier. Glancing up from the wrecked vehicle at the bottom of the gorge, Sinclair watched as a pair of headlights approached. The car that had been tailing him since he'd left his home about half an hour earlier. The car whose arrival he'd anticipated almost to the second. Easing to a stop beside him, the driver opened his electric window and leaned out to survey him.
It worked as planned?
Christian Halverson asked. Sinclair nodded.
This river leads all the way out to sea. The police will assume my body was swept away by the current.
The Norwegian nodded, satisfied with that.
That should get Anya off your back, for now at least. Now get in before someone passes by.
Sinclair wasn't about to argue. Wincing a little as his bruised body protested, he slipped into the passenger seat. What if she doesn't believe it? He couldn't help asking.
You worry about your friend Alex,
Halverson said as he accelerated away from the scene.
I'll take care of Anya. Now, Alex, give me the blacklist,
Halverson said, his voice icy calm.
Don't do anything stupid.
Alex stood his ground, staring at the older man. Only now did he realize the full magnitude of his failure. You were working with Aaron the whole time.
Think bigger, mate, Sinclair said. Christian recruited me the day we broke into his company's website. It was a test, and one that we passed.
A faint knowing smile. Of course, there were a few conditions. We had to cut out some dead wood before he'd take us on full time. Alex felt like he'd been punched in the stomach. Sinclair had given him up to the police all those years ago on Halverson's orders, knowing Alex would never condone the idea of becoming his own personal cyber-terrorist.
Why, Christian?
Anya demanded, the anger and pain in her eyes plain to see. Sinclair's betrayal was one thing, but she had known and trusted Halverson for the best part of 2 decades.
We had a deal. I was going to share it all with you.
Isn't it obvious?
I'm not taking it, Anya. I'm returning it.
Only then did his true intentions, or rather his true allegiance, at last become apparent. You work for the Circle, Anya said, crushed by this final, shattering betrayal.
Like you said, they are powerful and dangerous men, far more so than even you can imagine. How do you think they held on to that power for so long? They anticipated all of this and they were ready for it. You should think yourself lucky they chose me for this operation. Otherwise, you would both be dead.
His eyes focused on Alex once more.
Now, give it to me.
Alex did nothing. The memory stick in his pocket was his only means of salvation. Surrendering it now would mean a life on the run. A life with no future. Lowering the weapon, Halverson squeezed off a single round. The crack of the gunshot and the sudden explosion of sand and broken stones at Alex's feet made him jump with fright.
The next one's in your stomach. Believe me, it's a bad way to go,
Halverson promised, raising the weapon so that it was pointed at his abdomen.
Give me the blacklist and we all walk away from this. You're a smart man, so do the smart thing, Alex.
Alex sighed and closed his eyes, knowing that further attempts to stall would be futile. Reaching into his pocket, he lifted out the little plastic memory stick, held it in his hand a moment as if to savor the victory that was almost his, then tossed it to the older man. Halverson caught it out of the air, then deftly slipped it into his jacket pocket. If you think you can trust the men who created that list, you're making the biggest mistake of your life, Anya warned him. I know you are doing this because you're afraid of them, but you don't have to be. I can protect you. I'm giving you a chance to help me stop them forever, Christian. Give us back the list, and I promise we can do this together.
Don't let it end this way. Don't let them use you like they use everyone else. Please.
There was a moment of hesitation, of doubt that showed in his eyes as the force of her words sank in. Even he wasn't immune to the sheer emotion and desperation in her voice. But just as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. Halvorson smiled and shook his head, his mind made up. You were a good operative, Anya. The best. But you're short-sighted. That was always your downfall. He gestured to the road stretching off into the distance. You'll have a long time to think about that. Alex watched as he removed the keys from the van's ignition, then used a small penknife to slash both front tires, rendering the vehicle unusable.
You're going to leave us out here?
He shrugged.
My orders were to recover the list. The Circle want no part of your vendetta against Marcus Kane, so consider this a warning. I suggest you listen to it. And for what it's worth, I hope your luck holds, both of you. But if you ever come looking for me, the Circle will make sure it doesn't.
With those parting words, he settled himself into the driver's seat of the BMW. Sinclair followed a moment later, pausing briefly to look at Alex one more time. He said nothing, though the look in his eyes conveyed far more than mere words. For his own part, Alex regarded his former friend with absolute disgust.
If I were you, I'd hope we don't meet again.
We won't. Giving Alex a mocking salute, Sinclair slipped into the passenger seat and slammed the door shut. With that, the sleek saloon took off and roared back onto the main road, leaving only dust and tire marks in its wake. Alex and Anya were, once more, alone. Chapter 49. The journey had passed more or less in silence. Neither Sinclair nor Halvorson had much to say to one another. In truth, Christian Halvorson was racked with guilt over what he'd done to Anya. He had known the woman for more than 20 years, could still remember the day he'd sat down to debrief the tired, bedraggled teenager who had walked right into the central police station in Oslo to claim political asylum. Never could he have imagined then that it would lead them to this. But it was worth it, he told himself as he patted the memory stick in his pocket. Whether she hated him or not, he had saved her life by retrieving the blacklist today. The Circle, who had remained largely neutral in this conflict so far, would not tolerate such a threat to their anonymity. It was worth it, he told himself again. To protect Anya, it was worth it.
I need a piss,
Sinclair said, breaking the silence. He was sitting with his seat tipped back, feet resting on the dashboard, his blonde hair streaming in the breeze from the open window.
The plane is only a few miles away. Hold it in,
Halvorson advised him. The same private jet that had delivered himself, Alex, and Anya to this country was now waiting to take him back to Norway, parked at a small airfield near the Black Sea.
I've been doing that for the past half hour, the young man protested. Come on, somehow I doubt they'll catch up to us now.
Rolling his eyes with impatience, Halvorson turned off the road and drove a short distance down a bumpy dirt track until they were out of sight. Sinclair sighed, staring thoughtfully out at the dusty, scrub-covered hillside in front of them.
Tell me something, Christian. Is there anyone you won't fuck over to get ahead?
Halvorson glared at him.
Watch your tongue, boy. You've been useful so far, but don't push it.
He shifted position in his seat, the automatic in his jacket digging uncomfortably into his hip.
Now get on with it. Make it quick.
It will be, Sinclair promised him. Then, in a sudden darting movement, his hand leapt out. Before Halvorson could stop it, the automatic had been yanked clean out of his pocket. He whirled around, making to grab for it, only to find the barrel staring him in the face. A pair of wild, remorseless eyes stared back at him. His last thought before Sinclair pulled the trigger was that at least he no longer had to worry about Anya's vengeance when she finally caught up with him. Perhaps he even deserved what was coming. Exiting the car with his ears still ringing from the crack of the gunshot, Sinclair wiped a splash of blood off his face, then used a handkerchief to wipe down the gun. Circling around to the driver's side, he opened the door, gripped Halvorson under the arms and heaved him out. No easy task considering the man's size and weight. Nonetheless, with some effort, Sinclair managed to drag him a short distance, then placed the gun in his meaty hand. Reaching into his pocket, he fished out the memory stick and held it up. The Black List. The file that Anya, the Circle, even Halverson were willing to kill for. And it was all his. A world of power in the palm of his hand. He smiled, pocketed the memory stick, and returned to the car, already reaching for his cell phone and dialing a number from memory. "It's me," he said, simply, eager to keep the call as short as possible as he started the engine up once more. "I have what you need. Meet me at the agreed place."
It was all for nothing,
Anya said, staring absently over into the distance as traffic rumbled past on the main road nearby, engine fumes mixing with the smell of manure, human bodies, and cooking food. The glass of ice water on the table in front of her sat untouched, despite the intensity of the midday sun beating down on them. After leaving the crippled van behind, the two of them had started the long walk along the deserted coastal road, largely staying out of sight lest a police car pass by and notice them. At last, tired and wilting in the hot sun, they had decided to chance their luck and flag down a passing station wagon that looked like it was older than Alex. Miraculously, the elderly couple on board had bought their story of being lost tourists, with Anya explaining away the cuts and bruises on her face by claiming she'd been mugged a couple of days earlier. The woman had cast a suspicious glance at Alex, no doubt harboring her own thoughts on that matter, but nonetheless had allowed them to collapse gratefully into the back seat. Despite some misgivings on the part of their hosts, their rusty and dilapidated ride had brought them as far as the small town of Corlu, where they had stopped at an outdoor cafe for a much-needed drink and to plan their next move. Anya, however, seemed to have run out of plans. Indeed, Alex had never seen her so despondent. She looked beaten, plain and simple. Everything she'd risked so much for had come to nothing. He, on the other hand, was harboring quite different emotions. "Cheer up, mate. It could be worse," he said, taking a gulp of his beer. The ice-cold liquid tasted better than he'd imagined, and before he knew it, he drained the entire glass. Closing his eyes, he let out a sigh of absolute satisfaction. "Bloody hell, that was worth waiting for." Anya regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and irritation as he motioned to the waiter to bring over another. "I don't see why you're so happy." He couldn't help but grin. "Oh my God, I think this is the moment," he exclaimed. "Right here, right now, knowing something the other person doesn't. This is what it must feel like to be you." Her blonde brows drew together in a frown. "What are you talking about?" Reaching into his back pocket, Alex laid something down on the table, something that prompted a wonderfully satisfying look of disbelief from his normally stoic companion. "Is this what I think it is?" Alex nodded, then thanked the waiter as he laid another bottle of FS Pilsen down in front of him. Anya was oblivious as she gently picked up the memory stick with the reverence of a sacred relic. "How can this be?" Alex shrugged, taking a sip of his beer. "I just did what Christian said. The smart thing. No way was I giving that fat prick the blacklist after everything we went through. I'm just glad he didn't have a computer with him." That was when he saw it. The smile. The smile so rarely seen, but so welcome when it finally came. Leaning back in her chair with a weary sigh, Anya shook her head in amusement, though there was something else in her eyes as she regarded him across the table. Something he hadn't seen before. Respect. "I will say one thing for you, Alex Yates. You never cease to surprise me." He grinned and held out his bottle in a toast. "I'll drink to that," he said, as they clinked glasses. Clearly, however, one thing still troubled his companion. "But if you didn't give Christian the black list, then what was on that memory stick he took from you?" At this, Alex merely smiled and took another sip of his beer. Samson, Turkey. It was a beautiful evening in the port city of Samsun, a warm breeze sighing in from the Black Sea across the wide harbour crowded with yachts, speedboats, and countless other pleasure craft. Glancing out the window, Aaron Sinclair watched a motor launch filled with young men and women heading out to a much larger vessel moored out in the bay, no doubt to party the night away before heading off to their next destination. All were tanned, all good-looking, all rich. He caught himself wondering if he might find himself in such company before too long. With this heartening thought in mind, he turned off the main road and into a small private airfield overlooking the coast. As he'd expected, there was only one plane sitting parked beside a small hangar at the far end of the runway, a private jet, sleek and expensive. Its owner was waiting for him as he pulled Halverson's car into the hangar, flanked by a pair of stocky bodyguards. All were dressed in civilian clothes, though Sinclair knew well enough that they were anything but civilians. They were Pakistani intelligence operatives, but more than that, they were rich Pakistani intelligence operatives who were willing to part with $3 million to get their hands on the black list. Not bad for a few days' work. Bringing the car to a stop, Sinclair killed the engine and stepped out. The inside of the hangar was just as warm as the balmy evening air outside, but the steel shell overhead provided at least some respite from the sun's glare.
"You are late,"
his contact remarked, checking his watch. Sinclair shrugged, affecting an air of nonchalant confidence that stood in stark contrast to what he was feeling at that moment.
"But I'm worth waiting for."
"You shall see." Vizier Kalat was a tall, neat-looking man in his mid-40s, with dark hair swept back from a high forehead and clean-cut features that somehow made him seem younger than his years. His English was impeccable, perhaps the result of a higher education in the UK, making it almost possible to forget the sinister agency he represented. But there was another edge to him, something hidden beneath those suave good looks that put Sinclair on edge, warning him this was not a man one ever wanted as an enemy.
"I assume you have brought it with you, Aaron,"
he prompted. Reaching into his pocket, Sinclair held up the memory stick for inspection. At a nod from Kalat, one of the bodyguards strode forward and plucked the device from his hand, while the other unpacked a laptop from a carry case and set it up on a small work table nearby.
"You'll forgive me if I verify the contents,"
Kalat said, clearly unconcerned whether Sinclair approved or not.
"No problem,"
Sinclair assured him.
"When will my money be transferred?"
Kalat didn't look at him as he waited for the laptop to start up.
"As soon as we have confirmation,
you'll get your reward." In the tense moments that followed, Sinclair found his thoughts drifting back to Alex, and particularly his female companion. It was a shame that Halverson had insisted on leaving her alive, perhaps clinging to some mistaken belief that she would one day understand and forgive his betrayal. Although he knew little of her, Sinclair was troubled by that woman. He had faith in his own ability to disappear and leave no trail, but he'd sleep better at night knowing she was out of the way. On the other hand, he felt a twinge of genuine sympathy for Alex. His former friend had been a great asset, and was undeniably skilled at what he did. But for all his great abilities and intellect, he'd remained a naive and trusting fool right to the end. Perhaps now he'd wise up. He let out a breath as Kalat waited a few seconds for the contents of the memory stick to load up. Straight away, the computer's automatic virus checkers went to work, sweeping the memory stick for any signs of malicious code, then promptly advising that it was clean. Smiling, Sinclair watched as his benefactor clicked on the file to open it. However, his smile soon vanished as the laptop froze for a moment, a dialog box appearing on screen to inform him the file couldn't be opened. Sinclair felt his heart beat faster, his palms growing moist with perspiration. Kalat tried to open it again, only to meet with the same result. Turning on Sinclair, the Pakistani intelligence officer regarded him with an almost disappointed look.
"Would you care to explain this, Aaron?"
"Let me see it," Sinclair said, hurrying forward and attempting to open the file himself. It didn't take long to confirm that his efforts were wasted. Only then did the realization finally hit him. Only then did he realize that it was Alex who had scored the final point in their battle of wits. He had been duped in the most pathetically simple way possible.
Alex, you bastard!
The conditional access module, the very same piece of software he'd mailed to his friend when this all started, was now running on this computer. The same tool used to entrap and manipulate Alex had now been used against him. He reached out and closed down the laptop with trembling hands, knowing it was a futile gesture since the damage had certainly been done, then backed away and turned to look out of the hangar.
I'm annoyed with you, Aaron,
Khaled remarked, though Aaron barely heard him, just as he barely heard the click of a safety catch being disengaged.
I had such high hopes for you.
Once more Sinclair stared out across the sunlit bay, watching the distant pleasure craft and the holiday makers and the rays of the evening sun glinting off the water. The world was as it had been before. But not for him. Not now. Not ever. He closed his eyes for the last time, as the dull thud of a silenced gunshot shattered the peaceful silence of the hangar. Chapter 50. Are you sure you're ready for this? Alex asked, holding the memory stick containing the blacklist at the ready. The laptop computer they had purchased less than an hour earlier from a budget electrical retailer was humming away, awaiting a command. Anya raised her chin a little, squaring her shoulders as if she were facing up to a firing squad. The answers she'd sought for so long, as difficult and potentially devastating as they might have been, were now at her fingertips. She had but to reach out and take them. I'm ready, she replied after a moment. Alex took a breath. He had disabled the laptop's wireless communications system, ensuring there would be no repeat of what happened to him in London if the blacklist had somehow been booby-trapped. But nonetheless, he was nervous. After everything they'd been through, he almost refused to believe they finally had what they needed. Here goes nothing. Inserting the stick, he waited a few seconds while its contents were scanned and read. Then, sure enough, a window popped up on screen with a single file, D1189. Hovering his cursor over the file, Alex sent out a silent prayer, then clicked to open it. Anya leaned in close, her eyes staring intently at the screen. He could almost feel the tension and anticipation radiating out from every taut muscle in her body. Then, at last, the file was opened, allowing them both to view its contents. Oh my God, he groaned. There were no secret dossiers contained within it, no incriminating pictures, no mission reports or debriefings, no signed presidential orders. All that was displayed on screen was a single line of numbers. Straight away, Alex's heart sank. He closed his eyes and sat back in his chair, his short-lived triumph destroyed. He felt utterly and crushingly defeated. I don't understand, he whispered, holding his head in his hands. A fucking number. All this for a number. I don't understand it. I do, Anya said, her voice heavy. It's an invitation. Alex looked up at her. For what? For me. Reaching into her pocket, she fished out a cell phone, a cheap burner not unlike the one she'd given him in London. Pausing a moment to read the number on screen, she punched it in, took a breath, then waited for the call to connect. It rang for nearly 10 seconds before it was answered. Hello, Anya, a voice said, not showing a hint of surprise or alarm at her call. An American voice, a man's voice. Marcus Kane's voice. Anya closed her eyes for a moment and let out a breath. It had been a very long time since she'd heard that voice, and despite everything, despite all that she'd been through in the intervening years, the sound of it was enough to evoke something in her, a shadow of the young woman she'd once been, the memory of the way she'd once felt when she'd known the owner of that voice. Relax, I'm not tracing this call, Kane went on. It's just you and me now. Like it should be.
You set me up,
Anya said, her tone accusatory.
You let me go through all of this for nothing.
You didn't really think I'd leave the black list unguarded, did you? He chided her. I had the real list deleted a long time ago. But I had a feeling you'd come looking for it one day. I guess it still served a purpose. Anya turned away from Alex, not wanting him to see the look in her eyes.
Why, Marcus? She whispered. What do you want?
I want to make you an offer. It'll only come once, and if you refuse, then there's no coming back from it. So I suggest you think very carefully before you answer. He paused a moment, a breathless, agonizing moment. I want you to give this up, Anya. Whatever revenge trip you're on, whatever you think you're going to achieve, give it up and walk away. Say you'll do this, and I'll believe you. I'll stop looking for you. I'll call off any searches the agency or anyone else is making. I'll end this whole thing today. It'll be over for good. I promise. Anya said nothing. Somehow she managed to keep her composure, but the look of turmoil in her eyes was impossible to hide. I can't change the things that have happened, Kane went on. God knows I wish I could go back and do it all differently, but I can't. Neither of us can. But the two of us, right now, can change how this plays out. You've spent most of your life fighting, running, hiding. I can't imagine the loneliness you must feel, or how tired you must be. But you don't have to do it anymore. It's over. It's time to let it go. Anya let out a ragged, shuddering breath. Kane, the master strategist, the man who so keenly saw the true nature of others, perceived all too well who she really was. You can still have a life, Anya. You can still live out the rest of your days in peace, because you deserve it. It's yours. All you have to do is say yes. The woman closed her eyes for a moment, her once iron resolve wavering in the face of his impassioned plea. He was telling the truth. She couldn't rationally explain it, but deep down in the very core of her being, she knew that his offer was genuine. She could leave all this behind. This life of fighting, of pain and heartache, and loss, and sacrifice. She could let go of it all. All it took was a single word. And then, unbidden, the old words that had been drilled into her a lifetime ago surfaced from the depths of her mind. I will endure when all others fail. I will stand when all others retreat. Weakness will not be in my heart. Fear will not be in my creed. I will show no mercy. I will never surrender.
Do you remember the day I came back from Afghanistan 20 years ago? She asked suddenly.
Anya,
Do you remember, Marcus?
She cut in, a harder edge in her voice. She heard him sigh. I do.
I was hurting when I woke up in that hospital in Peshawar, and I was weak. So weak I could barely lift my arm. But I saw you sitting at my bedside, and I felt like I had come home. For the first time in a long time. I thought you would be happy to see me, but that wasn't what I saw in you. You were looking at me, but not seeing me. It was as if you couldn't bear to look at me.
She could feel a tiny warmth on her cheek, the warmth of a tear trickling down her skin.
At the time, I thought you were ashamed of me, like I was tainted and ruined. I thought that when you looked at me, you could only see the things they had done to me, and it disgusted you. I disgusted you.
She swallowed hard, maintaining her self-control only through a supreme effort of will.
But I was wrong. It wasn't me you were ashamed of. It was yourself. Because you knew where they were holding me, all along. You knew. You could have found me, But you didn't. Because I wasn't meant to come home. And when I did, my life, my survival, became an endless reminder of your own weakness, your own failings.
Anya, you don't understand.
No,
she said, her wavering resolve suddenly blazing to life once more.
I do understand. You're not interested in saving me, Marcus, just as you weren't 20 years ago. You're only interested in saving yourself. Well, this is one fight you can't run away from.
She heard a sigh on the other end of the line. The weary, resigned sigh of a man finally acknowledging a painful truth. You know what this means, he warned her. You know there's no going back. Anya reached up and wiped away the tear that had so briefly stained her cheek, pushing aside the weakness and the doubt. She was herself again, strong, capable, determined, and set on her course no matter what.
I hope you're ready, because I'm coming for you,
she promised. Tossing the phone on the ground, she brought her booted heel down on the device, crushing it. Chapter 51. Hungary, 17th of May, 2009.
You are sure you want to do this?
Anya asked, nodding towards the winding mountain road stretching out before them. Somewhere up ahead, perhaps 10 miles or so, lay the border with Austria. She had driven him up here in a battered old 4x4 that she'd bought at a local dealer for less than the price of a new TV back in the UK. The vehicle might not have looked pretty, but its rust-streaked chassis was still solid, and the engine rumbled with a throaty growl that defiantly belied its age. Alex followed her gaze, his eyes hidden behind a pair of dark sunglasses.
Nope, he admitted. But isn't that what makes it fun? Not really knowing?
Anya said nothing to that. No doubt she entertained her own thoughts on such matters and felt no need to share them. But he was used to that now. Indeed, he'd grown used to a lot of things about her since the tumultuous events in Istanbul a week earlier. They had travelled together, lived together, even fought to survive together. He wouldn't exactly call their relationship a friendly one, but somehow it seemed to work. Their journey had taken them from Turkey, across the border into Bulgaria, through Romania, and into Hungary. There, Anya had been able to provide him with a new passport and identity, courtesy of a forger she had known and worked with many times before. As far as the European Union was concerned, he had everything he needed to travel from Lisbon to Helsinki. And now that he had his new identity, the time had come for them to part ways.
Where will you go now?
He shrugged. I was thinking of taking a career break. Never really got around to travelling, but maybe now's my chance. He certainly wouldn't be going near a computer for a while. With warrants still out for his arrest in the UK and US, he intended to lay low and live off the grid, as they were so fond of saying in cheap action movies.
Will you be all right?
Anya asked, looking and sounding a little less sure of herself. It was the same thing that always happened when she had to deal with any of the interpersonal stuff that so rarely entered into her normal life.
Well, let's see. I've got no job, no home, no friends, no money, no prospect of changing that any time soon.
He grinned at her.
I don't think I've ever felt better.
It might have been a facetious remark, but there was nonetheless a grain of truth in his words. He felt more alive, more optimistic, more determined now than he ever had in his so-called life before all this began. He didn't know what the future held for him, but it was a hell of a lot better than what it had offered before. And for once, he felt ready for it. Anya shook her head in bewilderment.
And I thought only Americans were lunatics, she remarked. Still, maybe I can help you with one of those things.
Reaching into the glove compartment, she handed him a plain brown envelope, thickly packed. Opening it, Alex found himself confronted by a large wad of euros, far more than he could easily count.
What's this? He asked. Payment for services rendered.
You don't have to do this, he said, feeling like he'd taken far more from her than he'd given in return.
"That was the agreement I had with Aaron," she informed him. £100,000 on completion of the deal. I would say you've earned it.
Alex sighed, her generosity only serving to highlight their failure. Halverson's betrayal had weighed heavily on both of them since that day in Istanbul. His only consolation was the knowledge that the man apparently hadn't lived long enough to celebrate his achievement. An online news report from Turkey had confirmed that Halverson had been found dead in a patch of waste ground just off the main highway, apparently having committed suicide. As for Sinclair, there was no sign. For now, at least, the man had vanished. "Thanks," he said, not sure how else to phrase it. In truth, he wasn't too proud to take the money. It would at least buy him a place to stay for a while, and perhaps the time he needed to get himself together. "What about you?" She looked away, staring into the distance but seeing nothing. "I started this looking for answers. I will find them, even if I have to do it alone." "Not alone," he corrected her, though unaccountably he felt himself blush as he said it. "Well, what I mean is, if you ever need a hacker with bad aim and worse taste in films, let me know, yeah?" He guessed she wouldn't have much trouble finding him if it came to it. He didn't imagine such an offer would mean much to someone like Anya. And yet, to his surprise, her face lit up with a smile. The kind of smile that seemed to wipe away the years of care and pent-up anger she carried with her, and that once more offered a glimpse of the woman he'd watched peacefully sleeping that morning in Norway. He watched as she reached out and took his hand, her grip strong and her gaze searching. "Remember what I said to you on the balcony in Istanbul? You are stronger than you look, Alex. Maybe even stronger than you realize." "Yeah, I'll remember," he said quietly. Those words would stay with him for the rest of his days, however long that turned out to be. "I meant it." Releasing his hand, she settled herself in the driver's seat once more. "Good luck to you, Alex." And that was all she had to say, all she needed to say. As with everything else in her life, there was no desire for emotional farewells. Alex watched as she swung the car around and drove off back down the road at a steady, unhurried pace, leaving only a faint cloud of dust in her wake that was soon carried away by the fitful breeze. As the throaty rumble of the engine receded into the distance, he caught himself wondering if their paths would ever cross again. Anya's arrival in his life had changed him beyond all recognition, had destroyed nearly everything he'd once had. And yet, part of him hoped he would see her again. Adjusting the straps on his rucksack, he turned and surveyed the road ahead. It was a long walk to his next resting place, but that was just fine with him. Plenty of time alone with his thoughts. As he started forward, his boots crunching on the little rocks underfoot, the sun beating down on him, an unknown future lying ahead, Alex couldn't help but smile. Anyone who saw me walking along that dirt track must have thought I was a lunatic, a man walking alone in the middle of nowhere, grinning like a fool. Anyone who knew me before all this started would have questioned what on earth I had to smile about. But none of that mattered anymore. For the first time in my life, I was making my own way, following my own path. I'm not a normal guy. I don't have a job or a car. I don't pay taxes. I don't even know where my next meal is coming from. And that's fine with me. This is happening. This is me. This is who I am now. Strange the things that flash through your mind when you realize you have a reason to live. Epilogue. She was alive. She was alive and she was moving. Even through the haze of painkillers and sedatives, Mitchell was vaguely aware of movement. She could feel the bounce and rattle as her hospital gurney was wheeled down a busy corridor, slowing down occasionally as it was steered past staff and patients. She was surrounded by sounds, ringing phones, beeping life support machines, whirring printers, and most of all, the clamour of voices. Voices everywhere, so many of them merging and blending together, but they became little more than a background hum, no more distinct than the drone of 1,000 bumblebees. And yet even amongst this background din, she was able to discern a conversation close at hand. A conversation in English.
I have told you the patient is still in a dangerous condition. She can't be moved yet.
A doctor's voice, tense and agitated, filled with concern.
I understand, sir.
This voice was cold, precise and clinical. To her surprise, it was a woman's voice.
But she isn't secure here, and we have our own team of doctors on standby. She's to be extradited to the United States. As of now, you're relieved of professional responsibility for this patient.
With some effort, she forced her heavy eyes open, seeing nothing but the hospital's cheap, intense overhead lights sliding by. She blinked, tried to reach up and rub her eyes, only for her hand to be jerked back. Something cold and metal was shackled around both wrists. Handcuffs. With a fleeting sense of disappointment, she at last realized what was happening, who her mysterious new carers were. The agency had come for her. She'd known it would happen, of course, the moment she awoke for the first time several days earlier in a clean and sterile hospital room. She had felt that same disappointment. Disappointment that the doctors had fought so hard to save a life that was doomed anyway. Disappointment that she couldn't have slipped away peacefully on her own terms. Disappointment that they would be the ones to end her life. The trip didn't last long. An ambulance was waiting for her in the parking lot outside. Mitchell made no effort to protest or cry out for help as she was loaded on board. It would do no good anyway. The door slammed shut, and the woman who had helped load her into the ambulance took a seat. A young woman, Mitchell noted with vague surprise. Couldn't have been more than 30 years old, short and slender, with spiky dark hair, pale skin, and a nose piercing.
Christ, I'm going to be interrogated and executed by a fucking kid, she thought. If you're going to kill me, you might as well get it over with, she said, straining to sit up straighter in her gurney. I don't regret anything I did.
To her surprise, the young woman with the piercing smiled at her. There was no animosity, no hint of malice in her smile.
Relax, Mitchell. We're not here to kill you.
She frowned, a little less sure of herself now. The effort of holding herself upright was starting to tell.
So, what do you want?
As she watched, the ambulance's driver twisted around in his seat, his vivid green eyes flashing in the afternoon sunlight.
It's lucky for you we have a mutual friend, he explained.
Bizarrely, he spoke with an English accent.
We're here to get you out. We'll take you to a safe place until you're recovered enough to travel. That all right with you?
Mitchell's heart was beating faster now. She had resigned herself to the ignominious fate that awaited her, had made peace with it. But this sudden and unexpected change in her fortunes had shocked her into silence. More than that, it had kindled the wild, inexplicable hope that he might be telling the truth.
"Who are you people?"
she managed to say.
My name's Drake, but you can call me Ryan,
he said, then nodded to the young woman sitting in the back.
And this is Kira Frost, part of my team.
Team?
The name Frost was familiar, but in her confused state she couldn't place it.
Shepherd team,
he explained, and suddenly a big piece of the puzzle fell into place.
You're in good hands, Mitchell, for now at least.
And after that?
Well, that's up to you. You can run and hide and hope none of this catches up to you, he shrugged. Or you can stand with us and maybe do something about it.
With that, he turned around and started the engine.
Like what?
She asked, unable to help herself.
What can you do against people like that?
She caught those intense green eyes in the rear-view mirror once more, set with a resolve that was almost frightening.
We're going to war, Mitchell.
You've been listening to Blacklist by Will Jordan, narrated by Sam Devereaux, published by Whole Story Quest Audiobooks, an imprint of W.F. Howells Limited. This work is copyrighted 2015 Will Jordan. This recording is copyrighted 2020 W.F. Howells Limited.